হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইম বার্নার গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। এই মুহূর্তে কিন্তু আমরা চলে এসেছি এ1 ই স্পোর্টস এর 6ix9ine বয়ের সাথে কথা বলার জন্য এবং তার কাছ থেকে শুনতে চাই নেক্সট আপকামিং বিগ ইভেন্ট পাবজি মোবাইলের সাউথ এশিয়া অ্যান্ড MEN এর চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপ সম্পর্কে তাদের কি প্ল্যানস আছে। সো চলুন শুরু করা যাক। সো 6ix9ine, কেমন আছো তুমি?
জি আমি ভালো আছি, আপনার কি খবর?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, আমরা সবাই ভালো। সো PMPL সিজন 4 শেষ হয়ে গিয়েছে অ্যান্ড ইউ গাইজ আর অন দ্য নেক্সট ফেজ। সো কেমন লাগলো পুরো PMPL এর অ্যাডভেঞ্চারটা অ্যান্ড কি কি নতুন তোমার কাছে মনে হয়েছে?
এবারের PMPL বলতে গেলে PMPL S4 একদম অন্যরকম ছিল অন্যান্য সব PMPL থেকে। সো অনেক কিছু শিখতে পারছি অন্যান্য যে বাকি যে দুইটা PMPL খেলছি ওগুলো থেকে।
সো মানে PMPL এর লিগ স্টেজটাতে আমার কাছে কেন যেন মনে হচ্ছিল যে তোমাদের আসলে তেমন ভাবে আসলে তোমরা পারফরমেন্স দিতে পারছিলে না। এনি স্পেসিফিক রিজন ফর দ্যাট?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের এনাফ প্র্যাকটিস ছিল না। আমরা যেরকম স্ট্র্যাটেজিস করছিলাম ওই অনুসারে আমরা খেলতে পারি নাই, প্র্যাকটিস করতে পারি নাই। সো দ্যাটস আই থিঙ্ক আমাদের প্রবলেম হয়েছে।
আচ্ছা, সো নেক্সট টুর্নামেন্টের জন্য সিনিস্টার অ্যান্ড এ1 ই স্পোর্টস তোমরা কি নতুন কোনো চেঞ্জেস নিজেদের গেম স্টাইলের মধ্যে আনার চেষ্টা করবে?
হ্যাঁ, অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা PMPL এর শুরু থেকেই এটা আনার ট্রাই করতেছিলাম, বাট আনফরচুনেট কোনো প্র্যাকটিসটা মানে এনাফ প্র্যাকটিস থাকার না থাকার কারণে আমরা পারি নাই। বাট এবার ইনশাআল্লাহ ট্রাই করব।
ওকে, দ্যাটস ভেরি ইন্টারেস্টিং। সো মানে PMPL এই ফেজটার জন্য তোমরা কিন্তু হচ্ছে নতুন অনেকগুলো টিম পাবে যাদের সাথে তোমাদের আসলে তেমন বেশি আগে দেখা হয়নি। সো তোমার কি মনে হয় এই সামনের টুর্নামেন্টের জন্য কোন দলটা তোমাদের কাছে সবচেয়ে বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ আসলে দেখাবে?
I think I8 from South Asia and YALLA Esports from MENA.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to.
So any specific reasons why I8 and not any other teams?
Cause I8 and YALLA they are the most aggressive teams in like championship, I think.
Okay, so কি মনে হয় এই যে নেক্সট টুর্নামেন্টটা এখান থেকে তোমরা ফার্দার স্টেজ লাইক PMGC এর আগে এটা কিন্তু লাস্ট টুর্নামেন্ট, এরপরে ডাইরেক্ট আমরা PMGC তে যাব। সো এখান থেকে তোমাদের মেইন শেখার কি আছে এখন?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি এখানে সাউথ এশিয়ার বাইরে বলতে গেলে নিউ অনেক টিম আছে যাদের সাথে আমাদের মেবি ফার্স্ট টাইম মানে প্রথম ব্যাটেল হবে। সো অনেক কিছু শিখতে পারবো আমরা।
আচ্ছা, সো অবশ্যই সেই জন্য তোমাদের জন্য শুভকামনা রইলো। 6ix9ine, তোমাদের ফ্যান্স এবং ফলোয়ার যারা তোমাদের অনেক সাপোর্ট করে আসছে, পুরোটা সময় জুড়ে তোমাদের সাথে ছিল এবং ঘরে বসে তোমাদের প্রতিটা ম্যাচ তারা দেখে, তো তাদের জন্য কোনো স্পেশাল মেসেজ কি তুমি দিতে চাও?
উই আর প্লেইং দিস ফর ব্যাটল ফর গ্লোরি। সো আই থিঙ্ক আমরা সবার থেকে সাপোর্ট এক্সপেক্ট করতেছি অ্যান্ড আমরা আমাদের আগের ভুলগুলো থেকে শেখার চেষ্টা করছি এই কয়েকদিনে। সো আই থিঙ্ক আমাদের এবারের রেজাল্টটা এর থেকে আগের থেকে ভালো হবে অ্যান্ড উই ক্যান হোপ ফর PMGC আই থিঙ্ক। সো এভরিওয়ান pray for us and keep supporting.
ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ গাইজ। যারা ছিলেন, কথা হচ্ছিল এই মুহূর্তে এ1 ই স্পোর্টস এর PMPL সিজন 4 এর সবচেয়ে এক্সাইটিং প্লেয়ার 6ix9ine বয়ের সাথে। ইনশাআল্লাহ সামনে তার সাথে আরো কথা হবে, দেখা হবে আপনাদের সবার সাথে। সো অবশ্যই আমাদের পাশে থাকবেন, সাপোর্ট জানাতে থাকবেন।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship Season 1. And today we have with us Kevin from YALLA Esports joining us for a lovely conversation. Kevin, how are you doing? How are you feeling about the tournament?
Hello, first of all, thank you for interviewing us, and we are pretty much ready for this tournament. We're gonna make our best to be on top and represent our team in the best shape ever.
You guys are the biggest name as far as the MENA region is considered, and it's going to be really amazing to see you go up against the South Asian teams as well. But I want to ask you, like, the momentum that you have built for yourself from the previous tournaments that you have played, how confident are you and the boys feeling that you will be able to carry it forward to this position and make the next push that is towards the global championship?
Well, in terms of the team, this team has been together since for already 2 years, 1 year before YALLA Esports and 1 year now with YALLA Esports. We have played the PMPL Season Arabia Season 1 and Season 2. Definitely, we have came to the runner-up, top 2 in PMPL Season Arabia 2. The guys are pretty much confident. We worked on all the negatives, let's say, or the mistakes that has been happening in the team, and they are ready. We are really ready for this tournament, inshallah.
I mean, definitely you guys look pretty ready, but I want to ask from you, as we did mention the Global Championship, and I mean, only a few slots remaining from this tournament. So which teams do you feel will give you the toughest competition in this run? Like a few teams from MENA and a few teams from South Asia that you will definitely be quite cautious about in this tournament?
From MENA, we are always having, let's call like rivals, or a GXR and Frequent Infinity team. They were always our top competitors. And from SA, I would call Stalwart Esports, because they have same landing spots as ours in Miramar and in Sanhok, and this will be a huge challenge.
I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see. As you mentioned, Stalwart Esports and you share a few key drop locations, so it's going to be really interesting to see how you guys adapt to that. But talking about adaptations, the two regions have completely different, not completely different, but slightly different playstyles, I would say, wherein over at MENA, you guys are a little bit more controlled with how you play around those team fights. Over in South Asia, team fights are just very chaotic. So I want to know, like, how are you guys planning to adapt to that situation? Will you stick to your own playstyles, or will you bring a little bit more aggression when it comes to those late game fights?
We have competed before in PMWI or against some South Asian teams, but definitely when we're talking about PMPL MENA and SA Championship, it's different. Securing that spot to the PMGC is not an easy road, definitely. We need to always make sure that we're going to be in the top 4 to secure that stop. This is first, and second, regarding the fights and whatsoever, I believe that having also mixed of MENA and SA will not make it as like one game style. So neither the SA teams can play their like fully game style, neither the MENA teams. For that, I guess we're gonna wait for the first day. But for YALLA Esports, we're gonna play our tactical side. We're gonna play our good positioning, how to secure the good position to get those chicken dinners.
Kevin, I have to say, I love the confidence that you have put on display in this interview, and it's going to make watching you guys a really exciting ordeal in this entire tournament. Now, one final thing I want to ask you is if you have a message for your fans that will be cheering for you and supporting you throughout this PMPL MENA and SA Championship.
So for our fans, we always promise you to be on top, and we always grind hard to be on top. Hopefully this time also never gonna disappoint you. We're gonna reach it to PMGC together all the way up, and call it out, YALLA up and YALLA on top. This is a battle for us, and this is the battle of the glory.
Well, that's just amazing, Kevin, and I'm pretty sure the fans are going to be cheered up even more after watching this interview. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and good luck to you and your team for the matches ahead.
Thank you.
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. A huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for, well, hook up your fun. This is all thanks to them. I'm going to be your host, Bora. Joining us are these two incredible dudes, Ocean Sharma and Super Johnny, to be our analyst. How are you guys doing? Final day, the fourth day of the league play.
Final day. Well, I'm glad we are done with the third day, the day that just gave us a lot of upsets though. But this day is going to give us 16 teams, and that's why it's important. That's why, every team that's out of that border will have to do everything that they can to be at a safe spot, because obviously there are 5 games, but well, each team gets 4.
Exactly. Each team gets 4 games, and as we talked about it yesterday as well,
today my eyes are going to be on those 16, 17, basically the bottom 4, the bottom 5, because the difference over there, it's not that big. One single match can actually change everything, and as we talked about it, Cryptics are a clear example of it. If you manage to convert the matches that you do have, the 4 games, if you do manage to have a top 4, top 5 finish in every single game with decent number of kills, you might just slide in the top 16 and make it to the finals, where it is all going to come down. First of all, there's going to be a reset in the standings, so everyone's going to be starting from 0, and that allows you the opportunity to fix the mistakes that have been made during the league play days.
Absolutely, and those mistakes definitely are going to be capitalized upon in the finals, because in the finals, again, I mean, those 2 days, they've only got 10 games total, right?
Yes.
For those 16 teams. But along with that, as we move on along, 20 teams are certainly part of this final 4th day of the league plays, and in those 20 teams, well, they have been subdivided in 5 individual groups, from which, as we're just mentioning, 16 teams will move on forth for the finals itself. But in that, DRS Gaming and Nigma Galaxy, these 2 teams have a different set going on for themselves. Let's talk a little bit about that.
We will. I would say we will, because obviously these teams have qualified for PMGC, right? But the performance right now kind of is just not has been at that delivering phase, as we know these teams what they are capable of. We were talking about the experiments that they are doing alongside themselves in their own teams, with the roles and with the rotations, etc. So maybe we'll have that conversation for sure, especially once the game starts.
Absolutely. In the finals is where I do believe these 2 teams are going to be pumping up all of their skills. But on the other front, $150,000 on the line. That is quite a hefty chunk to be a part of. Along with that, of course, we do have in the bottom right corner, tournament MVP walking away with $2,000.
Exactly,
Just
one
himself.
individual. No
Just
sharing
one.
the $2,000.
Well. That is going to be exhilarating right during the finals. But right now, during the league play days, this is a do and die situation for these teams. And the teams, as we were just mentioning, starting off from Group A, Cryptics, a team that day number 3 had a resurrection, definitely. And that is something that, of course, Mustache Dave has been talking about since day 1 from the side of Cryptics. And, well, they delivered yesterday. Let's just hope they're able to keep up that momentum today as well.
Well, the team is definitely doing good for themselves. But then, talk about Lit, right? They did start a team with the chicken dinner still not in town. Like, all those 16, all those things as well are kind of just, in their own ups and downs. So today, I would say that team as well might have to just, change the pace for themselves, Johnny.
Exactly. I completely agree with that, but let's not forget about KHK Esports as well. I mean, we are hoping to see them shine today. I mean, it is going to make things a lot more interesting if KHK has a few very wonderful games, but as Ocean said earlier, we're going to have to wait for the matches to begin to see if that is actually going to happen or not.
Oh yes, with that, as we move on forth from Group A to Group B, this is where things are going to turn on along once again, because in Group B, you've got YALLA Esports, you've got A1 Esports. I mean, we will talk about those when we go to the storyboard, but these teams are really close to being in the top 16 or not.
I mean, basically all tied up, YALLA and A1 Esports. I mean, both with exact opposite sort of momentums, right? YALLA, they had quite a decent start, and then things started to go haywire. We see them take a tumble down and get out of the top 16. A1 Esports on the other side, where the first 2 days not looking good at all. But yesterday we saw a decent performance from them, and now they find themselves in a position from where the finals actually look like a possibility. And once they make it to the finals again, as I said earlier, the reset, it might just help them out if they continue the same momentum that they have built for themselves in the matches that they played yesterday.
Definitely. As we move on from Group B to Group C, we do have Train to Kill that as guys, SUDOR Esports and Fate Esports. Now, these 2 teams, Fate Esports and SUDOR Esports, let's, bring up a conversation regarding them as well, Ocean.
I would say, it's they have their own shares of ups and downs. They have good games, have bad games here and there. So yeah, they definitely make up their marker. So though definitely, just climbed up really good in 1 or 2 days if we just talk about it. But Group D is kind of, where quite a lot of competition is. We see Triple Ikard as well, kind of on the bottom side. We see Stalwart kind of on the top side. So this group has had its own versatility overall when we talk about the way the lads are playing. But then, I guess, the Group of Death, and then there's a Group of Excitement as well.
Oh yes, the excitement certainly continues on towards Group E, where 2 teams, as we mentioned earlier, Nigma Galaxy and DRS Gaming, have already been invited to PMGC. Top 4 teams in the finals are going to move on forth from this to PMGC, and if these 2 teams are going to be in the top 4, well, that would mean we move on down to the 5th and 6th position and have them invited to PMGC. So along with that, I8 and Rico Infinity, well, these teams are on a storyline of their own. I mean, I8, we've seen them again and again bring in that destructive plays for themselves, but Rico is not that far behind as well.
Exactly. I mean, Rico Infinity have been really fun to watch this time around. I mean, based on the sort of momentum that they were coming into this tournament, it was looking quite interesting, and Rico Infinity delivered to the expectation. I mean, look at that. The team from MENA inside the top 5 with 1 chicken and basically tied up for the 4th position. It was really fun to watch, but as we mentioned, I mean, Nigma, Galaxy, and DRS, I will still be hopeful. I will still think the same way I'm thinking all this time. Like, these teams are just doing their own thing because they have already made it to the Global Championship, and all they are here to do is earn themselves some money and also scout out the competition. Basically see what the teams, the other 4 teams that will be joining them in the GC, what are those teams up to.
Exactly. Definitely. And right now, as we move on from first page to the next, now this is the page where quite a lot of ups and downs are going to be created today with the 4 games that are remaining for all of these teams, all of them wanting to be in the top 16. But again, I mean, you talk about that top 16, right? The contestation is between A1 Esports and YALLA, because from there you move on down, there's a hefty chunk of points difference. Ocean?
Yeah, there is, definitely. 64 points, 62 points, 44 points, 39, 36. But yesterday's example of Cryptics, that they set up an example for the entire lobby, and that is, you can have 2 bad days, but if you are climbing good on one day, make sure you count it out, right? Make sure you make that day count. That's what Cryptics did. So it's kind of a thing for maybe even Triple A. If they can have a similar climb, well, they can be in top 16 as well. The only part is A1 and YALLA, they are in Group B. They won't be playing the second last game, but if they arrive for the last game, right, they should have a safer spot as well for themselves, either of the teams, because if one of the teams is still at 16 and they have a bad game at that moment as well, it might as well just push them downwards. So all these minute things can be just really, really different. So yeah.
Oh yes, indeed. But on the other front, as you were just mentioning about Cryptics, let's talk a little bit more in depth about the team, because day number 3 of the league plays, this team has come back with a dominating play that has definitely boosted them up into the top 16. But their journey does not end, because the 4 games that they have today, well, they are going to have to keep up with that momentum.
Exactly, and Cryptics definitely, as Ocean mentioned and took the example of YALLA Esports and A1 sitting at the second last game. Well, Cryptic, their pressure is going to be different because, I mean, they basically have to watch the last game with their fingers crossed. And it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how they set themselves up for success before that, because it's going to be super important. And I believe if they somewhere keep their average points per match, if they manage to get like 8 or 9 points per game, that should get them to a safer position. But it is still looking like a very close finish.
We'll have to see, right? Obviously, now, yesterday they had a really good jump, but now it does look like, they are kind of struggling around 15, 16 position. I get it. But today, if they play similar, if not even similar, if they play safe, and we know obviously this team would not want to play safe, they would want to play aggressively, but if they can just, secure one good game by placement points margin, they can definitely just, make sure that they have that safe spot for themselves. But then again, we can just speculate. Whatever the team will do, well, they'll have decisions for themselves, definitely. And they'll obviously make good decisions. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, if yesterday is to be considered, they definitely are going to be making those decisions in every single game. And as you can see, I mean, that jump that they were able to create on day number 3 of the league plays, if that is an indication to what this team is expected, well, things are looking pretty good for them. And again, on this final day, with the pressure levels going a little over the top, we can maybe also bring up their gameplay till now. Talk about the gameplay till now, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but just think about it, right?
Yeah.
The last 3 games, the back-to-back good performance, that's where they touched double digits in their points, right? Otherwise, it was just a single-digit game, and this kind of just changes a lot of things in their own mentality. The momentum that they actually started on, will they be able to carry forward or not? I believe, I hope they do. I hope. But hope is a dangerous word, right? So
for now, it definitely is. Again, when we move on along, we did talk about it earlier as well. When you talk about YALLA Esports sitting on that 17th position, on the 16th position is going to be A1 Esports. Very, very close. Only 2-point difference, I believe, between these two. Yep, there we are.
Yeah. just 2 points separating them. The average survival time, look at that. And YALLA have definitely taken quite a dip because as we talked about it, day 1, they looked quite decent. Day 2 was also, well, day 2 is when the downfall actually started, and we saw them almost inside the top 16, just on the borderline qualification point. But yesterday they were out of it.
Johnny, we saw a few things just out there, right?
Yeah.
A1 Esports, they have less survival time. They have less damage dealt. They have more damage taken. They have less skills. Still, the team actually has a higher number in their overall, right? They have 64 points. So that just shows, right? One good game plus the way they have played. They never had that massive impact, except this Miramar though. They never had that massive impact. But still, slowly and steadily, they did make their games count. And that's why they're at 16th at this moment. Meanwhile, YALLA is at 17. That 2-point difference, that all just came down through that steady performance that they have. But still, they are in the red zone right now. Both teams.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, YALLA's downfall, I mean, the stats, as you mentioned, the damage numbers, the survival time, majority of it was something they accumulated on day 1 itself. Because day 2, as I said, things started to slow down. Day 3 was not good at all for YALLA Esports. Today, I'm hoping to see them recover. But now, it sort of brings a question into my mind, Ocean. And I want to know from you. Because these 3 teams that we just talked about, YALLA Esports, A1 Esports, and Cryptics, all 3 of them are going to feel different kind of pressures, right? What would you prefer? Would you prefer to skip out on the second last game and play in the last game, or would you get your games done first and then just wait and watch? Because, I mean, it's gonna be intense.
We know waiting doesn't work most of the times, right? Remember, if you are not playing the last game, things go bad. But if you're not playing the last game, you need to have that kind of a performance that you don't even need to worry about anything, right? You need to have your first 4 games with utter perfection. But well, talking about that, right? Look at A1 Esports' performance, like the way in the final moments they just took a dip against. They just took a jump against YALLA, and YALLA took a dip at that 11th game for both the teams, for themselves, obviously being in this in the same scenario, same group. It just kind of shows whenever they'll face each they'll be in the lobby, they'll be in the same lobby. So there's no denying the fact. So the competition still stays.
Oh yes, it stays in the level field. But again, as you talk about the final game, well, that is where we can bring up the conversation about Group E. Because from Group E, there are these 2 teams that have already been invited into PMGC. They are looking pretty A-okay for now in the top 16. Of course, I'm talking about Nigma Galaxy and the Real Soldiers. If their gameplay, the previous gameplay that they've showcased, is to be brought in, well, maybe today they'll break that barrier and bring their gameplay skills up, hopefully.
Alright, so this looks fun, Ocean. Damage dealt for Nigma Galaxy is less than the damage received, and still they have more points than DRS.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely true. 10,996, 10,006 coming out there. But here it kind of matters on a lot of things, right? Both of these teams, we kind of had in our minds that, think about it, right?
Yeah.
One of the best teams of MENA coming up against one of the best teams of South Asia, and obviously both teams have made their marker for PMGC. So we were hoping, right, the competition would just be fierce right at the bat. Either they are hiding their strategies or they are experimenting. I just don't know at this moment, because both of these teams, they did not deliver what we were expecting from these teams, right? Yeah. So maybe not till today. They'll just play to be safe, and tomorrow it might just be a complete 180 from both of these teams, and that's where the action, they will just multiply the entirety of the action. But we'll have to see for that.
And
that's
again,
what I'm waiting for.
Again, coming back to what Ocean said yesterday about these 2 teams in particular experimenting quite a lot, we've seen that happen time and time again. I mean, particularly in the case of DRS, because it's quite noticeable, them picking up fights outside the safe zone. They hardly used to do that, but this time it seems like that's all they want to do. They want to try and see how many teams they can pick off before they move inside the circle, and it's looking quite interesting because I mean, we've seen them force those fights and lose out on a few individuals, but again, moving inside the late game stages, they try that again, and if they start avoiding those fights after losing a few key players, maybe things might work out. But so far, DRS, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, do they really have anything to worry about? I mean, you are already heading to the Global Championship, so...
No, but it's not just always about worrying, right? It's about the practice that the team just keeps on doing. If you're having bad games, right, that kind of just, even if you're out there for global championship, but that this is your practice. This is like the way when you're practicing, like what you need to do and all. If you're having bad games, it will still come down to decisions. Why are you still having bad games? You should be doing better than this at least.
That's the whole point of practice, right? To figure out what went wrong and not let it put a major impact on your overall result. And this amount, we talked about it on day one, like the amount of freedom that Nigma, Galaxy and DRS would have in their matches. Like they are allowed to do whatever they want without it impacting their qualification position. So that is something that I guess the teams, as you said, are working on. And those decisions, if they figure it out before they actually head into the global championship, it's going to be very interesting to see what the new DRS and what the new Nigma Galaxy is going to do.
Absolutely. They're definitely keeping the entire lobby in a little bit of a black hole that they've created. And again, when it comes to the Stras, well, in the finals, I am keeping my fingers crossed. These two teams are going to be delivering. With that, as we move on forth, let's get the show moving across to now the viewers. The viewers is who I'm talking about, because now this is where you get it. Well, you have the perfect opportunity to get into the game and get this PMPL 2021 special crate that's only available till 16th of November. So get on into the game, log into the game and get playing, because there are so many gifts that are available for you all. Alongside that, as we move along, there are redeemable codes that are going to be shared in chat, through which you get Oppo Reno parachutes. You get to, well, flaunt with your friends, amongst your friends, 2021 t-shirt from Oppo, as well as an Oppo hat. These are all in-game items that are available for you, but to be able to do that, you have to be viewing the stream via PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, because that is exactly where the codes are going to be shared in the chat. And from there, as we move on along, now this is where I need your help. This is where I want your help, and I want you to start sharing this championship stream with your friends, because we want to have this milestone completed. 60,000 viewers, well, you get perfect opportunity to get these wonderful in-game items. 80,000 viewers, that many more. And when you move it to 100,000 viewers, this is all in-game item rewards that is available for you, that again you're going to have to keep an eye out in the chat, especially right here at PMPL South Asia and MENA Championship. With that, let's move on, get our show started off. It is time to move on along with the schedule of the day. And today we're going to be starting off on Miramar, where once again, of course, Group E is not going to be playing. So maybe, again, I mean, we were talking about YALLA and A1. A1 got their chicken dinner on Miramar.
Yeah.
Just maybe this could be a game for them. What do you guys anticipate?
I mean, for today, personally, I would say my eyes are just around the teams at 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Yeah,
so if you're asking me to, indirectly, Blotter, if you're putting us at the spot and asking us to pick a team, I would go with the A1 at this moment. Not just because, you know, they had a really good game yesterday and all those things, but because I want to see the chaos in the minds of the players as well. I want them to just, you know, feel the way the pressure is just, you know, crumbling down on them. And that's where obviously it just comes on YALLA. Obviously with the players like Yusuf, Powerful Bandar, ID7, those lads will be prepared for anything that just comes down to their path. So maybe A1, maybe YALLA. But then if we just, you know, talk about it, I'm pretty sure this thing, nah. Yeah, that. But no, yeah.
You have to be careful with magical objects when you're tossing them around, Ocean.
Well, with that, as we move on along, let's go on into the game, to the other side of this wonderful, virtual world is what I was going to say. Are the casters waiting?
You never asked for Johnny. You never asked.
Exactly,
you never
right?
asked.
Before we move on along, Johnny, you do still have to speculate, mate. You do have to pick a team. You are going to have to. But let me help you out a little bit. In that map chance, we did also see Lit Esports. They've gotten a chicken dinner on Erangel, on Miramar. So that could be maybe a possibility, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, YALLA Esports, we've talked about them. We've talked about A1 Esports. Let's not forget Lit and KHK as well. I mean, KHK, as I said earlier, I want to see them outshine in at least one match today, and then probably build up upon
maybe
that
the starting
later on. Exactly. If they do it in the first game of the day, it's going to be the best possible situation for them, because then your confidence is going to be high throughout the day, and you can build up on that performance. Lit Esports, as Blot mentioned, we did see them earlier,
Johnny,
and maybe they can turn things around right now. Yeah,
Johnny Blotter. In that sense, I would say the luckiest teams right now are from Group E because they are not playing.
Yes.
But after
Yep.
this, when they start, they'll have like complete momentum for themselves. I'm talking about especially about Enigma Galaxy and obviously DRS, right? We did have a conversation about them, and obviously I8 is going to be there as well. I8 definitely the lads are doing really good, but I also want to see by the end of the day, will Action remain at the top or not, or like
Yeah.
Yes, it's pretty close, right? It's really
Yeah.
close. I
Yeah.
mean, you talk about that formula, right? You've got weightage on the kills, you've got weightage on, of course, the damage as well, and that is where it's getting a little closer for the side of Action to maybe be toppled down from that high horse that he's on, but we shall have to see, because again, you're talking about Star Wars Esports, right? Every single game, or maybe I shouldn't mention it, because yesterday, as the disc mentioned, they did not walk away with so many kills that we anticipated them to.
Yeah.
They only had 1 kill and 10 placement points, and I believe that was on Miramar itself, right?
definitely.
Yeah.
Well,
I think so.
So again, that is going to be a team that we will also have to keep an keen eye out towards, because that team does not stop. So does not I8, but I8 is not going to be playing this game. So with that, you're perfectly certain that these are the teams you're going to be picking. No changes.
Yeah.
No final
Yeah.
decision. All right. Well, with that, let's move on. Varun?
I was just gonna say he goes for Group B, I go for Group A, Lit and KHK. That right?
All right, let's find out. Let's find out if that's going to be the case or not. Let's move on along to the other side of this virtual arena towards the casters who are going to be Mustache Dave and Experiment to take you through this first game.
Thank you so much, Blotter. Oh, there we are coming up from the ground below. Dave, wonderful seeing you again. The last final day of league play. A lot on the line for these teams. How are you feeling? Are you excited for this final day?
Hey, I am just happy that Cryptics had a solid end to yesterday so that they will not be sweating bullets, or at least as many bullets as if they would not have. Yes, they are in 15th position, but they have a little cushion to deal with here today. We got, 5 more games to go, top 16, make it to those finals, baby. Today it's do or die for these teams at the very bottom.
It is going to be do or die, and of course, as you have a look at your favorite players, let me just add on a point to Cryptics. Now, we were talking about which team is the best balanced team out there, and we kind of agreed that, it's the team that gets an equal number of kill points and an equal number of position points. Well, Cryptics are sitting at 74 points, and let me tell you one thing, 37 apiece for kills and placement points. I mean, these guys are well balanced. The question is, are they going to take it a step forward today and crush their opposition? But right now, the flight path is going to be on your screens. We are going to be flying down south, a bit towards the southeast as we fly over El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Chumacera, and of course, we are going to be ending things by the southern coast over there. Now, all the drop spots are going to be hotly contested, Dave. Now, you did kind of mention Cryptics over here. Do you think they're going to be gunning right from the beginning, like straight off the bat, or are they going to take things easy again? Because, again, time is of the essence.
Yeah, so they are, like you said, well balanced. All right, I see the shade you're throwing at them. All right, I don't know if I respect it. I'm just saying.
It's not shade. I'm being serious over here.
They're well balanced, but they need like 20 more points to both of those stats at least. So I think crank it up. To answer your question, I think crank it up to maximum. Honestly, today for me is do or die. Like I mentioned, they got a couple of points to work with ahead of A1. 10 points to be exact. We can see that right here. So if they crank it up, say, for example, in this first game or even the second game, say it does not work out in their favor, well, they still have a little cushion to deal with. Yeah, the wards to the risk, it's going to be a challenge. Because if they do get those 0 points, well, they're going to be playing from behind. Because all A1 has to do today, in my opinion, is pay attention to the kill feed. Once when Cryptics gets taken out, then they could kind of hit the gas and pump it up a little bit because they know for a fact that they'll outplace them. So we'll have to pay attention to these storylines throughout the day because right out the gate, looks like we got a classic 1v1 hot drop.
Well, they're going to have to pay attention on the ground as well because SUDOR Gaming are going to be going up against ICURD Triple Esports. Now, SUDOR, they do have a few position points on ICURD. I do believe they are going to be in the last position right now at the bottom. So today is definitely going to be an important day for this team. Now, we did kind of see them, shy away from a lot of fights in the past and just be unlucky as far as rotations and positioning in the zone goes because you don't want to get yourself surrounded, but right now it does look like both members have an idea that the other is nearby. Now SUDOR is going to be going in with that Uzi, just trying to tease the opponent, but S-Rod over here does have that mighty shotgun. Now, if that shotgun goes off in your face, it could be devastating. It looks like he's taken another route, and now they're going to be on either side of this door with that Uzi magazine being spent. The reload comes in, but again, it's going to be a stalemate between these two opponents.
Ooh, what I see is Santa Claus with the shotgun. That is not something I want to face check. And now here comes the support on the side, making us a 2v1. How the tables have turned. Yeah, we got an Uzi on the second story. Yeah, Uzis are good, but it doesn't matter if you don't have a chance to take that shot, because you know what? The grenade coming in hot here to seal the deal.
Well, when guns can't do the talking, you let some shrapnel in the window, and well, that is all she wrote over here, as First Blood is going to be coming in. And we were talking about Ecord Triple Esports, being at the bottom. This might just be a little silver lining for them, as they are going to be kicking things off with First Blood over here. Now, the circle, of course, we did see early on is going to be towards the north, with the water treatment plant pretty much at the center, which means all these teams down to the south are going to have a long winding road as they migrate up north. And the thing is, it's Miramar, you're going to see these vehicles from miles away, so it's going to be a little problematic circumnavigating their way towards the newer circles. But right now, A1 Esports, we did kind of mention them, Dave. They have kind of they've gotten out of that slump of the last 4 positions, which means YALLA Esports, KHK, and Lit, and of course we obviously have Ecord Triple Esports as well. These guys are going to have to face a lot of the brunt today. I mean, it is going to be a monumentous task for them. It is doable, but maybe it's a bit too late.
Ecord, like we saw right there, you said good start, right? You said good start. They got 1 point. Well, they're going to need to do that about 35 more times. All right? They need to do that about 35 more times here today to even the playing field with A1, who is currently in 16th position. So A1 and YALLA, that's 16th and 17th, only 2 points from each other. Day one, YALLA, for me, remember, they were playing with like 3 squad mates, and they were not scared. They were popping off every time we saw them. They were taking shots, taking fights, and they were winning those fights too. They kind of slid down since then. That confidence, I'm not sure exactly what happened. I know the team recently kind of got back together after feeling underneath the weather these past couple days, so they're healthy. They're feeling good. I know they're trying to get that synergy flowing once again. That's what they told me yesterday. But right now, 2 points behind A1. They are in a very challenging position. So if I'm looking at YALLA, I'm thinking to myself, what are we going to do here today? What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get consistent points. So I'm going to try to get top 6 every single game. That's 4 points with a couple kills. We talked about baby steps a couple days ago. I don't think you need a huge game. Obviously, if you're YALLA, you get the chicken dinner. That's great. But I think I would prioritize these consistent 5 points, 6 points per game every single game here today, because they only got 4 more games to go. I think I would favor that over playing ultra risky. Same could be said for A1. I mean, what's your take on that?
I mean, I'm going to have to agree with you on a few of those points. Yeah, but again, they only have 4 games apiece left for either side. So, time is of the essence. I mean, it is their make it or break it moment right now. So, yeah, you can still go for those 5-6 points average a game, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, you are going to have to get one big game. But again, it's easier said than done. It's so easy for us just to sit over here and just speculate. Oh, you should have done this. No, we should have done that. But again, that is what our job is as wives over here, making sure they switch their vehicles, get those buggies, because you want to have that flexibility over the humans. You don't want to be caught in the party van, toppling over, tumbling down a cliff with enemies shooting at you, while you can have a buggy and just, zoom all over the desert. But again, coming back to the point, it all depends on how what the mental state is going to be like, because they are going to have to pick fights sooner or later, and sooner would be better in my opinion, because later on, Dave, it's just going to get chaotic. They're going to have to, deal with too many enemies on too many fronts.
So to be clear, when I'm talking consistent baby steps, I'm talking 5 or 6 points all 4 games. I'm talking YALLA, A1, Cryptics. Those 3 teams that are on the cusp. But when we look at the teams below them, we're talking Lit, KHK, and Ecord. they need the chicken dinners. They need these explosive games. They need to get involved early game, every single game. They need to be getting squad wipes. They need to be getting top 3. Like, they need to go all out. So there's 2 different ends to coin. You got the teams that are right on the line, right on the cusp. YALLA being one of them. I think I would suggest they should kind of look towards those consistent points, play a little safe here early to mid game. But then we look at those teams, like I said, Lit, KHK. They need to pop off here today, and that's a fact.
Then I suppose, the gameplay for YALLA Esports is going to have to be that they should play from the periphery and make their way in, making sure that they have a back against their wall, in the form of the blue zone, without having any enemies come up from behind, and just make sure that they are focused in one direction. Again, it is all speculation, and we're going to have to see what the zone is going to do later on, because that is going to be the dictating factor as to how these teams are going to be moving about this map. Now, Wizzes with wives on our screens, man, these boys have been surprising us. They've been entertaining us, getting those high consistent finishes and a chicken dinner to boot as well. Oh, my ears just perked up. I did hear a bolt action M24 go off in the distance. Looks like Wolves might have spotted somebody or something moving or slinking in the distance there and decided to take a pop shot. However, nothing met the bullet's track. But again, coming back to the points, the bottom of the table, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is going to be a difficult day, but again, there are teams who have done wonderful. I mean, if you compare teams of the opposite spectrum, Stalwart Esports, I8, of course, are not in this game, but boy, they have been firing on all cylinders. But have a look at this. Now, all the teams are going to be congregating just north of San Martin, and that is where things are going to get a bit dicey. Chaos is definitely going to be ensuring as an AUG A3 drops from the skies above.
Yeah, to make matters worse for these teams that are on the cusp, like just going to be fighting tooth and nail today, right? Struggling, like they're giving it their all. You got teams, like you said, Stalwart Esports, all the way at the top. I saw a Instagram post saying that it's getting lonely at the top. They said that. They said that.
I know what you're talking about.
With all their points. So to me, with that confidence, they could do whatever they want. Because remember, the goal here, league play, top 16. They have a huge point lead ahead of second place. So even if Stalwart Esports were to get aggressive, get involved, hot drop some teams, make it a little spicy out here, they're playing with no risk. No risk at all. So we'll see what these teams at the top do decide to do today, because they have nothing to lose, in my opinion. But looking over here, one of the teams with a lot to lose, trying to fight it out here, trying to breach that top 16. We got Lit taking some shots out here down south.
Now, Lit definitely started this tournament strong. I mean, they did get a win in the first or the second game, if I'm not wrong, on day one. But after that, they have kind of fizzled out. And, well, we did have a little lull in the action despite that first blood coming in earlier. But the 10-minute mark is when things are getting heated up. It does look like NASR did get a knock on a member of A1 Esports. However, I do believe that knock was confirmed, and now A1 has been reduced to a 3-man squad. And again, because they need to survive, because they need to get those points, like you said, to scrape through, get an average of 5, maybe 6 points a game, they are making the right call and are deciding to fall back because, again, they're not really confident in their position, in that situation, taking that fight against NASR. They don't have all that information. And, of course, information is key. That is like 50% of the job done in PUBG Mobile. As Lazy Boy from Cryptics. Now, again, we've talked about this team, Dave. I know you want them to do good, but they are going to have to step it up today.
Yeah, right here, I feel like this is definitely a bigger fight for KHK to lose because they are not currently in that top 16. Cryptics, 15th overall. Cryptics looking to gatekeep KHK here, get some kill points. Looks like Pennywise was already able to drive, leapfrog around this gatekeep over here. Now Lazy Boy taking some blue zone damage, kind of getting caught off guard out here, but I do see Marshall trying to wrap around, possibly get the alternate angle and support their squad mate out here.
Well, he did try to get those obscure angles over there, but it looks like Marshall is going to be up ahead. But let's have a look at the replay as Lit Esports did get that one finish up on Fate as the car did go boom, and then A1 Esports was also put in the ground. Lazy Boy with that laser precision from that M4 at distance, getting the job done. Now, talking about A1 Esports, their woes are still not over, as it does kind of look like, 6ix9ine Boy did fall back to its teammates, but man, Nasser are just hungry. They are just hounding him. They are surrounding him, and now they're even shooting lead in his direction. But against all odds, he is going to run away for a little bit. But now he is going to be in a valley of death situation. He's going to be down there. Nabo is going to be spraying relentlessly at that McLaren. However, A1 Esports, a 6'9" boy, finally is going to be taken out by an explosion by Bathika. And, well, we did talk about it. This team definitely facing the brunt right now, Dave.
That thing is just zooming. So it looked like Jackson Dante were already on the reposition, on the move to get a new spot in the next zone. So he couldn't really provide that support to 6'9" boy out there. Like you said, stuck in the Death Valley out there. Very challenging situation to be caught in. But at least the duo from A1, they do have a nice spot for the time being in the new circle that they can kind of turtle up, hunker down, and hope that nobody crashes them. Hope that no full team pulls up on them. And talk about hoping that no one pulls up on them. Well, what's going on over here? Little bait action. Little punch up. Little punch out.
I thought...
He got the pan, too.
I thought we were going to hear a skull go crunch under the wheel, but in fact, it's going to be that metal pan that's going to smack him across the face and put him down in the ground. That is just... that hurts. But anyway, the circle has kind of shrunk in, and now Cryptics, we did see them towards the northwest of the map. They are still in that little stalemate with KHK, but it looks like they are going to be making a move as Marshall is going to go up on the left flank. That is a dangerous position to be in because he's suddenly going to be spotted out. 3 different weapons trained at him. Marshall goes down. Lazy Boy is going to take a brunt of that damage as well as Del Chapo and Senke. Now have to decide how they go about it. Pennywise making a good decision, coming up on the right flank, trying to cut them off as quickly as he can. That grenade could be devastating. Senke, in fact, could be the recipient, but no, it's Pennywise who has a little bit of a mishap, and the grenade almost knocks him out, but it's Biscay from distance who gets a knock on Lazy Boy and Senke with 1 grenade, and Cryptics, boy oh boy, they are dwindling here, Dave.
Huge yikes right there, in my opinion. Cryptics, they were on the hunt. They knew exactly where KHK were. They were on the hunt. They were following them this whole time, and for Marshall to pull up and give away a free point like that in their vehicle, and then the double knock grenade to kind of turn the tides, and wow, Cryptics, don't lose your point lead. I know I said you got a cushion, but that doesn't mean to show up here and just start feeding teams in the lobby. So that right there, that's a good sign. I was talking about this earlier. That right there, A1, if they're paying attention to the kill feed, they recognize Cryptics are out. That's a great sign for A1, especially because they only have a duo. So if I'm A1 right here, I'm going to do my best this game to try to get as many placement points as possible.
I've got a couple of questions about that skirmish. I'm going to come back to that later right now because Rules is going to be charging up this mountain. He does get one of the members from SUDOR Esports, and now he is going to set his sights on the last man in the buggy. Shots have been fired. Can Carton do something possible over here because he does want to try and patch himself up, but that is not going to be possible as Rules is zigging and zagging his way towards his enemy. He goes left, he goes right, he shoots, he puts him down, but it's Reaperbot who helps him out from behind. Meanwhile, his teammate Delta is in a precarious situation, a 1-on-4 up against Nasser. He is trying to keep them at bay. Another grenade was lobbed out, but Hassan is going to be chasing him down, but that's a little bit of good parkour coming in from Delta as he manages to get out of harm's way and now has a little bit of a cushion. Boy, that was wonderful.
Yeah, not only that, though, those shots are going to be alerting Vibes, who are currently on the approach in vehicles. They might tend to third party, get some kill points, as we are going to be looking over there. Some pot shots across the way, but hey, bring it back to the fight, man, as Delta was able to sneak out the compound, and I have to say, it has to do with Vibes pulling up and third partying. Oh, but not for long, though.
Not for long. All that special training, all that Delta Force training was coming in handy, but now that 1 grenade is going to put an end to this little escapade, and with that, Delta is going to be taken out of this game, which means I do believe Wizzes with Vibes now are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. Reaper X and Mullick are the only ones who are going to be carrying their squad forward. Let's have a look at that little kerfuffle early on. KHK, we're waiting. Marshall just gave this away again. Dave, I need some help. I need you to break it down. We already kind of agreed Marshall kind of made a mistake, driving his car right up at the front. But then Senke and Lazy Boy clumped in one corner, one angle. Your thoughts?
Yeah, the way that this whole thing started, Cryptics, they were in a convoy,
like
really close to each other, in a straight line practically in their vehicles. It looked to me that they were chasing them down. They were in a skirmish for the longest time, right? They knew exactly who they were up against too because they got knocked earlier on. So not exactly sure what that was. Just a little throw here. And, hey, hopefully in their next 3 matches, they don't experience the same kind of gameplay that we just saw right there because they might be looking at losing their top 16 position. And that would just be horrible for the Mustache Dave hype train.
Well, it could definitely be horrible for Mustache Dave hype train, but it is going really good for NASR. And just as I say that, Dante, through a peek, through a little creak in the window, is going to get a knock in on Nabo. And now that follow-up grenade is going to make sure that Nabo, well, meets his maker, but looks like he is still safe and sound for the time being. Now, NASR, they've suddenly come under heavy fire from all ends, and it looks like the revive could be a bit tricky. Now, even for A1 Esports, Jackson, Dante, they got to make sure that they play smart over here. Now, like you mentioned earlier, I'm pretty sure that they are keeping an eye on that kill feed. They should be kind of aware that, you know, Cryptics are pretty much out of this game, which means all they need to do is hold on to another couple of position points. There you go. Now, the cherry on top of that cake will be if they get a few extra points through kills. But again, they got to go for plan A. Plan B can be implemented later on. As Hojuan from K7 trying to keep his angles. Now, they do know that, you know, Wizzes with Vibes are going to be in the vicinity. But it is a tricky circle because we do have bits and pieces of the water treatment plant. However, we still have a lot of open ground to cover. There you have it. Stalwart Esports dead smack in the center. And the circle is going to be kind to them as well. However, Dave, this means in the matter of seconds, a lot of teams are going to be heading straight for that bridge.
Yeah, Stalwart, they had a 2-2 split a couple zones ago. They got favored with action right there in their current position. They grouped up. Now they are 4. Dead center. Once again, 2 zones in a row. Dead center. And remember, this is the best team in the lobby as of right now when we're talking the overall leaderboard. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get a lot of kills from their current position because there's a lot of open sight lines where they're currently holding. And popping back over to our A1 storyline and already repositioning on the road, I believe Dante and Jax, they're going to try to stay separated here to kind of help their odds here as the game progresses because the 12th place is only 1 point. So I really appreciate this strategy that A1 are coming in.
Oh, it makes sense, but right now, T2K are going to have to fend off an attack because Lit Esports have kind of crashed into their position, and Jade over here is confused. He has a lot of sound coming in. He is going to look left, but he doesn't look right. In fact, he's going to get taken down by Nil, as Nil is going to be popped, making sure that Sandesh is going to be taken out of this game as well. Lit Esports now, they were struggling just a little bit, but looks like they've made the best of the situation as they've pretty much annihilated 2 members of T2K in the blink of an eye. Could they have done better? Possibly. However, that is not what we are discussing right now. As Ikud Esports are going to be moving in on Fates' position, and funnily, they did take a lot of damage. In fact, it's Deadeye's guys shooting at them from the distance. This is problematic for them, Dave, as it kind of looks like End is going to be the last man standing for this team.
Yeah, Lit, they need this game. Right now, they got 4 kill points. They're about 20 points behind getting into that top 16. So Lit, I can see them still in the kill feed, getting some knocks. They are doing exactly what they need to be doing here this game. Down to 1 squad mate, but I'm not even worried. Popping over here, though, K7 Esports just trying to steamroll, trying to sweep up the edges right here. And look who was in their crosshairs. YALLA Esports, 17th place on the overall leaderboard. Not what they want to see here in Game 1.
Not what they wanted to see, but I will say they do have 6 kills. Not a bad outing for them in this game, but right now, it looks like Helm End is going to be in a world of trouble. That smoke is kind of obscuring the vision for the enemy, but a grenade is something that cannot be blocked. And there you have it. He goes boom. And looks like Lit Esports, again, they almost got the better of T2K, but they have pretty much been blown into oblivion thanks to a grenade by Suyog. Again, that should be coming up on the replays, as now in the blink of an eye, teams are going to be toppling over one another. From 12, Dave, we've gone to 7 in just a matter of seconds, and, you know, it's going to be dwindling down even further. I suppose it's the right call from A1 Esports. They might just survive till the end and get those delicious placement points.
I call them chicken nuggets. Not the chicken dinner, but the chicken nuggets. Yeah, if you don't get first place, you get second or third. Yeah, those are some chicken nuggets. And you know what? YALLA kind of coming back to their form here this game. You called it out, 6 kills. If A1 were to get taken out right here, right now, I believe YALLA would overtake them for that 16th position. So hopefully the duo, Dante and Jax, well, they can snake it out here on Miramar, try to get those chicken nuggets. But we still got 7 teams to go in total here. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Oh, that was a bit of a risky move over there. Now, he did run away with the vehicle, but I'm sure they did spot the enemies, and Legend's position has been given away. Miracle is going to pop over this little crevice and take a few shots, but Legend is going to be quick on the reaction and gets undercover. Now, that grenade, though, could be problematic. There you have it. That's all she wrote. Miracle with a boom. Make sure that Legend is going to be knocked out, and now he's going to have to change his position because A1 Esports kind of snuck in through the back door over here, and Batika and his teammate Miracle suddenly are going to find the enemy on the other side. But they make the right decision. They're like, you know what? We have the circle. We see that little ridge. We see that tree. We're going to go park the vehicle and make a little fortification right in the center of the circle.
Yeah, that is huge because we saw Jackson Dante, they were getting pre-fired, sprayed upon behind that boulder, but then Nassar decided to reposition and kind of give that one up. Like, that's a blessing right there. STE, though, they have been in this zone for some time, just hunkering down. They still have hard cover to work with here, as we can see the flat terrain on the high ground, and then Dante and Jax with that slope that they're able to deal with right now. That slope right there on the edge. If the next zone does not favor them, remember, they're on foot. They don't have vehicles to build their own cover, and I have to assume their smokes probably not the strongest here either, just because of how far we are into the game. So we'll see what happens. But Deadeyes still up, still strong in the fields, using these hay bales to still put in a lot of work.
Well, they are putting in the work, but Action over here is going to make sure True Love is going to be brought down to his knees. This is where NASR can actually do a lot of damage on Deadeye's guys. Like you did mention, if the circle moves away from A1 Esports, that little dip that they have is going to be all for nothing, and they are going to have to move out. And I'm not sure how many utilities they have, whether they have enough smokes to make sure they steal the vision or not. But right now, it does seem like Stalwart Esports are fully focused. In fact, with horse blinders on Deadeye's guys, they have patched Action up. The circle has kind of imploded in on itself. A1 Esports are going to have to move in just a little bit. This is going to be tricky. Now, if Stalwart are fully concentrated on Deadeye's guys, they might surprise them from that left flank.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if A1, they try to wrap around somehow using that ledge, that slope as much as possible instead of face checking STE in their compound right here. And they might even be able to pop up and catch one of the Nassar players off guard and take up that dip for their own. But this is going to be challenging. Look at this terrain. It is just wide in the open as they make this cross.
Well, Stalwart Scribe gets a vehicle and moves up a bit as Action is going to get a knock on top. Now, as far as A1 and NASR are considered, I'm pretty sure both teams have an exact idea of where the other is, as Deadeye's guys are now forced to pretty much take cover behind one hay bale. That could be problematic later on. Dante spots the enemy, makes a move, but from distance, from the other side of the circle, it's going to be Deadeye's guys' Frag Boy, who is going to put A1 Esports out of the misery. A fourth position finish there is not going to be anything to scoff about. As Scry, he did try to make a move. Unfortunately, it's not going to work in his favor. But now, Deadeye's guys, they only have a few seconds to work with. They only have that one angle. Can they get out of harm's way, or are they going to be put down on the ground?
Yeah, fourth place, 8 points right there. So that's the chicken nuggets that we're talking about. Now Stalwart, though, going to be pushing out of their compound just wide in the open. Nothing but confidence right here. And we'll see if they can use their numbers to their advantage to get another chicken dinner underneath their belt. Remember, they said, hey, it's getting lonely at the top. Well, you know what? If they get another chicken dinner, it's only going to be lonelier here, XP.
I mean, maybe they need to throw a few games if they want to make some friends, because this is a dog-eat-dog world. No one is their friends, but right now, Top almost getting knocked out. Gets the better of Vathka, and Miracle is going to be the last man standing. Now, he needs some divine intervention. He needs something miraculous if he wants to be saved over here, because Pika is right at his face. Shots are being fired. The M4 goes off around the boulder, and with that, Stalwart Esports have snatched victory once again here in Miramar. Woo!
Ooh, I love that whiteboard behind them. See, I saw that whiteboard, and it
they
had
do their
the strategy. It had the strategy. It said day 4, win.
Win.
That was it. That was it. That was the game plan for today. Just win. Oh, man. Stalwart Esports, man. So, what I got to say, though, this might be a hot take, is I hope that they can perform the same in the finals, right? Finals only 10 games. You would assume they can because they have been so consistent. But I just hope they don't use all their gas here in the league play where the goal is only top 16.
Nah, I think they'll still have something left in the tank for the finals later on. But again, a wonderful show of prowess and their tactical skills overhead. The fact that they have the control. Now, some might argue that, hey, maybe the zone was favoring them a bit too much. But again, it's an RNG thing. It's not like they've put some codes in and, got the zone to favor them. But again, wonderful, wonderful zone control. I'm sure the analyst desk will break a lot better. So let's do this. Why don't we get off camera? We'll make sure that everyone is going to be ready for the next match. But before that, we, of course, are going to have a teeny little break.
Welcome to the virtual world right here of PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. A huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. With that, final day of the league play, we were talking about Stalwart. What sort of a comeback are they going to be bringing to the table? Well, the rise in the points is what they're going to be bringing. There is just no stopping that team.
Well, I mean, Miramar has its own heights, and well, Stalwart was definitely climbing those heights with their performance. So yeah, that's pretty good. And well, good control of the zone. I mean, I don't know, the zone was controlling. It was either way, like they were controlling zone or the zone was controlling the gameplay around them. Something or the other happened, and well, it was good. It was even Stevens.
Definitely, we'll talk more about that during the zone analysis itself. But right now, it's time to talk about the MVP coming in from this game.
And it's going to be Batika from Nasser Esports. And Nasser, we have talked about them. They sort of have been playing under the radar, but despite that, no flashy plays from their side, but they still have a good performance one way or the other. And we've seen them build up the momentum during the day. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how far this team can go in the finals, because they are for sure headed there. And Batika, he has always been a key player for his team, even in this match, securing 7 kills, 806 damage dished out, 519 healing done. So quite a decent performance from him as an individual, and Nasser Esports as a team doing really well in this match.
Definitely. With that, as we move on to the top players, we of course do have Batika right there, but moving on to the players of Stalwart. Action, 957 damage, 4 kills. His teammate timing it along Pika with 3 kills, 689 damage. And then we, of course, do have T2K and Dead Eyes guys as well.
Yeah, we have these players, but in action now, if you talk about it, the lad is getting those kill numbers for himself. That means he's creating a bridge between the players as well, when we were just talking about that one, for sure.
Exactly.
Talking about Salwat and Nasser, well, 2602 coming up from Salwat side, and 1583 coming down from Nasser's side. 11 and 10. So this is a close affair game if we just talk about it. Overall, Salwat will 25 minutes of average survival. That's pretty good considering the opponents. Well, I mean, they had 21 minutes of survival time though. The opponents, they did try, but they did lose. I mean, Nasir, they did lose a few players here and there, but still pretty good performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wonderful run from Nasser Esports, considering, as you said, they lost out a few individuals earlier on, and then in the end, it was just Miracle hiding behind a rock, just trying to survive from the players of Stalwart Esports that were running in his direction. It was an interesting finish. Also, we got to see some interesting shots from top as well from Stalwart Esports, just hopping behind the banner, a little throwback to what they did on day one of the previous South Asia Championship.
Yeah, the school area, right? I remember that one.
Yep.
But right now, most utility is used coming down 18 by Miracle. So Nasser, no doubt, alright, so this is the thing. Stalwart did win this one, but the impact that Nasser created with their gameplays, like the lads they created with their gameplays, that's just so good. Miracle's out here. Batika, we see his name as well. So yeah, these lads did really good, and that's amazing. And well, that's the competition right now. So far, first game has been really good in the hands of Stalwart and Nasser.
Absolutely. On the other front, as you move on along, A1 Esports also bringing them decent amount of points for themselves. 2 kill points, but 8 placement points, confirming that 10 point is certainly going to be helping them out for the cause, as they are on that 16th spot, or maybe we'll find out.
Well, alright, so for this game, I have to say, I mean, Ocean was the one who called it. I mean, he said A1 Esports, they're going to do really well. My bet was placed on KHK and Lit Esports, who, well, they did try to get a few decent points for themselves, but the mid-game stages did not really go their way.
Indeed, but with that, let's move on and have a look at those rotations that were made that were then caught off guard for a few of these teams. Ocean, walk us through the zone analysis.
I mean, this one here is quite simple and normal one for one team, and that's just here. Look at this. Right off the bat, kind of not exactly the central lines, but still kind of good central area that they had for themselves. Meanwhile, look at this. The entirety of the game was happening around them. First circle inside the zone, really good. Then the next circle comes up, still they are in the zone, but then this is the classic strategy. We just talk about this team, right? I mean, Johnny, we have talked about this previously as well. 2-2 split. Yeah. This team loves to have that kind of a split for themselves. That just gives them their safety cushion. And this Reg, they had a Reg on one side, so even if someone would have been charged on or would have been charging on them, that would not have been possible. And on the other side is where they were having their eyes on, which was completely empty. So this team just had a lot of time to think and re-strategize themselves.
Exactly. I mean, and while there was time to think, they had to act quick upon this, because if you are going to try and move towards Hacienda, where the teams, I mean, we do see Kurth Triple Esports, so whether you have to be extremely careful, because if you are a little too late, you're going to be in a world of trouble. But hey, I mean, as you mentioned, as soon as the game ended, Ocean, this time, I mean, the circle was for Stalwart the entire time.
Yeah, and look at this, right? Nasser just losing out on their players here and there. Meanwhile, they were just 2 players surviving that just had a good area for them to just get inside the circle. This time, they did focus on getting in the circle first. I mean, although they did have a loss of 2 players though, but they did focus on that. That was really good. And after that, well, they did perform incredible for themselves, if I just have to talk about it. And, well, Stalwart staying in the circle, and A1 Esports as well, just staying around the circle for them, it was really good. And now when Stalwart had to get inside the circle, but they were not getting inside the circle exactly, they were charging in with good confidence.
Oh yes, they certainly were, and that has resulted in, again, I mean, the points that this team has been able to walk away with, definitely going to be helping their cause. But again, we already know that they are on the top of that leaderboard, and there is already a difference, quite a lot of difference between the first and the second position, but it certainly does help out for that cause. On the other front, as there were so many fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game, let's combine all of those clips through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And again, I mean, it is going to be Miramar, so you have to be careful while rotating, as I guess Fade Esports found that out the hard way inside this game.
That's just, how it is. some games you in the same map, right? Sometimes you do really good, sometimes you do really bad. It just keeps on happening. So that's just how it works. But after a few circles, right, when we see that the chaos is still there, when the teams are still alive, what Miramar does is the circle shift. They kind of just change the pace of chaos. We have seen fast starts of Miramar that end up in a slow pace. We've seen slow starts of Miramar that end up in a really fast pace, all because of the circle shifts. And well, in this one, it helped Stalwart. For the other teams, it kind of was just its own storyline. Look at this, a few players and all like just staying outside the circle. So quite chaotic for those lads.
Yeah, especially for all the teams that were trying to move in from the eastern and the southeastern side of the circle, from the fourth circle onwards, it got very tricky. Because as you mentioned, I mean, Stalwart, they had a really good position for themselves. And if you're anywhere in the eastern side of the map, then you had to deal with Batika from Nasir Esports, who was on fire in this game. So it was definitely interesting. The players from Dead Eyes, guys, again, getting caught out in the open in those final few moments. It was a really, really difficult situation they were put in, and escaping from there, it was definitely going to be a challenge, as they found out later on, getting eliminated from this match. And the final moment, Pika just hunting Miracle down.
Just another day for Stalwart when it comes to their playstyle. I mean, there is just no stopping.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was just asking, did anyone get a look on that board right there? Did we get a sneak peek on the strats?
Strategies. Yeah, strategies. Well, they know best.
No.
They know best.
But that definitely does, shed light on how serious the team of Stalwart, of course, is working behind the scenes, right, to give this sort of a play and this sort of an aggressive stance that they have been able to work towards every single game.
Definitely. I mean, Stalwart, if we talk about the team, 26-2 damage, as we did have that conversation, and then 1583. After that, it's obviously one more team that is DE with 1000 plus damage, but apart from that, every team did try to have a good damage stat for themselves, but they kind of failed here and there. I mean, you can just have a look, 818, 852 and all. So damage stats were good, conversions were decent, but results for a few were not that great. I'm talking about Cryptics right now.
True. Walking away with just that 1 point, definitely not working for them side, but let's confirm what sort of a difference has that made on the storyboard. Let's bring up the overall ranking, where we do know Stalwart is going to be creating a massive lead for themselves. That is A-OK, because as we have mentioned earlier, these points in the finals are going to go all the way back to 0.
Yeah, but they're almost at 200 at this point. That's a massive lead against the team on the second position. Yeah.
Triple-digit kills. How many matches do you feel they might just reach? I mean, maybe next one, I mean, you never know, right? The next one that they'll be playing, they might just, reach that triple-digit for themselves. I mean, that's what the team likes to go for, right?
I think that's going to happen in Game 3 today.
Yeah, when they'll play. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So, probably that's one thing that I have, because obviously they are in triple-digit in the placement points for themselves. That's really, really good. But I8, obviously, missing out on one match, they step down to third position. That DI8, top three just coming up, that will just happen again. But right now, 75, 74, 68. This is where the competition is still at this moment.
So when the game, before the game started, Dave did mention that Cryptics, they had a pretty wonderful safety cushion for themselves. Well, it's slowly and steadily fading away right now. A1 Esports just 1 point shy of pushing Cryptics down to the 16th, and after that happens, YALLA Esports, I mean, they're going to come with on all cylinders, right? And I want to see how close this finish is going to be. But Lid Esports, KHK Esports, Ekurd, Triple Esports, they have to start stepping up, especially Ekurd and KHK. I mean, they are getting left behind, really far behind as well.
True, and that is not going to be an easy task for them, because again the pressure levels are going to be rising from one game to the next as we move on forth. Let's bring up the schedule, where Miramar game number 1 of the day is done, but to bring up the second game, we are going to go back to the map of Erangel, and this is when Group D will not be chiming in or participating, thus giving an opportunity for our Group E. The exciting factors from Nigma and of course Rico is going to be brought on along from I8 to DRS.
Yes, and in this one, I'm rooting for I8.
I agree. I'm going to be rooting for I8 as well.
Get that second position back.
We saw that yesterday as well. As soon as DE took over the second and I8, they were pushed on to the third position. They came angry into the game and they were there for the kills. And also this time, I mean, it's going to make things interesting because now Stalwart and Nasir, the teams that did really well in the match, in match number 1, are going to be sitting out of this one. So they're going to be on a sort of cooldown before they go into match number 3. So that is the game when we're going to see all these teams collide. And it is, again, also going to be a wonderful opportunity for the team of Deadeyes guys to actually see if they can sustain the second position and maybe, hopefully, get a difference between them and I8. If they successfully do that, I mean, it's going to make things really interesting going into game number 3 because Deadeyes guys will be sitting out then.
Exactly. But again, for now, when it comes to the battlefield, it is going to get real bloody because few of these teams that are sitting well on that 16th position, on that 15th position, on the 18th position, that is where just 2-point difference, 4-point difference is what is separating them to be in the top 16, and that, well, is definitely a slippery slope. But without much delay, let's move on along, get this game started off. It is time to cue in our casters who are going to be taking us through the game, who are going to be none other than Mustache Dave and Experiment.
Thank you once again, Blotter. And Dave, before we even start anything off right now, I'm pretty sure you're going to be, yeah, you hear it, I hear it too, and I heard something. Let's see what it is. What is it? It's I8. Baby!
I8!
That is what everybody's
back up here to say. Hey, listen, we're talking about Cryptics, A1, YALLA. It doesn't even matter. I8, they want to get that second place back. They know exactly who they need to hunt down. I'm looking at those bottom teams. Woo! Hey, watch yourself. Watch yourself. That's all I'm going to say because I8, the aggressors in the lobby, they're back, baby.
The aggressors are back. They're going to be out on the hunt. I'm pretty sure all these teams are going to have a few targets painted on their backs. They better watch out because they are going to be on a warpath. And I love the fact the moment that, this team comes on, everybody, it just becomes everybody's favorite team because that is the kind of show that they put on. They have the oomph factor, Dave.
Oh, they got a lot of that. They got a lot of this. They got a lot of that. Let's go, baby. The players getting ready to go, getting comfortable, getting those pillows, those fans, those chargers, everything prepared for the battle ahead. We're sending it back to the classic Erangel here. The OG, Papa, in the house. And let's see, man. Let's see. YALLA still 17th position. A1, 16th position. I'm surprised A1 didn't overtake Cryptics last game with their top performance, but it is awfully close.
Just 1 point separates the two teams. 75 for Cryptics, 74 for A1 Esports. And looks like a couple of the teams kind of psyched each other out a bit too much because a few of the teams refused to jump from the plane in that game. Looks like we are going to be heading back to the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to make sure we're going to have... the match is going to be rehosted. Again, we're going to make sure everyone has a level playing field over here in the PMPL MENA South Asian Championship. That is what it's all about. It's going to be even, Steven. Everyone's going to have the same kit. Everyone's going to have the same opportunities. It all comes down to you as to what you make of these, options available to you.
I think too much hype, man. Too much hype in the arena for I8. The fans, they're still coming in. They're still pouring into their seats after getting their drinks and their popcorn ready to go. So we had to send it back here real quick to get the lobby back up and running. I want to ask you real quick, how you feel? Because yesterday we started with Sanhok.
Good.
You feel good. Hey, you look good too, by the way. But I'm talking about the games here. Sorry, my bad. Right. I'm talking about the games. Yesterday we started with Sanhok. To me, I love starting with Sanhok because you get that crazy game out the way. And it's kind of like a warm-up for what's to come. Today, we start with Miramar, a little more chill, a little more slower paced. Do you have any preferences on first maps of the day?
I kind of agree with you as far as Sanhok goes. It is kind of like a warm-up match because, yes, you do, dive into that match with a few tactics up your sleeves, but more often than not, all those tactics, they go out the window because it's just chaos over there because, you fire a shot, everyone and their mothers can hear it in about a 700-meter radius, and you basically are, scouring through the bushes from cover to cover. It's dog-eat-dog world in Sanhok, and I like it. That's a good way to start things off. Miramar, on the other hand, like you said, a bit slow-paced, a bit more tactical. not the best map in my opinion to start things off, where you are a little, the nerves have a little better of you. You aren't really warmed up, which kind of sounds silly to say out loud because I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams get in a lot of warm-up matches before any big games like this. But you know what, at the end of the day, Dave, it's all about the PUBG Mobile action. I don't care which match it is, as long as one of these teams is completely dominating the rest, I'm a happy camper.
When are we bringing back Vikendi, though? I've been sending emails for about a year now.
I miss Vikendi.
I think it's going to the spam box here. I loved Vikendi in competitive play. Maybe coming soon. I hope so, because I like having all the maps in rotation here to really test the skills of the players. Not only their gun skills, but just their map awareness, their rotation skills. And if we had to look right now, Stalwart, woo, baby, they're about to break that 100 kill points marker. Do you think they could do it here?
Oh, easily. I think it's 7, maybe 8 kills. They can easily attain that in the next game itself. Because again, you got to keep in mind, it is going to be Erangel. Not only is Erangel, the crowd favorite, the fan favorite map, like you said, the OG pop-up map. But again, it's the map that every single player has played probably the most in his lifetime. So, they should know the map in and out. They should know all the nooks and crannies. And they should be pretty comfortable with the whole situation around them and the environment. Now, things like this, they definitely come in handy later on. Just to give you a little contrast, for example, if you haven't played enough of Miramar, especially towards, those distant peripheral locations, you're going to have problems over there deciding, how to go about rotating against a team because, well, basically you don't know the geography. So again, Erangel is going to be one of those games where it's going to be pretty even-steven for everyone, and I just can't wait for the show to be started.
All right. Well, appreciate that. And you know what else I would like to see? I know it's probably not going to happen, but Cryptics versus A1. Maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send to a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
Hello guys, I go by the in-game name of ZV Malik and I play the role of assaulter for Team Wizzes with Vibes. Coming from absolutely bottom of the table, I see this championship as a tough competition for my team. Aside of this new rotation, new strategies in our team is the obvious thing that I can think will bring the toughness among our competitors as well. Talking about the recent PMPL South Asia Season 4, we had an absolute hope to lift the trophy until the 4th match of Erangel on day 3, and we all had a hope was on the last 2 games. We were mentally boosted up by our coach, and the only sentence I could hear is the game is still on and we can do it. The only weakness we had during finals was we weren't absolutely prepared on the first day, as all the members were very tired from the festival going on around all the Nepal. But on the second day we were already on the race. Talking about competitors, I guess YALLA Esports will give a tough competition in the lobby, but a matter of fun fact, we are guys will be giving a very high skill performance which we couldn't deliver on the recent PMPL. To all the fans of Wizzes with Vibes and PUBG Mobile as a whole, you can watch us play on PUBG Mobile official channel. Let's go for Art in the Dark.
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL MENA South Asia Championship. This, of course, is day 4, the last day of league play before the finals. My name, of course, is The Experiment. Joining me on my side is the Stash himself, Mustache Dave. Dave, I mean, we have a couple of hiccups today, but everything else is looking good. Game 1 off the bank. What are we expecting in Game 2?
You got hiccups, you drink some water, it goes away. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm looking at Cryptics in A1. For some reason, I looked into the crystal crate and it said that they're going to hot drop each other. Just because. Just because. 1 point. I feel like with only 1 point, you need to hot drop each other. Like, that's how you settle this. If I'm Cryptics, if I'm A1, I'm like, listen, I don't like this 1 point gap. We need to settle this right here, right now. Let me meet you somewhere. Meet me at school. I remember when the game first came out, school was the spot. I'm thinking, hey, drop, punch out. No more 1 point gap.
I guess that's what it should be like. It's like, you know what? We're not going to let fate decide what's going to happen to us. We're going to take our fate in our own hands, and we're going to do what we do best. But right now, the plane path is going to be heading to the west. We are going to be flying over Milta. Pochinki is going to be underneath the plane path. And of course, we're going to be ending things on the western beaches of Gatka. Now, we do have a little inclination towards the south, but it is Erangel. And I'm sure if you want to make it to the tip of the top, there's Stolberg, Zarki, Severity, whatever, you're going to have those vehicles on the roads at the get-go. But of course, the question is, where is that first notorious circle going to form, and is it going to throw a wrench in everyone's game plans? Because if you look at it, we know that I8 is in the server. We know the whole stadium was chanting the name. We know that Dave is backing them as well. They're going to be heading to the military base with pretty much no opposition.
I'm still thinking about the punch out. Cryptics A1. Listen, if it was to work out, they go to school.
To go down.
They go to school, and then I8 could be the referees. Make sure it's a clean fight. You know what I'm saying? Make sure everybody follows the rules. No weapons, just straight up.
The circle.
First zone does go on up. This is looking pretty swell for DRS, who are going to be heading up to Yasnaya. But checking in with those teams that are on the cusp, we got Cryptics heading to their drop spot, very close to YALLA. But what's happening over here?
He's trying to give him the ride.
Here. The taxi's here. Where are we going?
Well, Enigma overhead, they are going to have their teammate coming in to pick him up. But Bashawn over there trying to circle his prey like a little predator, of course. Unsuccessful in that little hunt, but he's going to make sure he goes to a few buildings, gets a couple of guns handy, because the opponents could be coming in, and elsewhere it looks like Rico and DRS are having a little fun of their own as well. Of course, this is going to be taking place in the plains just south of Yasnaya. I like the fact that, you did kind of anticipate that we are going to have a few drop spots being contested at Dave, but it looks like the only contestation I see is for vehicles along the roads.
Yeah, not the hot drop that I was pumping up here to the fans. Got to say, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. High hopes, fan. I'm saying 1 point. I think that's what we need to make a new rule. I'm going to send an email. New rule. If we got only 1 point, meet me at school. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way. So, getting into the game though, Cryptics, they need to be careful, right? They need to be cautious. Everybody knows they like to go North Georgia Pool. Hopefully, they don't get gate-capped out, because YALLA right over there down south, also looking for some points. All it takes is some VOD review and some studying of teams and their habits, their rotations that they tend to take on certain zones. If I'm YALLA, I might be looking at taking an early fight here with Cryptics. What's your take on that?
It could be possible because, like you said, Cryptics, they've been doing the same thing time in and time out in Erangel, and like we mentioned earlier, us humans, we're creatures of habit, right? We're going to do the same thing if it works. So what YALLA could in fact do is, if they're going to head over towards the zone probably north of Rozok, which is kind of the little route that Cryptics might take, they could kind of put up a blockade and just pepper them with bullets every now and then, putting the pressure on them and, well, making them make all the mistakes, because that's what it's been so far. Most of the teams, they do have a good game plan that they do stick to, and let's be honest, the gunplay is pretty similar for a lot of these lads over here. So it all comes down to maybe, I don't know if luck is going to be, a little factor over here, but yeah, they do have a lot of potential over here to, do some damage to Cryptics, but let's see if that is going to be the case, because again, YALLA Esports, Dave, I do believe they might go for those possession points, But one thing definitely is not working for them. You know, the fact that they're sticking to the periphery, the edges of the circle, and are trying to, you know, inch their way closer towards the center. They have to pretty much get done with that, head for the center, and try and, you know, navigate in the circle a bit earlier. I think that is what is going to help them get those placement points. And eventually, if they are in a good position, you know, those skirmishes will come along and they might just pick up a kill point here and there.
We saw last game they had 6 kill points, so they were really aggressive early game, and then they got taken out. But look at over here. This is lit. Currently 18th position on the overall leaderboards. Looks like they're trying to do some scouting. They might have spotted out a potential enemy out there, but they are awfully separated to be sending it into this town here. Oh, but they're collapsing though. They're wrapping around. I wonder if they're aware.
I think they are. Sinister is going to be making sure he has good trigger discipline, because he's going to make sure he opens up in the nick of time, and it looks like Mercy is going to be in the line of fire, but none of them go down. In fact, both of them with a sniper of HP, as Jax now has 3 men on him in his house. He does take 1 out, but Wei Hong is going to make sure that he puts Jack on his knees and eventually down on the ground. Between Sinister now has his tail cut out as enemies are trying to get in on his position from all ends. He's going to be surrounded. Shots are being fired. Nil goes down. He takes 1. Can he take another couple down with him before he eventually will lose his life? But no, Nil has been snuffed out. A1 Esports making sure they have that 1 point to their name as he's still jumping. But finally, Wei Hong with the drop shot is going to put Sinister out of his misery. Not a bad effort coming in from A1, but a little unfortunate day.
2 for 1 special right there. 2 kills, 1 death. And I think this is one of the disadvantages of drop splitting, or duo. We saw A1, they had a 2-2 split on their drop over here. They're right there on the cusp, right? 16th position compared to Lit,
tied with CS right now, 75 apiece.
Yeah, exactly. And Lit, they're working as a unit. They're working as a team, and they recognize, okay, there's some enemies out there, maybe 1, maybe 2, and we saw them immediately wrap around and take full advantage of that, not even allowing the other duo from A1 to even support them. Because of the distance that they just weren't able to, and Lit, they cleaned that one up pretty quickly here. So I think if you are one of these bottom teams on the cusp and there's a lot on the line, I think you got to play as a team a little more. I don't think they can afford these riskier drops here like we just saw.
Especially not at this stage of the game, because, you know, it did kind of make sense when you are dropping, you know, in the regions around the farm. You can't really drop at the 4-man squad in one location because, again, you know, the gear is only going to be sufficient for 1 or maybe 2 people. So, again, it does make sense right at the beginning, but before you start engaging enemies, you should come in closer to one another because, mind you, A1 Esports, we just saw them getting knocked out in the compound just a little far away from the western bridge connecting the main island to the military island, right? And the remaining members of A1 Esports were all the way in their shelter, so almost 1.5 kilometers distance between the two. That is something a little unprecedented, especially at this stage. But right now, Bashal, we did see him in his UAZ early on as he was trying to hunt down a member of Nigma, but right now he does see enemy in the distance. Just trying to get as much information as you can. Yeah.
To your point, like farm, I get it. You know, the loot's not the best if you're playing grouped up. That's why teams, they need to have multiple drop spots then.
There you
go.
There
depending on the flight plan, of course, but I think also depending on your position on the overall leaderboard, there's just certain risk and that risk tolerance that when we get to this point in the game, you just can't afford to take. They're so close. They're right there on the cusp. Like, if they would have just played a little more grouped up together, maybe drop somewhere else to play as a unit, play closer, so if they were to get engaged on, they could provide that support, they might have 4 up right now. That's all I'm saying. You know, there's a risk tolerance that some of these teams on the cusp can afford. And A1 down 2 this early on, it's going to be the same story we saw last game where, well, now it's just up to a duo to try to get as many placement points as possible.
Well, Dave, you know what they say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. They could have done a lot of things different, but of course, what's happened has happened, and as you have a look, Sinister doing his best to try and make sure the opposition is kept at bay. He did a good job, but this was a good thing over here, making sure he gets that 1 kill point, because I do believe, you know, he was anticipating that the end is nigh, and, you know, his death is going to be inevitable, but he does get that 1 kill. Now, it all comes down on Dante and 6ix9ine Boy's shoulders, as to how they do for moving forward, because again, they do need those points to just, make sure they have that little bit of an edge over Cryptics, who as of right now are going to be out in the blue as they make their way in the circle pretty much north of Rozhok. Now, that could be a good move by them, but the thing is, Rozhok is currently occupied by KHK and YALLA Esports, and we were talking about this earlier, Dave. YALLA, if they actually do set up a little blockade north of Rozhok, our predictions might just come true. Cryptics might just hit them head on.
Yep, not only that, A1 losing 2 early on, that's a good thing for YALLA, who are right behind them. That's a good thing for YALLA. That's a good thing for Lit and KHK, these teams underneath them on the overall leaderboard. So this is their moment to try to capitalize on the disadvantage that A1 are currently going to be at right here, right now. And hopefully they can get some kill points, but Train the kill. Okay, setting up a nice little blockade. Lit, Emperor, hey, getting thirsted right there. So it's going to be a challenge for Lit, as I do believe they're down to just a duo this game.
Oh, they're definitely getting thirsty over here, because these two teams have been going at it from day one. They've locked horns so many times that, I've kind of lost count. T2K did get those beautiful grenade kills on Lit in Miramar, but I do believe it was Lit who did get the better of the team in the last game. So they definitely want to change things around right now, as of course Emperor goes down, Nil goes down. That means Mercy and Weihong are going to be the ones carrying that little torch forward for Lit Esports. But now the circle is still pretty much the way we left it, just imploding in on itself. All the teams have kind of hunkered down. They've fortified themselves in certain compounds on mountaintops and even between movable fortifications as far as cores go. But, not a lot of opposition coming in. Cryptics somehow have kind of snuck into the circle just west of Yasnaya. For some reason, that place was open completely. And have a look at YALLA Esports. Now, what they are doing is, not only do they have the compounds, east of the school, Dave, they also have that little mountain, that little high ground, which gives them a good 360 vigil of the low valleys around. So they do have a good spot, but the question is, can they make the best of it?
Yeah, it's very interesting, too. Like, the teams that need the most points in the lobby are playing so close to each other. You got Cryptics, Yasnaya, you got YALLA, and KHK practically across the street from each other. Those three squads, they need a lot of points here to qualify. And looks like Cryptics are going to be taking up that west side of Yasnaya, hoping that this next zone does favor them. But down south, the fans, all in their vehicles on a convoy right here. Looks like they're going to be passing by Wizzes with vibes and possibly trying to get a better position within this zone. Receiving some shots from Train to Kill. Legend out here with the DP, trying to take out Blade. Connects on a Blade. So I8, they're down, 3 squad mates on that very risky rotation. Kind of just trying to needle their way right between Wizzes with vibes and Train to Kill.
Well, you know what happens when the war wagon or the war convoy in this case is out and about. They do make a lot of noise and they do ruffle a lot of feathers, but it looks like T2K and Wizzes were ready for that little aggression this time, as they pretty much caught them in the crossfire and obliterated them, punished them for being a little overcareless, as 3 members are going to be brought down, which means Crypto, I do believe, is going to be the last man standing for his team once again. And in an instant, the I8 chants have kind of died down, and now all I can hear are murmurs of hope and a few prayers in the stands.
And look at the zone. Look at the zone. If they wouldn't have sent it and kind of YOLO sent it to try to get a center position on that last circle, they didn't need, if they would have just played edge, they would have been big chilling down there in the south, just past Wizzes with vibes. So it's one of those things that they're going to look back and be like, did we really need to push that? Did we really need to lose all 3? I know you like to put it would've, could've, should've, right, type of deal, but I got a feel for him. After seeing this zone, if I'm Crypto right now and I'm looking at this zone, I'm like, oh my goodness, we didn't need to move at all. But hey, they got a couple more games to go. I'm not worried, no stress at all.
Especially at this stage, you should be anticipating, you should actually have a little bit of an idea that, all the compounds are going to be taken. But there you have it, the vehicle exchange was the first blow, reviews being taken down, then Blade came under fire from T2K, but it's Wizzes with vibes who get the kill points for themselves, snatching it away from the boys from Train to Kill. So they show here finally is going to get a knock and a finish on reviews, but again, I8 completely obliterated there, as we now are going to be concentrating on the little lumberyard. northwest of Milta, as K7 are taking on SUDOR Esports, whereas on the other hand, RAW's Assault OP, ooh, that's a dangerous position, directly below Siyog. The thing is, Sandesh or his teammate elsewhere could spot him out. This could get problematic.
Another thing I'm interested in is I see the duo from A1.
Wait,
they're
did you see
near
Spider-Man?
Shelter. I don't know if they're underneath the ground of Shelter, which I think would be a huge 200 IQ play. But talking about teams that need points, well, YALLA currently in an engagement themselves with Rico Infinity. It looks like we're trying to toss out some smokes, maybe get the pickup out here. Or down squad mate. Meanwhile, Powerful going for some nice spray downs, as it does look like Rico Infinity trying to pull back, reposition, and kind of catch their bearings out here.
They are trying to do that, as it does look like SK Ton is trying to make his way back, crawling on his knees to cover, but Powerful does a little bit of an obvious move, gives his position away. Again, not a lot of angles coming in from YALLA Esports. It does look like Josef got in for that revive, but those grenades are going to make sure that it is going to be all for nothing, as his teammate 0777 has been put down. Now, Anas from Rico is going up to the aggression. He moves in. He is going to be the first man in the line of attack for this team, and with that M762, he's going to make sure YALLA Esports lose yet another member, as Bonder is now the only one standing on his feet.
Yeah, this is rough for YALLA Esports. This is the worst case scenario. 16th place will be 0 points right now. And Anas, one of the most aggressive players from Rico Infinity that we've seen during league play. They got the knock and immediately set trying to get these kill points. But one thing to note, Cryptics are in the area. I repeat, Cryptics, they heard those shots. I see them in their vehicles. They might be looking at third party, and here they are.
They're opening up like opportunistic parasites. They are going to latch on at the right moment. Unfortunately, Marshall was taken down in that skirmish, but Chapo comes under fire. It's going to be Hero from Rico trying to do the damage. El Chapo, of course, the man, the boss, is going to make it behind cover. He is trying to administer that first aid, as Anas, the man himself from Rico, is trying to drop a grenade. In fact, that grenade was thrown beautifully. However, El Chapo gets out of harm's way in the nick of time. Now, Senke is doing the right thing, going in for the revive, as it looks like Anas was taken out elsewhere. But meanwhile, we have another fight breaking out. Sandesh from T2K giving Fate all that he has, and well, Fate are doing something similar they've done in the past. They're all clumping together, Dave, and one good grenade could spell trouble.
Yeah, and right here, Train to Kill, got a little 2-2 split going on. So they got two of their squad mates on the edge trying to keep out Fate. Meanwhile, Legend up there in the zone trying to keep Raw at bay. So they're taking fights on multiple fronts right now.
This is dangerous because Sandesh is not all by his lonesome. They do have a couple of members near the position, but the fact that they're on this little downslope is going to be problematic. Elsewhere, we did see KHK take a fight up against Wizzes with Wives, and it does look like Pennywise is in a little bit of situation. Does he spot the enemy in the car? Yes, he does the last second. I wonder what was going through Rules' mind over there. If he was trying to confuse the enemy? Well, we're going to have to wait and see after the match. Ask him a few questions, maybe, Dave, but that was kind of weird at this stage. You don't see that too often.
Dude, Rules wishes that they could have ducked right there underneath the seat. They're like, okay, I'm in the car, I'm in the back seat. They're not going to see me. They're not going to know. Yeah, they're not going to know. And I even think Pennywise was looking around and then spotted somebody just sitting in the car looking right at him. Like, what? You saw that slight second of hesitation. I think they were also caught off guard there themselves that that player was in the back seat. It's just hoping that nobody sees him.
Well, looks like he was spotted out. I mean, had it been underwater, it would have made a lot more sense. But forget that, because Fate Esports, they are pushing up on T2K's position. I like that Tandesh kind of did fall back to that compound. That was the right call for them to make. But right now, Fate are definitely amping up the aggression. Mind you, ever since their first win, they really haven't done anything extraordinary in this tournament so far. But right now, Reef is trying to change his allegiances over here. That grenade, had it been on the other side of the boxes, Sandesh could have been taken down. But for now, we are going to have a reverse grenade coming in. It explodes in Reef's face as Jane is going to get a knock. But have a look at what's happening up top. Wizzes with Vibes, hear the commotion, and are they going to jump in? I doubt it. But T2K, they are skedaddling out of the day.
I love how Wizzes with Vibes, they definitely see the gunshots, they hear the grenades, and they're just casually driving on by like, yep, we're going to ignore that here. And looks like they're going to get the high ground up there. But in the kill feed, you know what I've been looking at, what I've been noticing is Cryptics have been popping off. They've been taking out some members of K7. DRS right behind them trying to collapse, but 6 kills onto Cryptics this game right now. This is a huge come up for them on the overall leaderboard.
Oh, a massive game indeed. Now, we did kind of see that in Miramar. You know, they had a couple of mistakes that were made. They're definitely rectifying them right now. As Hojuan, he's in a precarious situation. He's behind the enemy lines. He's in the blue. They have no idea. Nima's going to be caught off guard. He goes down. He does not go down. In fact, the other one goes down before him. That could have been devastating for Hojuan. But luckily for him, AJ did not react on time. Was taken down instantly with that ratata. And that could have gone very, very wrong from Hojuan over here, but K7 get 2 more kill points to their names.
So good. We've seen Hojuan multiple times in these clutch situations, just back against the wall, do or die. They need to hit them shots, and they have came out on top multiple times. Very impressed with that player in particular from K7, but getting back into the game. Got trained to kill. Still down here. Freaking mayhem in the south as they are just taking shots at everybody right here. And looks like they're getting the better half of at least one of the squad mates from Fate, but they do need to reposition here. That is very shortly. Blue Zone going to start to collapse in here, and they're currently in an engagement with Raw on this guard tower.
Not only is the Blue Zone going to do a lot of damage, now Raw is definitely going to gatekeep them. I'll hold on to my thoughts right now because SUDOR Esports are going to go up against Enigma Galaxy around this Wizard Tower over here as they're outrunning circles, but looks like he's going to get spotted from distance, and Lord is going to take advantage of this situation and is going to put him down in the ground. It was Crypto who got the knock, but from distance, SUDOR Esports again, a little bit of teamwork coming in, making sure that their teammates are going to be safe, and with that, of course, another team is going to bite the dust. Enigma Galaxy out in the 10th position with 4 points. The grenade could be huge from Joker, but it's not going to be enough as he's taken down instead by T2K.
I think Joker tried getting that grenade and was hoping they didn't recognize where they were. Hey, I'm on the team. I'm on the team. They're
Same
like,
team.
Okay. Yeah, same team. They're like, no, that ain't happening. One thing we haven't really been talking about because of all this action is how A1, the duo, dead center right now. 7 teams to go. Once again, they're looking to get a lot of placement points this game, and those chicken nuggets that I like to put it.
Well, those chicken nuggets is what they are going to be vying for, as Jane is going to make sure the enemy's put on the ground. Now, A1, they are not going to make a peek as of right now. Woo! Fade over there, I do believe, does blow that buggy up, and with that, Jane is going to go meet his maker as well, which means T2K, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be snuffed out from this game as well. Now, Cryptics, they are playing on a good front over here. They have 7 kills to their names already, but right now they are going to go up against the team in the 2nd position, Dead Eyes guys, with True Love being first in the line of defense, pretty much calling an artillery strike on their position.
Yeah, I'm really curious though. A1, are they underground? I think they are. I think they have been underground for a good amount of time right here in the shelters. And looking at this fight though, Cryptics on the edge, looking to breach in here and take this mountain as some cover, but they need to defend it against Dead Eyes.
Now, Dead Eyes do have a little advantage. They have this little bridge they can actually work around on. Now, CS, what they're doing is they are going to kind of clump themselves together, but they do get the better off on top. Who was on top of that bunker? He gets taken down as True Love is trying to put some suppressive fire on his team, or on his opponents, I beg your pardon, because his teammates are a little further away from his position right now. Marshall is going to be behind the tree, just trying to get some information on him. Grenades are going to be going off as Lazy Boy chucks one in that direction, but I think this is going to be it for True Love. It kind of seems a little difficult.
They need to take out True Love. They need to take out True Love, who is using this bridge to kind of keep off guard for the most part, because once they take out True Love, then they can focus on the duo that is inside the shelter. Perfect. This is exactly what they need, because Dead Eyes, they got 2 underneath them, and I saw a vehicle blocking the stairway, so Dead Eyes, they might just be stuck down here for the time being.
Well, they now have been reduced to a one-man squad, and again, they they might be stuck. We're going to have to wait and see later on because, again, you do have quite a few exits out of this little shelter maze over here. But remember, A1 Esports are down there lurking in the corridors as well, so that could be problematic later on. And by the looks of it, Wizzes with Wives are going to head down under as well. So it is going to get a bit chaotic. Now, I really haven't seen a shelter circle at the end in quite some time now, so this is actually going to be exciting. Question is, are we going to see the fighting end on top of the ground, or are we going to go pretty much 6 feet under and do all our fighting there? Because right now, Cryptics, 4-man squad, 11 kills. These guys are out here making a statement.
Exactly. Right now, Cryptics, all they need to really do is concentrate on taking out anybody that is above ground. And then after that is secure, maybe pass your meds off to one player just in case we get to that med off here towards that late game, because we will have teams above and underground. So it's only a matter of time. Blue zone shrinking here once again. Hey, you called it. We might have a shelter finish, man.
It's possible. It's like everyone's kind of burrowed in deep right now. They're all feeling nice, warm, and snug. But sooner or later, someone's going to come along and just pretty much throw everything out for a toss. As Seth from SUDOR Esports, last man standing for his team. Now, he is at the entrance of one of these, at the shelters, to go down below. But again, these vehicles are going to be problematic. Dante tries to spot the opposition, but he comes on through. He does get one, almost finishing Dante, but 6ix9ine Boy is going to be there for his teammate, backing him up at the nick of time. A1 Esports, they thought that they were secure down there, but looks like we have a little breach in the defenses there, as the vehicle kind of just gave some way here, Dave.
They got the pick up on the Dante. Dante had like 1 HP right there, too, just in time. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, everybody's underneath in the shelter besides Cryptics, who are up top. Okay, Brad Boy, Deadeye's looking to breach the shelter, one of the exits here. Oh, taken out. Wizzes with vibes coming up to see the sunlight, but then taken out immediately in the process. We're down to 3 teams to go.
Well, we have a nice exchange working out. T2K Sandesh making sure he gets another kill point to his name, which means he's got 4 kills to his name already. But right now, Cryptics, the champions from MENA, we were talking about them. A lot of people were wondering where they were all this while. Well, they are definitely awake right now. A 4-man squad still getting the kills in, and already at 12, if I'm not wrong, looking to make it 14. But A1 Esports, I think they do know that they're going to be down below in the shelters, and now they should just charge in from all ends pretty much together. They're going in.
I don't know. I think I would leave one up top with the meds.
With the
just
meds,
in case.
definitely.
You never know. You never know. But Senke El Chapo is going to be catching the brunt of some bullets from Dante's AKM. Now it's down to a 1-man squad down here underneath. Oh, putting in a lot of work here. A1.
They did put a lot of work. They almost got it, Dave, but almost, unfortunately, again, they had the numbers. Cryptics did have the numbers, and at the end of the day, the numbers definitely came out on top. But have a look at that. Cryptics with the winner chicken dinner. 15 massive kills for them in this game, which means they're walking away, Dave, with 30 big ones, and they are definitely taking a jump in that leaderboard.
Huge game for Cryptics. So right there, this chicken dinner, all those kills. Well, I talk about alleviating that pressure here to qualify and be that top 16. This was that match for Cryptics. This was that game that El Chapo has been telling me about for a couple days now that they have been looking for. Well, they just got it here. So I want to say they might have punched their ticket to the finals with this one chicken dinner. Now it comes down to Lit, YALLA, A1. 3 more squads fighting tooth and nail to try to beat that top 16 here.
3 more squads fighting tooth and nail, but a massive sigh of relief over here for Cryptics and, of course, all their fans around the world. But mind you, we are just 2 games underway today. We still have 3 more wonderful PUBG Mobile action-filled games in store for you. But all of that is going to take place on the other side of this little break.
Well. Talk about good things going on. Cryptics definitely confirming their top 16 position with that 30-point chicken dinner game coming in their favor. Alongside all of that, again, I mean, A1 Esports, well, they are definitely climbing that ladder slowly but surely.
Johnny?
Yeah. All right.
3,
3,
2, 1.
1.
Be the one,
Be
A1.
the one, A1. Yeah.
Well, they did that. They definitely did that. But Cryptics, what a brilliant game.
True.
Just coming down from these lads, and this was just incredible. They had the circle, they had the upper advantage on the shelter area as well, from where they started just moving forward, that man advantage as well. Senku, 6 kills, 835 damage, no assist though. I get it. The lad wanted all kills for himself. 344 healing done.
He's like, hey, I knocked out the guy. Might as well just finish him off and secure the point early, right? But still, as you mentioned, Cryptics did have an incredible performance. But Ocean, you are the maths guy, so I want to know from you, where does this take Cryptics and A1 Esports? Because we were like, all right, these two teams are really close. They were both inside the top 16, and now, obviously, after this game, both of them will be moving up the standings. But where exactly? And if they go up, who comes down?
Cryptics definitely goes to the top 10 for with this one, right? They're at 9th position, so they'll be enjoying that for themselves. And well, now, I mean, you know, when the day started, Blotter, we were discussing this thing. Exactly, my words were that they'll have to have so good of a game so that they don't care about the last game not playing and all those things. Well,
definitely,
they won't care about it now.
And again, I mean, their games are not yet done. You know,
Yeah,
they still
2
have
games.
more opportunities to climb up that ladder that much more gracefully, in fact, I might add, along with that, as we move on to the top players. Boy, oh boy, day 3, day 4 of the league plays for Cryptics has been absolutely sensational, and of course the fans are going to be elated for sure.
That is true. That is correct. But you know, I would still want to see what happened when A1 Esports obviously was there, and obviously Cryptics as well, because well, the stats are going to be speaking for the teams right now. I mean, A1 Esports, they did lose their players right in the early stage. They did lose 2 players in the early stage. Look at this, 14 minutes of survival time for A1 Esports. Kudos to the team. Even after losing players, they managed to get those 12 points for themselves of placement. That's just so good.
Exactly. I mean, me and Ocean. So me and Ocean were discussing the game while and we were talking about this. Ocean just mentioned like, what is going on right now? They take a team fight, they lose out on a lad, but still they come out on top one way or the other, and still make it into the top 2 of this game. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it definitely is. Right now, Senku the 6 highest kills with the highest damage as well. Lazy with most utilities, using El Chapo with 1 nade kill. Only 3 nade confirmations in this match of Erangel, if you have to talk about it, which is decent. I mean, obviously, this is not that kind of an Erangel that you remember last time that happened, like what, 6 or 7 nade confirmations in the league of PMPL Season 4, if you guys remember that. That was just an incredible game. But this time, well, not that much on the nade utilities, but good on the information utility. Look at this, Senku, El Chapo, Lazy, 14, 11, 11 utilities being used by these lads. That's good.
Indeed it is. With that, as we move on to the match rankings, well, as was spoken about earlier, Cryptics move on to the 9th spot in the overall with this chicken dinner winning game that they've been able to accumulate for themselves, trying to kill with 21 points, certainly looking pretty dominating. On the other front, talk about A1 Esports. I mean, previous game also they were able to jump themselves in the top 5. This game also they're in the top 5. So yeah, they are confirming their top 16 in the overall.
Yeah. As of now, it looks like the case. So that's decent from the lads, but YALLA.
Yeah.
Ooh, DRS. This is unexpected.
I mean, DRS is still in a good position. I mean, YALLA Esports, though, this is going to put a really big question mark as to exactly where they're going to finish. But look at that! Cryptics!
You know, a fun fact is, they've never had a game in which they had 0 points, though. Every game they've had minimum 1 point.
Minimum 1 point. That's actually good. I mean, if you are not finishing on 0, because I've always said this, with this new point system, if you finish on 0, that means the entire game was basically, it did not exist. You did not get anything. 1 point at least will take you somewhere, but still, Cryptics, since yesterday, they have been on fire, and it is just incredible to see.
Definitely, and the fire is still burning, of course, with the 2 games remaining for them for today. With that, let's go on through to the zone analysis ocean as we talk about the team's rotations.
You know, there were so many teams that just had some amazing rotation in this one. This is why I would love to have zone analysis here, because from Yasna starts DRS, right? You see them, they rotated like this. This is not this kind of a team's rotation. You remember how IA drops down here? They like to rotate from here, even if the blue zone comes in. You remember, right? They have those late rotations, but this time they rotated from here. This is different. DE, right? A team that actually starts up from this area, from the areas of Rozhok. They come down to school areas and then they rotate mostly from the southern side. This time the team went for a good, different rotation. So every team that we know by their key rotations actually changed it for themselves. Wizzes with Vibes, on the other hand, well, they were at Milta's area only and they were looking really confident. But this circle, after this, the southern shift kind of changed a lot of things for a lot of teams. Look at this one now. I mean, this is where the game kind of changed. I8, they did come in from this area. The players were taken down. I8 had just 1 lad surviving for themselves. That was a bad news for the team. A1 Esports, they had 2 lads. And they stayed with 2 lads in this area where the circle was forming up. So for them, the zone was doing really, really good job. So multiple times in this game, it was a zone that was playing all over the areas. And well, DRS, look at this. Around the mansion area. And as soon as we see the next circle, look at this. Around the Milta area. This was a really, really, really risky but a really good rotation by this team, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it was risky. And
but it did not work out, yeah.
Exactly, you pointed this out. This is unlike them. We've never seen them move around the map, around the circle like this. But on the other side, though, we did talk about Wizzes Vibes as well, as they were trying to do the same thing they replicated yesterday on Erangel, where they were trying to play a little bit slower compared to the rest of the teams. They would allow them to move in first and then try and take the fights, trying to catch the teams off guard. But look at this, DE in control.
They had the control. They had the best area for themselves. I get it. They still managed to get in the top 5. That's really brilliant. But had they not taken any chances, any wrong decisions, this was actually their game. Looking at this moment right now, if you actually show it to someone who would be just, who has not seen the game, would be saying this was DE's game.
Yeah. And also, I have to say, huge props to 6ix9ine Boy and Dante from A1 Esports, because they lost their teammates super early in the game.
They seek shelter, and they got shelter in the right area, right?
Yeah, I mean, they found shelter in shelter, and it worked out quite nicely, because there was definitely a storm brewing in the form of Cryptics, and you had to be in cover to survive.
Exactly, and cherry on top is the zone itself. I mean, so many times we saw that zone was definitely favoring A1's players, and again, nothing taken away from the 2, right? I mean, 6ix9ine Boy and Dante, that final moments that we were talking about, they were almost able to bring down Cryptics as well with that 3 knocks that they were able to bring. Well, if we're talking about knocks, let's bring in the Oppo F19 Pro moments to go through all of the fights.
Exactly, and as we talked about A1 Esports.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, you remember how the game started, right? I mean, a lot of attempted runovers, but the players do manage to survive, and smart decisions from the team to disengage in time as well, because we've seen those lads baiting the opponents as well, where you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to kill this guy with a car, but no, his teammate shows up with guns.
Yeah, that definitely happens. But in this one, look at the amount of chaos that was just, brewing up all around. This is where one person just, tried to stay in the vehicle, just tried to just stay on the other side, but well, they was definitely spotted down. So yeah, they were taking on a lot of fights happening around shelter. Means on this area, right, you have only few houses here and there and a few ridges. Other than that, well, it's all about who stays on top of the shelter area versus who seeks that shelter for themselves in the shelter area. And well, that's where A1 Esports was, and they had really good composure for it. They were giving footsteps. The teams that were above were definitely getting footsteps, but they could not do anything. And well, even with 2 players at the end, they took a brilliant fight against Cryptics. Kudos to those lads. They kind of took Cryptics, almost took Cryptics down with the players. But well, Cryptics had the man advantage though.
Exactly, and the timing of all of it was perfect as well, because they waited for Cryptics to actually start engaging on the final few remaining players of the other teams, and then they decided to step out. And this one moment was quite brilliant as well from the players of DE as they tried to get out in the open, but we knew in this situation, if you stepped out in the open, that means you were giving your kill and point away to the players of Cryptics.
Yeah, that is true. But look at this, the last moment fight that happened. That was just Yeah, the relief by the
relief, right? That is so very important for the side of Cryptics. And again, the journey continues on with the 2 games that they still are remaining to play. On the other front, as we move through this list, YALLA, they need to capitalize a lot, a lot. I mean, A1 Esports were, whether they started very close to them, but now A1 has moved up, and well, if YALLA is not able to capitalize, it is going to be pretty tricky for them to participate in the finals.
I mean, they need a chicken at this point. They need
Yes,
a
true.
very good
Badly.
chicken. And just like the one Cryptics just took in this game, like probably 30 points.
Exactly, that's the minimum, bare minimum that they need to be anticipating for their rise into the top 16. With that, as we talk about the 16, let's move on through to the, well, storyboard and find out who all are part of the top 16 teams as of now. We do know what the first page is going to be indicating, but in all of that, one big massive change is Cryptics, of course, jumping to that 9th position and Train to Kill moving up to 3rd.
This is the first time This is the first time I8 left top 3.
Exactly. And I mean, lots of surprises in the top 8 itself. As Ocean said, I8 dropping down to the 4th, and also Blotter, as you pointed out, Cryptics. I expected them to be safe, but not in the top 10, and this is just incredible to witness. Yeah, this team is fun.
It is on fire. That is what this team is on. On the other front, as we move on to the second page, looking pretty neat is going to be the 13th position right there for A1 Esports. 88 points, 2 points shy on being 12th, and 3 points shy of being 11th. So, still working their magic, but
DRS at 16.
DRS gaming, yep.
All right. For now, YALLA, if they have to get in top 16, YALLA's competition is DRS. Think about it. Now think about the storyline being created.
It's scary as well because, I mean, we started off the day 2-point difference, and now it's a 15-point difference between them and DRS.
Johnny,
and it's DRS.
DRS has all their games to play at this moment. YALLA, well, they are one shot.
Exactly.
They are one game short. They won't be playing up, I guess, the 4th game. So
Yes.
Well. This is looking pretty dicey for these teams, but we shall see what the day's end is going to turn out to be. But for now, what I do have to talk about is this wonderful PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration game mode, which will begin November 16th onwards. Unlock daily clues in-game and get rewards. Don't miss out on the action. Go to the game and play to win all the rewards. With that, let's move on along with our show as we get busy with game number 3 of the day, where Group C will not be participating and Sanhok is the map. So, Johnny and Warren. Oh, my apologies, and Ocean.
yeah, Johnny and Varun, you tell what's the speculation. Ocean, not you this time.
Alrighty, I'm going to
Johnny,
do all the predictions from this
that
point.
means you'll have to do 2 predictions.
Yeah, I'll do I'll do a prediction for you as well, because this game, I mean, we will have, I mean, we did talk about DRS sitting on the 16th position, but let's not forget SUDOR Esports are on the 15th with just a 2-point advantage. So thinking about it, I mean, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting since they are going to be sitting out right now. And as for my prediction, I'm going to go with Stalwart Esport, and if I'm supposed to give Ocean's prediction as well, I'm going to say from Ocean's perspective, he's going to predict YALLA Esports to win.
I want to say I8 though.
Okay.
Get in the top 3
No,
again.
Ocean, it was me all along. I'll be doing your predictions. You pick YALLA Esports.
Well, Ocean, you did throw away that special crate that you had made, so that opportunity has now been lost. With that, let's move on along with the game and, of course, the show itself. We are going to get busy with the 3rd game of the day. It is time to cue in the Panda Bros, who are going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like Fixes, you're muted a little bit, but yeah, Ocean there, I feel him, man. Even though he wanted to make a little bit of predictions, but Johnny on his half made a prediction, and he said YALLA. Now that's quite an interesting one. YALLA is in the bottom 4, and this game is going to be really important for them. But you know, the main thing, or my main eye is going to be on A1 Esports, because they're always scared of Recall Infinity on Paradise Resort. Well, Fix is again facing a little bit of technical issues, but yeah, without wasting any more time, we're just going to be heading right inside the game. And as I mentioned, Avon and Rico Infinity, the battle continues, and I do want to see this time who's going to be the one to give up on that Paradise Resort. Rico Infinity, of course, there's no chance that they're going to be doing so. So Avon Esports, we saw them kind of improvising in the last moment, in the last second, so that's what I'm expecting up to at least inside this game as well. The plane fly path starting from Kampong all the way towards Ruins. And, well, here we go. As I mentioned, the bottom 4 teams, again, this one's going to be an important one. Group C is going to be sitting this one out. That means Fate, SUDOR, Deadeye's guys, and Train to Kill not going to be in this game. But talking about the top teams, man, yup, I8 finally left the top 3 spots. That means I8 as well are going to be having that little bit of glimmer to actually get on top that again on that top 3 position, because TDK has taken over that, and I8 are definitely not going to be the one to be happy. Here we do see teams going up again, and A1 Esports and Rico Infinity right next to each other. Is A1 Esports going to be challenging the drop location of Rico Infinity? But no, instead that's not going to be happening. They drop right next to Paradise Resort in those little bit of compounds. Maybe they're going to be going inside and try to fight later on. But take a look at the circle over here, all the way on the top left island. Near, this one's going to be an interesting one. It's basically like, this is the hardest circle for teams to bypass or surpass at least. They will have to loot as quick as possible and make a move on that island. If that's not going to be so, well, then we do know what happens for the latecomers.
Well. Technology and fixes, they do not go hand in hand. And, well, finally, things have been resolved. And, well, I'm here. And, Necro, we are witnessing a really rather ludicrous circle directly towards the western side. Now, this sort of has become quite common, right? I think it was even yesterday, we really had a very hard shoreline circle towards the west. Now, a lot of teams are sort of, conditioned to such a certain circle, right? Now, we're going to witness a lot of teams going in for the early rotations. But, talking about teams in trouble right now, well, even the desk, even Dave and XP, they've also been discussing about that, the teams on the bottom 4, they need to get those desperate chicken dinners.
They definitely do. And the good part for I8 to actually get back on the top 3 is going to be that TDK is not playing this one out, Fixes. They're sitting this one out, so that means I8 now have a free pass to at least try and go for their drop location, or not, at least try and go for their overall rankings that they've got themselves in the top 3. But I also do see A1 Esports improvising on that thing. A1 Esports realizes the same thing, and that's why now they contest Mongnai.
Oh, well, I mean, of course, it has been happening for quite some time, right? The first day we did witness A1 Esports just being wiped out in seconds. They were absolutely thromped over. And it happened for a second time, and the third time, it never did. And A1 Esports did find different locations. And yesterday also, we did see, A1 Esports, trying something different, heading off towards Statmark, like you said. And this time they found some areas around Mongnai just beside DRS. But, the big question over here, I can really feel Ocean. He must be imagining, or rather wondering, which other teams that are going to be taking those boats to get inside, because a lot of teams have done that. And A1 Esports, if you remember, they did the same yesterday just to fall off the cliffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so much effort put in that previous Sanhok, and well, unfortunately, just didn't work out. Didn't even matter. But now, Triple I Kurd, one of those teams, this game is going to be really important for them. Already starting off with a blunder. One man falls down. K7 is the team that is in the front lines. K7 looking quite good on the overall rankings. So they're not going to be the one to sweat over here. Instead, it's going to be I Kurd. This one's going to be an important fight for them. If they lose out on any one of their teammates, it's going to be such a disappointing start, at least for them, because you already do see one man has fallen down. That means Iker now, they are the one under pressure. K7, one man's kind of been pinned down in that watchtower, but it's fine. He can get out of that, or at least he has his teammates kind of just scouting the areas out. So he doesn't really need to be that worrisome, or at least careful about that. Ziv 11 spots one out, takes a little bit of shots, not really able to find that much connection. He's going to be retreating for a while.
Oh, he certainly will. And there you have it. The sun slowly but surely setting down for the players of Triple I Kurd. And, this sort of starts worrying me, because Sanhok is definitely one of those maps that you can try and win. This is a map where, sometimes luck does have more percentage chance, having to do with you getting the chicken dinner if you have the circle. So initially, if you know that, you've got your backs against the wall, directly dash in for the center of the zone and try to play around of it, and maybe, just go YOLO. Because at a certain point, the demarcation has been built up. We have seen DRS sitting at that 83-point marker. Now, they're just going to be climbing up over there. But the team that's below them, that's going to be YALLA, they've got a certain difference over there, and they've got to get a chicken. And the teams that are below YALLA, they've got to get chickens and a lot of points along with it. So, Sanhok being one of those maps. Now, after this, we've got Miramar. Then we're going to end things over at Erangel, right? A few of the teams, the next map might just be the last game for the teams belonging from Group A. So that sort of concerns me, as to how teams like LIT, ICA, Triple Esports, KHK, how are they going to fare out?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Group A has the teams that are all in the struggling phase for sure. And as you mentioned, the upcoming game is going to be the final game for them. So much pressure on these lads, man. I can already imagine it. But take a look at this. A stalemate situation over here in boot camp. KHK in the vicinity of Stalwart Esports, and you do not want to be nearby them because Stalwart Esports, we do know what they're capable of. They've been pulling off some shenanigans for sure. This nade's quite close. Lit. Players down to quite at least half HP. There comes the push, and that's not going to be a hard job for K7 to at least try and take them out. They do that successfully now. Lit left with only 2 players alive. And unfortunate. Such a questionable start for Lit. As we do know, on the 18th position, Lit really needed this game. But still, somehow, it kind of seems like the game's slipping away from their hands, but I feel like another talking point can definitely be DRS on 16th position, barely hanging on the cliff. But hold on, a push coming in on the side of Stalwart Esports. Pika is being pinned inside this little compound, doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's being pushed by 2 players of KHK. At least for now, he's doing a good job of survival, but let's see what happens in the future lines.
Well, it certainly is, and this is what I was talking about. The final day, we've got teams that have nothing to lose, completely trying to, just fight for glory, right? That is exactly what KHK are intending. However, they have lost a few men over there. Pika is down, but look at Scry. He's already lobbed that grenade in perfection, and Biscay, he's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. That will definitely propel the players of Storm to go in for a push, and Biscay, being the last player alive, just gets down. And that being said, Starwood get those easiest 4 points of their life, as KHK did come to challenge them. They did try to put up an effort, put up a fight, but was just not enough for the table toppers.
Oh, the woes for Lit as well continue. Players are falling down. Another knockout. Kill being confirmed. Now Lit left with only 1 last man alive. What are they going to be doing? Such a weird place, such an awkward place to be in. And look at that. Talk about awkward places. This can't get any more awkward. Wei Hong, he has found himself a little bit of rage, not right next to the water, but there is one man from iCurd, which is Kalaga, swimming around him. I don't really feel like Wei Hong has any clue where Kalaga is, but Kalaga has spotted him out, so Wei Hong now. Still, Kalaga trying to find a little bit of sneaky angle on Wei Hong. Seems like, yup, Wei Hong is a little bit aware of what's going on around him, and he spots the man out of iCurd, and this is where he is at least getting a decent bit of info, but he just doesn't really have anyone to help him.
Oh, this is gonna get exciting. Wei Hong, oh, he just stepped off from the Rocky shows in Kalaga. Maybe he's gonna take it over, and Triple Kurd. Now they might have a good chance in getting one off. And either ways, these are all the teams that are struggling and are fighting for survival over here. And Wei Hong is such a bad situation, and there he goes falling down. Hellman getting the final kill secured, and courtesy of his teammate just to reveal his position, telling him exactly where he is. And Triple Ekerd, after a really bad start, losing out on such an important player like S-Rod. There you have, they're still surviving, still standing, and this is something that we did anticipate. We have seen this in the past, and A1 Esports, with that little ducky, they are making the movement. But what is going to be more concerning for me over here is Wizzes with Vibes. The position that they hold, if they spot out A1 Esports, I mean, the term, the phrase, sitting ducks would be completely apt.
That's for sure. But another team, I mean, taking a pretty late rotation, it definitely has to be DRS. Look at that. Still in the blue zone, taking their sweet little time. Asia is still stuck in Lakavi. I don't really know what's going through their minds. Yeah, I mean, one thing you can tell for sure is that they've got vehicles that they're really going for a late rotation. But I've always been saying, right, in circle like these, if you are going to be going for a late game rotation, I feel like it can be really risky, and the chance of you surviving also kind of drop down. But let's just see what kind of DRS has the game plan over here inside this circle. I do want to see. But on the other hand, yeah, as you pointed out, A1 Esports as well, they have quite a lot of threat lingering around them. If Wizzes Vibe spot them out, that might just be it.
You know what, Necro? I think we cannot really rule out the possibilities of DRS, trying to split out, which sort of indicates one thing, right? They're searching for a lot of loot, which does take me down to the fact being Sanhok, such a heavily broken map right now with teams, opting for those heal battles. So if imagine the situation, DRS, they're, accumulating a lot of first aid, just give it to one player, then dash inside the circle, and well, that strategy might clearly work out, just stay on the edges of a certain circle, do not really have to go towards the Western Island. But Team Vibes, they're hungry, they haven't had a chicken dinner in all the games that they've played so far. And now they've got their eyes set on the players of Republic Earth. Now, Ali and Kalaga are right in front of them, and Helmet is from the back lines. He's providing that support fire. The moment, Killer sets up, just gets up over the hill, and Helmet spots him out. I mean, he might be just getting knocked off, because getting a finish, it's going to be difficult, and this is what I was talking about. Now they're not sitting ducks anymore. They are fishing back.
Here we go. Efforts again. Just not really panning out for them. No matter what they do, this kind of rotation, A1 Esports, it's just not working out for you guys. And right now, it seems like this might just be it for A1 Esports. There's no way they're going to be able to make it out alive. Yeah, I do see one man who has snuck past Ruth's eyes. Maybe he will make it alive on the edges over there. Yep, still Wizzes Vibes haven't really spotted that one man out. But Nightboy, there's no way he's going to be able to make it out alive from this situation that he's found himself in. And yes, Nightboy taking down. This leaves Dante all by his lonesome. Yeah. Still not being spotted, so at least Dante is good for now. But we never know. A little glimmer of his head, and that's going to be it. And Wizzes Vibes will try to capitalize on it. And that's going to be the easiest squad wipe ever.
A1 Esports, at this moment, they should really start reconsidering their IGL options, right? Because, either ways, yesterday we did see that was a huge blunder, right? I mean, it was by chance they made it to the cliffs, and they still did fall down. Now, again, trying something like that when you know it's a Western Circle, when you know that teams have been conditioned for a circle like this, we are going to be anticipating a lot of teams, trying to hold off those edges, because this is something that is anticipated, right, at a competitive professional level. And if you're repeating the same mistake twice, I mean, I do not know. I cannot regard it as a mistake anymore. It's a fault, right? And Dante, either ways, he's made it alive. He's just barely hanging around the shorelines over there. But either ways, you've got K7, the players, Hojwan and his teammates might spot him out any single moment. And A1 Esports, well, I don't know. I mean, they're just not in a whole world of trouble. They really need a lot of fixing right now.
Yeah, they need a lot of fixing, that's for sure. The IGL needs to come up with some new plans, at least in the map of Sanhok. The biggest blunder for them was Recon Infinity, and now this kind of rotation as well is not really panning out. But hold on, things not panning out for Stalwart Esports here. One man taken down, the other man's taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, and DRS is the team that is putting them in a lot of pressure. Action is the main man. If he goes down, Stalwart Esports can be caught in a bit of a pickle, and it's going to be really tough for them to at least get consistent points inside this game. So Action, he needs to stay alive. We do know what he's capable of. He can put him a fight for sure against DRS, but it's DRS, man. they are one of the strongest teams in the Nepal region. They can make a lot of things happen. And Action, I feel like it shouldn't really be that big of a thorn in their way. They should be able to get rid of him easily. Unless Action, if he's able to get a little bit of backing from his teammates, that's going to be helping him out quite a lot. But here we go with the push, slowly and steadily coming in through from the side of DRS. AJ just rams the vehicle in the compound. Before that, he gets taken down. He swallows bullets right. And he will be taken down. Action doing a good job making sure that he's not really being challenged that easily. Takes 2 down. This leaves DRS with only 2 men alive. Action is putting up an incredible fight.
Big questions being raised at Gyaltsen, AJ and Nima, they must be furious right now. Where is my cover fire? But Action just being good as ever, changing directions multiple times, not peeking from the same angle, always putting Gyaltsen into thinking. Now, this is where Action really shines. He's lobbed that grenade, just trying to get a few knocks secured. But, all he can get maybe is just AJ if he bleeds out over there. But again, both these teams are fighting against the circle. Now, Mafia Ninja and Nima pushing in tandem. And AJ, there you go. The kill has been confirmed. And Starwood, I mean, this is not really concern them anymore, right? They're in the first top spot. They are playing the finals tomorrow. They're not going to get anything less, if they, go out early. They've already done the heavy lifting. And all they have to do, here is just to, create a few flash reel moments for us as Action is just hiding in that little house. And any single moment, the players of DRS, if they do realize he's over there, then we are going to be anticipating a few grenades and molotovs at his direction. But Action, look at him. He's just prepared, right? He's right at the front lines and he's just waiting for Mafia Ninja to come over. But yeah, the numbers was just too much for him to handle. And DRS get a successful squad wipe, taking Starwood down. But here we have another fight, I8 against Raw.
Oh, this is getting quite close and intense. Raw. This fight's been heating up for a long time now, and I8. Oh no, what's going on? You guys backing off just like that? At least try and get a little bit of damage done. Oh, yep, there we go. Talk about damage being done. Reviews taking down half HP, instantly backs off, doesn't realize any more bullets being connected onto his body can result in him dying. So that's why kind of playing this one out a little bit cautiously. But take a look at this blade. Oh, taken down quite low. As well, are they getting shot from the back lines?
Yes.
It does seem like it. They're getting shot from the back lines. They need to watch their back. Backs are completely exposed. It's a downhill slope, and that's why Reviews utilizes his smoke grenades just to make sure his back's clear, at least for now.
No. I mean, the shots did come up from above. It was Bander who spotted him off, and he's got a perfect angle at the players of I8 and Crypto, Blade, and Reviews. Now, this is a moment, you are together. Assault does not have a good angle. They can actually try and contest Joker and Chari over there, right? Or maybe just go after Assault. If you're going full-fledged as a team, he cannot do much. I mean, he can at the maximum just knock out one guy. But that's not going to be enough, I8, considering the fall that they've had lately after those first days, it was clearly visible in the overall standings, right? They are purely playing for kills, which I completely support, right? Right now, position, I know, they know how to crack. They've certainly cracked the code. They know how to play these circles. What they're trying to do is just building up that confidence, just trying that 4-man lineup. But here we have Crypto still trying to, get in up close and personal as a trying to knock onto a Joker in the mannequin room. We do have Chari still fighting for survival, but Crypto's just gonna spray the whole magazine down. No! Chari still managing to find a knock, but eventually gets traded down. And R8 by the Whiskers, they're still alive. Bishal, however, he's gonna come in rescue for his teammate, but can Raw hold their horses over here as Bishal indeed is taking so much damage from up above. That's gonna be YALLA. But wait a second. Uzum has been knocked out, and that is sort of poking me. Who did that?
Oh, YALLA from the top of us, just doing so much damage. The third party, indeed, is insane. But take a look at this. Resident Vibes getting eliminated on 12th position. A massive knockout after this game, and it's going to be one of Wizzes Vibes as well. And in Raw, also falter down. Oh, what's going on? This is getting intense, and this is what I like about these kind of circles. It's just so many unpredictable things can happen. YALLA already with a great kind of a placement they had. That's why they don't really need to worry about a lot of things. They have the high ground to try and contest it, but if the circle moves away from them, that's when the real problem starts. But take a look at this. Rico Infinity now have their eyes locked onto Cryptics. One man's right behind that little tree, but they get eliminated as well. Rico Infinity, they get those kills. What's happening? Each and every single teams are just falling down like dominoes.
Yeah, I mean, every single point for YALLA is going to be so precious, but looks like they haven't had a lot of success, right? Just 1 point. They need more than that. But DRS, they've lost out on Nima and they've lost out on Asia. Now, if I could have a look at Galton, I really want to see how many first aid does this lad possess, because the presumption that we had that they are gonna have one of those lads, having all those first aids going in for those heal battle, but that is not the case anymore because Galton, my friend, has been taken down, and this is Nigma Galaxy going into the push, and Martin Ninja, he's gonna hold his horses, but not for long, as they have no trouble in finishing him off, and Lord gets the final kill, and YALLA, they do get one more for themselves. But 2 points, well, it's a good start, but they need more than this. They need at least 7-8 points and a chicken dinner, considering the desk even did discuss upon it. YALLA, they do not have a lot of games, and on the other hand, DRS still have those next 2 games to play. So that is definitely going to be a cause for concern as the zone is about to shrink. I'm somehow anticipating it to maybe just stick around the hills, but let's see what happens. Oh, there you go.
Exactly. Oh, here we go. But I still feel like YALLA shouldn't really be having that much of a problem to try and shift inside the zone. It's kind of favoring them. Bundra as well is already in that kind of vicinity, so they will at least find themselves being safe for now. But again, they will also have to watch out from the front lines. Nasser, well, guess what? It seems like they're going for a heal battle. 28 freaking first aids. That's insane. Nasser, I mean, yeah, they have been one of the most consistent teams out there. And, well, guess what the reason is? This is kind of the huge reason in the map for Sanhok. And at least for now, they have 27 freaking first aids, and he's using them cautiously. He's using them slowly and steadily. He's not really kind of just directly going for them. But yeah, talking about things going bad for teams. Vibes, of course, being exposed from the backs. K7 taking full advantage of that situation, or at least that moment. Killer being taken down quite low, but it's fine. Vibes now, they find themselves a little bit of edge to stick around with.
Oh, they certainly are. But look at Triple Icard. The kind of a start they've had, and the way they've looked up. I really love this, right? Ilanga getting the better out of 4-1. And Joshin, he's trying to take a few shots as well. But there you are, Rico Infinity just dashing onto it. Nasser over here, however, does get a taste of his own medicine as Prestige. Well, he's far behind the pack. And Anas, he's in a different world altogether. I mean, he's nearby. But I don't think the revivals are going to be possible anymore, because considering the fact the circle is going to start shrinking, I8 even trying to get close. But before that, they've managed to get the better out of the players of Team Vibes, managing to eliminate them from the server. But I'm pretty sure Triple Icard, they've heard those bullet sounds, and Uzim, he might just be in a whole world of trouble. Already shots being taken at his direction.
Shots definitely being taken at his direction, but guess what? Another fight might just be coming through. It might just be YALLA and Nigma Galaxy. They're right next to each other. Nigma Galaxy right down below. So I feel like right now YALLA hasn't really spotted their presence, but as soon as they do, I'm pretty sure they're going to be raining down death and destruction upon them. I8 making that bold rotation next to Triple I Kurt. We do know this game is really important for this team. They're in the bottom 4, so each and every single step they take in these games is going to be really important, because we know the upcoming game is going to be the final game for them. And not final game for them, but most of the teams that are in the bottom 4, including Lit and KHK. So this was a really important game for at least the teams that are in the bottom 4. But Kurt, for now, doing a good job staying alive, and at least in the survival point of things. But I definitely do want them to rack up a few more kills.
Oh, 100%. Even I do. But, Triple Icard, like you said, they've got a good position. But they've got to be really patient and not really watching their backs as YALLA chime in. And it's going to be their top fragger, Yusuf, getting the job done. He's, however, secured just enough. And Ali will desperately try to get the rest back up. But it's going to be a rather risky affair. And slowly but surely, Triple Icard, they're getting sandwiched over here. I8, they've managed to redeem their numbers. They're a 4-man squad right now. They're starting to head in. They're still inside the zone. Triple Icard, Ali, the onus is on him right now. He's gonna somehow, make sure that he gets Kalaga alive, and also they've got to make a dash in for the circle when the 7th zone does form out over here, and this is it. But somehow, by all God's graces, they seem to be inside the circle.
They are inside the circle. They're barely making it in the circle, and the next circle's quite close to them. But again, the grounds in front of them are quite exposed. At least I hope they have a few bit of smoke grenades left for themselves. I'm pretty sure they must. But I8, though, they're just bombarding them down over and over and over, and that's why Triple I Kurd are wasting a lot of time, and at the same time, they're wasting a lot of meds just to try and patch themselves up. And look at this, another nade coming in through from the side of Crypto, and that's going to be it. That's going to be sealing the deal on Triple E Kurd. They're out the game on 6th position, and that's a great way to at least get yourself a free frags, I would say, because Triple E Kurd didn't really have a lot of place to go around. They didn't really have a lot of places to at least move. They were kind of stuck in that position. But look at this, what's going on? YALLA, just a send it moment for them, just a YOLO moment for YALLA. Didn't really have a lot of choices to do anyways, so they might as well do it.
Balls of steel, just too heavy. Just falling off the cliff. The car could not really withstand it, and Enigma Galaxy got the better out of them, but I8, now they're starting to feel themselves and edging in, closing for the chicken dinner as final 3 teams remain as Lord. He definitely does want to put up a fight. A beautiful reaction, does manage to get the second one as well, but eventually gets traded off. But Prestige, all right, he is in for the heal battle. He can pull off a surprise. Gets sorted out. Yes, he has. Goes after Refuse, does knock him out, but eventually Blade comes in for clutch and does manage to secure a very crucial, very important chicken dinner, because, well, I8 had been ported off from the top 3, and I'm pretty sure after the chicken, they're definitely going to be back right up at the 2nd spot.
Oh my god, a 2nd spot. TDK now. Again, their position being compromised. As I mentioned, this was their free way in because TDK was out from this game. And now, but the upcoming game, TDK is going to be back in. That means they're going to be trying to contest again that top 3 position. But for now, I8 has found themselves that previous chicken dinner, and they moved themselves up all the way to 2nd place. And that's going to be a little bit of sigh of relief. As soon as we saw the webcams, we also saw their faces, right? They were completely relieved. Like, they were so tensed out, but as soon as they won that game, they were relieved.
That was the only shortcoming in their game, right? They're getting a lot of kills. They're looking confident. It was the positional points that they were struggling with. And when you're entering into the final day and you get a chicken dinner on a map like Sanhok, imagine their drop location, the distance that they traveled. They deserve every single bit of it. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick little breather because right after this, the desk is going to come in and break all the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. A big thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. With that, we're in the final day of the league plays and 3 games are done. What a play that was. With that, Ocean is, well, definitely going to be really happy. I see that Crystal Crater's back. What's happening, Ocean?
I told you. I told you. See, you asked for 2 predictions from one man, but after that, I kind of gave a spoiler. You know, that's what I do.
Yeesh. But yep, that is exactly what worked out. That is exactly what happened. I mean, I8, they were not happy letting go of that 3rd position, top 3 positions, and they moved all the way up to the 2nd spot. With that, the MVP is going to be laid from I8.
Yeah,
This is
5
brilliant.
kills secured.
Yeah. This is actually brilliant. I mean, Johnny, just think about it, right? In a map of Sanhok where you are the second name of Chaos, just 124 healing done by this lad. That's just amazing.
I mean, exactly. It was quite an impressive performance from the entire team of I8 as well. But look at this top players. We see the lads from Rico Infinity as well. And it's going to be Escaton joined by Anas and Hero on the 5th position. Quite an incredible run from this team, I have to say. I mean, they have been impressive in the entire tournament so far. And that makes me hopeful for the finals.
Well. When it comes to Rico Infinity, I mean, since day one itself, they have been bringing it. Again, I mean, Ocean, you kind of pointed it out itself, right? I mean, when it comes to that group E, that is where Rico Infinity is from.
Yes.
That is a group of excitement.
It definitely is. It brings up the entire excitement. Think about it, right? Both the teams coming up from that group. 2011 damage coming from IA, 2-9-8 from Rico. That's actually indeed a high number. If we just talk about it, kills, again with Rico, they are there. So they did enjoy those numbers for themselves. Again, knockouts, brilliant. 14 knockouts coming up from Rico's side. That shows how much they were engaged in fights. And well, because of that, they did lose out on a few players here and there, and that's why the average survival did go a bit down. Still, they got the 2nd position, and that is all that matters right now.
Indeed it does. As we move on to the match summary, we've got the highest skill coming in, of course, for Blade, but talk about those most heals.
Yeah, yesterday Nabo had 2400 plus heal marker for himself. Today this lad has 2500 plus. This actually means one thing. Whenever Nasus players, they have to rush in, and if it's like 5th circle or something, they give all their heals to this one lad who's out there as a backup, just getting those heals done. And well, he's securing it for himself. That's just so good. That means almost around 24-25 plus first aids on this lad.
Exactly. And as we move on to the match ranking, we do know who got the chicken dinner, I8, but very close along with the points is going to be Rico Infinity and Nigma Galaxy falling in along with that. It is, well, DRS nowhere to be seen.
Well, 3 from Group E, but not the one that we were looking for.
Exactly.
Just one team is going to be missing. And I believe, Nigma, Galaxy and DRS, they have this thing of just fulfilling like 1 or 2 good games of quota every single day. And well, true. Nigma Galaxy, this one is going to be their decent performance.
So you're saying for DRS, it's yet to come right now. In next 2 matches, they might have good games. I hope so.
They better.
That's what they've been doing, and that's what's been keeping up. So their good games, their decent performances, they make sure that they get consistent points, right? And that's what's kept them in the competition so far. And also their worst performances are not that bad. I mean, DRS did have quite a slow start. I mean, they were stagnant for a while, but then they started moving up, and it is DRS. We know how fast the lads can play, so it was. They were quite comfortable bringing themselves into the top 16, and I guess they will be playing for the finals, both these teams at this point. But yes, I want to say this though. I mean, before this game, we did see Nasser just behind I8 as well. So now I want to see, will they bring themselves in contention of the top 3?
Well, we shall see, because the number of games remaining for the day, well, there aren't many. Along with that, let's move on through to the zone analysis moment, where Ocean is going to be talking for the teams and what sort of rotations were made.
Just like you talked about Nasser just being onto the backside. Well, they were backside here as well. Remember their slow rotations when they start up, and not just them. DRS.
Exactly.
And then there's Nasser, and well, look at this team. There's always one team. There's always that one team that comes on from the water lines, and it never works out for them. This time, unfortunately, it was A1 Esports, because they were being caught off by Wizzes with Vibes. So yeah, this did happen here, but well, the circle did demand chaos. Look at this, right? everyone knows it's bound to go to that area. We thought almost like K7 will be having a good finish for themselves because that's where they were around the zone. But if we just talk about the teams that were just creating chaos, that's where yesterday we just talk about it. Yesterday's zone formation happened just a bit on this side.
Yeah.
Had it been the same case, this time K7 would have had a good chance for themselves. But now,
Yeah, apart from that, so as you mentioned yesterday's game, majority of the teams are in similar positions, right? You have K7 on the shorelines with the Vibes as well. The mistake they made was coming down from the mountains a little bit later, and I8 also changed the way they played. The last time they moved on to the Camp Alpha Island a little bit quicker. This time they took their sweet time. And I guess Wizzes Vibes, since they came down a little bit early, that decision backfired upon them, since getting back inside the circle did become a challenge, since Rico Infinity was sitting in their way.
Yeah, and just think about it, right? If we just talk about the teams and the names that have been just obviously definitely playing along, Raw had this compound for themselves. I8 swoops in, takes up the hold of this compound, and they stay here. That was a brilliant fight. We'll see that in the open moments definitely, because that was just a brilliant fight that I8 just took for themselves. And after this, it was all about the journey of the zone and how you capitalize. It was all about the timing. If you're at the edge of the circle, then how far can you, how quickly can you just move around? And whosoever gets it. I8, they got it.
Ooh, they definitely did get themselves this game, and the Chicken Dinner, quite a wonderful performance. But apart from them, it was an interesting game. As you mentioned, we talked about the rotations, we talked about what the teams were looking forward to. I want to ask you this question, Ocean. Do you think, as we anticipated, like we were talking about, this is quite a similar circle to what we saw in Sanhok yesterday? Because I was thinking we're going to have a similar finish. K7, they were used to it. Vibes were looking in a comfortable position, but all of it changed in an instant, and it was a surprise.
Well, it happens, right? Because at one moment, circle might just be yours. At the other moment, it's someone else's, and that's how volatile the situation becomes.
Absolutely, and again, it is therefore the PUBG God is the circle itself every single game. With that, let's move on through to the Oppo F9 Pro moments.
Right off the bat, just think about it, right? K7 did the area that they were holding, that was just so good. Then comes Wizzes with Vibes, obviously just taking up their own fight against the A1 Esports that was swimming onto the areas. And then KHK, I gotta give it to these lads, right? They actually charged up really, really good. No doubt they did fall down here and there though. But the charge up, this is not the KHK scenario that we see, right? The lads, they were really aggressive in this one somehow. Well, again, the fall down, that happened. This is where Wizzes were taking down players wherever they were seeing down, and in a while, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that I8 fight as well.
I believe the reason for the aggression from KHK, and I want to witness the same thing from Ikurd as well. It's gonna be the fact that they are really far behind right now in the overall standings, and maybe the YOLO approach, as we like to call it, is finally that's how they're playing right now. Because the fight against Stalwart Esports did get quite intense at a certain point.
Oh, that's true. If we just talk about it, but right now, look at this, right? Rico Infinity just taking down players, and then I8, they were charging on wherever they could see someone. YALLA, again, the team did decent for themselves, but I don't know if this decent is enough, because we know, them, DRS, the competition that there is, the contestation that there is. We'll get a clearer picture in the overall, but still there will be quite a bit of a gap.
Exactly.
And YALLA won't be playing the next match.
Yeah, so the pressure is going to be on them in the last game of the day. And also, SUDOR Esports was sitting out this game, so I want to see where is this match going to put them, because, DRS were quite close to them as well.
I get
Indeed, you talk about SUDOR, they might find themselves on that 16th spot with the DRS in this game, walking away with 5 points. Maybe we might see that, but on the other front, as we talk about the damage graphs, Raw not capitalizing, A1 just not being able to even start their game.
In Sanhok, if you see 0-0 on damage and kill department, doesn't mean you might just be in a bad fight. It might just mean you might just be in the worst situation in the water lines, and that's where A1 was. So they couldn't do anything. You cannot even hold a weapon and nothing. So it was done for.
it was basically shooting practice at that point. The players of A1
for
Esports just
Wizzes.
completely stranded in the water and getting picked off one after the other.
Easy
Quite
picking,
brutal,
exactly.
yeah.
But yep, with that, let's have a look at the storyboard, the overall rankings, where we move on along with third game done. Only 2 games remain, and that too, of course, does imply that few of these teams are going to be playing their final game for the day.
Yeah. And hey, Stalwart Esports make it to 200, but Ocean, our prediction went wrong at a certain point. We expected them to cross the 100 kill marker by now.
I mean, still, by the end of the day, they can.
Yeah, they
If
have
we
2
just-
matches.
If we just talk about it, they can. So no worries about this one. I would say that was just a bit of a momentum break or something that they just did for this one. I mean, we can say that. I8, well, again, just like we were mentioning it before the game as well. Well, they are at the second position now, coming back again from the 4th position. Rico Infinity once again getting in the top 5 for themselves. That's really good. Cryptics, no ups, no downs at the 9th position, just enjoying. Nigma Galaxy, 10th now.
I mean, slowly and steadily moving up the ladder, but it is not the top 10 we want to talk about. It is the next 10 teams that we want to look at. And, well, Blotter is on the 16th. And YALLA, just 6 points shy. YALLA Esports on the 17th.
You know, for YALLA, imagine having a brilliant game and jumping to 12th.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely perfect. But of course, it is easier said than done. On the other front, as we were mentioning, I mean, SUDOR did not play this game, but now they will be. So they're also going to be trying to crack up those numbers for themselves. With only 3 points shy, they might just overcross DRS.
Yeah.
But let's see. Let's see if that will be the case or not. But on the other front, some good news to bring up in this moment is going to be the PUBG Mobile reunion party. Yep, that is correct. We've got a PUBG Mobile reunion party where you join the game to participate in this exciting global festival, which is only available for a limited time. All the modes in the game are coming back. All of them. From Vikendi to Surviving Till Dawn, you've played them all back in the day, but now you get to play them once again, and that's not it. Daily rewards, well, they are available for you. Just log in, get permanent free items, time-limited UC, and a new character. Anna is also going to be available with her flashing outfits. Yep, that is true. The game just keeps getting better and better for the fans. And of course, it is all for the fans. As we move on forth, there is also a collaboration with football team Liverpool to win a permanent backpack. Look at that right there. Who does not love football? Who does not want to participate in that and get that permanent backpack for yourself? The skin is going to be yours. And last but not the least is going to be the world-leading hypercar. A custom-made Jesco by Koenigsegg is available. To try out the lightning fast ride, go to in-game and get one for yourself. Only available till the end of November. So get busy, get fast, and get the action pumping with your friends. With that, we're going to get the action starting right here as well. With the final 2 games remaining, we are now going to be jumping to the map of Miramar. What are your anticipations, dudes?
Stalwart.
I mean, Stalwart, alright. So here's the thing,
They do that, right? They do that. And look at that, already, new record, 100 kills. Well, they will get that for themselves in this game, I'm telling you. If you just talk about it, Rico Infinity is going to be there, although, right, if you talk about it, and DRS. Well, I would want to see good game from DRS, but somehow I would say if it's about domination, well, Stalwart definitely, because Miramar, you know, they did it in the first game as well, like good domination.
True.
Yeah. So Ocean likes to give spoilers. I'm going to start playing with your minds and start making you rethink what the result is going to look like. Because at the end of the day, though, that's what I like to do, right?
You know, I used to overthink, but now I've lost the capability of thinking altogether. So yeah, you can.
Yeah, because now you just rely on your crate, the magical crate that just gives the answers.
Well, it is back, but as you guys talk about it, you still haven't really given any anticipations or predictions? No team? Nothing?
No,
okay,
no predictions.
We're going to be quiet. We're going to be quiet for these final 2 games, perhaps. With that, let's jump on along and throw that same exact question to our casters, the Panda Bros. It's going to be Necro and Pain Fixes.
Yeah, well, I mean, Blotter, that's quite a tricky question, man. Look, I feel like I am also out of words, just like how Ocean and Johnny are. So, me as well, I feel like Fixes will have the same opinion as well. I don't really feel like he's going to be answering anything over here. But yeah, taking a glimpse of what happened after the previous games, things are looking quite heated up. At least the top 4, things are looking quite interesting. But without wasting any time, we're just straight up going to be heading inside the game. And Stalwart Esports as well, they got themselves 200 overall points. That's quite insane. And now the only thing we're waiting for them is to get that 100 kill marker. And we will see that inside this game at least. Like, they have 97 kills. It's not really that tough for them to at least get like 3 kills. It's like a piece of candy for them. But talking about Deadeye's guys in second place, then Nigma Galaxy on 10th. They are also doing a good job. But what I really have my eyes locked on are going to be DRS. And I do want to see even what DRS have gone for themselves, because they are in 15th position. I do not like them being so uncomfortable right next to SUDOR and Vibes. And talking about a team like Vibes as well, I mean, just this top 16 is looking so interesting that I have so many things to talk about. But the problem is I don't have enough time to talk about it, because the entire kind of a storyline over here in the top 16 is looking pretty heated up. But yeah, going inside this game, Group B is going to be sitting this one out. That means YALLA Esports, K7, Wizzes with Vibes, and A1 Esports are not going to be playing this one. YALLA, I mean, they had a pretty good previous game, but I just want to see them carrying the momentum forward inside this game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, of course, this time, I blame technology. It's not old man fixes this time making mistakes. But yeah, I'm back. My sound is loud and clear. But what is right now important is, of course, Team YALLA, right? This is going to be so dicey, man. They're sitting this one out. You know, DRS, SUDOR in real close contentions. And, you know, you've got to all battle it out in the good old map of Erangel. And this is where, we do have a little bit of a term called being targeted, right? You know, being soft targets. No matter how subtle you are with the description of it. But right now, this is one of those interesting circles, that I've been so longing for. But the moment, I was happy, I was elated. We got a circle as such. Well, the voice in my head says, we're in for a rehost, and that sort of breaks my heart. But the only good thing is we get to talk more of about the teams right now, of how the storyline has really panned out. Because right now we can just put the top 8 teams away, right? They're pretty much secure. Now, what is interesting here is the bottom 3 of the ones being lit, KHK and Triple Earth. I think at some point we have to accept the truth that the chance for making it to the finals is very, very slim, unless and until they pull off some sort of a miracle, right? I would be rather dealing with reality than just dreaming of making wonders happen right now. So the only team that has a chance to create some upsets is gonna be YALLA. And the way they played in Sanhok, it clearly showed that they did not want to take a lot of risks, right? Of course, they did die, and that was last-ditch effort, just taking the vehicle. And had that worked, things could have been different. Either way, the Sanhok game went well. Now they're sitting this one out in Miramar, where you've got SUDOR coming back, you've got DRS, both these teams, in contention. And imagine, YALLA coming in the final game, maybe a chicken dinner out of nowhere and pulling one of the biggest upsets of maybe the season. Imagine, a team like DRS not playing the finals.
Exactly. I mean, a team like DRS, I don't really imagine that. I feel like DRS is going to be a team that's going to be qualifying in. And I feel like what they're doing right now as well is kind of intended. I mean, they know that no matter what, even if one game slips out of their hand, the next game they're just going to be performing up, and they're going to be getting in the top 16 no matter what. And the sad part I feel about the teams in the bottom 4 is that DRS is the one who is guarding the top 16 place, and they're right on the 16th marker. That means if any of the team from the bottom 4 try to slip up in the top 16, DRS is just going to be taking it down and getting that place back up again. So DRS is kind of being like that guardian angel of those edge lines. They're kind of being that guardian angel of that 16th place. That's going to be one of the interesting things. But yeah, as we also mentioned, this is the final game for Group 1 as well. So that means teams like Lit, KHK, and Raw aren't really going to be playing the next one, so they will have to perform this one as if it's game of their life.
16, 15 does not matter, right? DRS, a few corrections out there. They're on the 15th, I believe, because SUDOR did sit this one out. So DRS did climb up a few points, and I think the difference is just 3, and it doesn't really matter. It's just 3 kills. If SUDOR can get that, then they take it. But the big question over here is YALLA. right? The big question: can they pull off an upset? Because if they do, that's going to be big. But either ways, heading into the game of of course, Miramar, and we're gonna just get started in just a little bit. But before that, we do know Miramar comprises few teams that really excel at it. You start off with Starwood. Even the Des did touch upon it. Starwood, they've always felt this. The only competitors, however, I felt during the PMPL SA was T2K, right? The first time they went down, the second time they hit them hard, and they've done that. But yesterday, again, Starwood sort of redeemed themselves the way they played. And, heading into today, of course, they're going to be the hot favorites for winning this map. But we have one more team, like we did see Rico Infinity getting their chicken yesterday. And, if they can manage to pull off an upset like that, pull off one more chicken, then more points for them. But let's be honest, that's not going to impact or create a huge ripple, because right now it's survival on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the action resuming for you guys.
Hello, my name is Cry and I play Role Sport in Star Wars Sport. The tournaments were difficult and stay team too. We do our best to champions and we are not afraid of nobody. Keeping our team prepared for PMPL MENA South Asia tournament. It's going to be great work because for boarding school we have never played with the MENA team. All the team are strong, but for us, we are not afraid of people and we will not show our preference. We are here to fight for glory and secure the top spot, which will lead us to PMGC. Come watch and support us live at the PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship only on PUBG MOBILE Esports official YouTube channel.
Well, here we are back without any further ado. Really getting excited to get inside the game because it's going to be Miramar, my favorite map. And, well, I mean, I'm of course going to be disappointed for one reason because, prior to the rehost, the circle that had formed was clearly ludicrous, out of my mind. The viewers would have loved that. The final penultimate games starting off after this. We have got the final Erangel. So, of course, it's the last Miramar of the league stages, at least before we head into the finals. But let's get the show running as the big bird is in the sky. And this time, I really want to see where the flight path trajectory originates from. And by all means, it's heading from Minas Generales with La Durera. And this is one of those trajectories that the teams are going to love. But the circle is something that we are really interested in.
Exactly. Circle is what we all are looking out for, and I personally do want to see where it's going to be heading towards. Yeah, even myself, I was disappointed because a Southern Circle, it was quite a fresh, kind of a breath air, at least in the map of Miramar. It's been a long time since I've seen those kind of circles, so I feel like it could be a unique start to a Miramar game, but it's fine. Let's just see what kind of a circle we're going to be witnessing in this Miramar. Already teams going on their drop location. I8's going towards Impala. And yeah, talking about the overall rankings as well, Stalwart Esports, they only need 3 more kills for that 100 kill marker. And that's going to be an insane achievement for that team because, yeah, I mean, considering the fact that this is the second last game of the league stages, that means in the finals, the leaderboards are going to be completely wiped. They're going to be set back up in the top 16 spot, especially including DRS, as I mentioned, they're in top 15. SUDOR is all the way on 16th place. That means this game is really going to be important for teams like Vibes, DRS, and SUDOR.
Oh, this certainly will be. And more than that, I'm really concerned on column of on our right hand side, right? Look at Uzum, 27 kills at the 3rd position. And even better than him, we've got Rules. So, Wizzes with Vibes also stepping up, but we've got some good Picado rumble happening right in front of us as we've got Team Vibes going up against Team Lit. Now, well, Lit, they, of course, they've got nothing to lose at this point. They realize, their time is done. They've had a fun time in the MENA Championship, just those few games remaining for them, and all they're gonna do is try and create chaos. And well, to start things off, they've got Vibes to tackle off.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? I mean, Vibes, they're quite close in the overall rankings as well. They're on 14th place, so if they do manage to take Vibes out, it's going to be helping them a little bit to at least get their mark in the top 16. So I do like what Lit is trying to do here. But again, is it going to be that easy? That's the main question. Because iCurd as well is quite close, or at least quite around them. So Lit, we do see them on the aggressive page. At least Weehong is the man who is closest distance next to Jiggle. Jiggle as well being really cautious about his surrounding, but he's getting pushed by 2 players. Nil knows where exactly Jiggle is located, but as soon as Lit as well, they want to make sure they're not really overexposing themselves. If they do, well, Vibes are just going to be finding themselves an easy knock.
Oh, this is going to be really tricky because Jiggle, he's just stepped out of the compound. He's definitely going to get some cover fire from the arena. We've got Probin on his left-hand side. So LIT, they've got to calculate every single movement that they make. They for sure know that Jiggle is around, but they're certainly unaware about the surroundings, unaware about the other players of Team Vibes. As Jiggle, he's just got that M16 and the Mini to work around with. So not the best kind of utilities, but yes, M16, if you're prolific at, if you're really proficient, you know how to use that weapon even in the closer ranges. It's just that one burst that takes to, knock you down, provided you do not have any vest on you. But right now, as things are, Jiggle, he's fighting for his life. 4 players surrounding him, and all his teammates, they're well positioned. Everyone just waiting for any single player of LIT to show their bodies and just open it up.
That could be in a close. Hey, Jiggle, though, moves away pretty quickly to the other side. But look at this, Weehong is right next to them, but no, this is what I was exactly saying, exposing yourself, Weehong. You need to watch your surroundings, you need to be a little bit of aware near your surroundings, and this is where Vibes find themselves an easy edge over Lit. And now it's a 3-on-4 situation, man advantage in the favor of Vibes. Probin as well taking quite a decent amount of damage. He's getting burned down by the Molotov. Did he just Molotov himself? I think so, he did.
I mean, either ways, right now, more than brawls, it's all about brains, right? Team White pulling off those big brain plays, but right now, Jiggle is in the middle of the trouble, and well, regardless, Killer comes in clutch as he does take out Mercy, but Jiggle, he needs to back off, but indeed, he does not want to, as he's got that arm to play around with, and Team LIT, they're in shambles every single time peeking around. This is it, Team Vibes, they've realized, they've got their fishes. Now, all they need to do is completely go in for a full-on push. Now, pushing in tandem, are they and Assassin, he's in for the chase. He knows exactly where Nil is, but he's going to be careful because, of course, he did spot out the door being closed. He knows about positioning over there, and Fabine just will be there and get those kills secured for him. But Assassin and Nil, now this is one of the fights that we are talking about, and well, Nil does have that arm to play around with. The mags are out of it. That is when Assassin is going to make the move, but he takes a plunge over there as he's again going to try and close in. Nil manages to take one though, gets greedy and gets the finish over there. Damage has been done for Team Vibes as LIT, they're somehow putting up a fight.
They're trying to put up a fight. Neil, the final man alive from Vibes. Assassin and Jiggle in the clotheslines. Neil has done the damage on the Vibes, and this is not the start you definitely want to have, Vibes. They could have had a clean swipe, but Vibes as well got a little overconfident in that previous fight. Decided to push inside that room all by himself, and this is where Killer was taken down. He is the man who likes to play on the front foot, but this time it didn't really work out for him. Jiggle, though, trying to incinerate Nil out of his position, trying to make sure that he's being as uncomfortable as possible. But Nil looking really confident inside this fight. He's looking pretty healthy as well. But no, guess what? Jiggle's movement is a little bit too good, and Nil falls down, and that's going to be a bad start for Lit. And guess what? Not just bad. This was the final game for them. That means Lit are not going to be making in top 16 anymore, Fixes.
Yeah, and it's over, right? They've had a good run. They did manage to get a chicken dinner. They did impress us when, they had their time. But, of course, it was not a marathon. It was a sprint this time, and they just could not do it. Maybe next time, the experience that they've taken is certainly going to help them in the upcoming tournaments. Now, this is a moment, where we've got a bit ado to four of our loving teams. They tried so hard playing the region CEOs, playing the regions NCs, qualifying, playing the PMPLs, making it so far. But to realize that the journey gets over and they've got to wait for the next season to start. I mean, gotta feel bad, but again, you never losers, right? I've always said this time and again, you're always learners. And there you have it, Dead Eyes, aggressive than ever, going after. There's a triple cut. Kalaga in a really bad spot, gets picked off by On Top, and the finish is definitely there. And Deadeye is off to a really good start. I mean, I must say they've been doing well throughout the league stages, but finals is what I'm really excited about. Are they going to choke again, or do they have some miracles up their sleeve this time?
I'm hoping for some miracles for sure. I'm hoping for a team like Deadeye's guys to put up an incredible fight in the finals. And what's going on top? Okay. All right.
Literally on top.
Yeah, he is on top. But yeah, also trying to pull off some, just trying to show off some moves over here. Trying to show off the emotes. If he's trying to see if he can make this happen. This is quite risky though. You gotta watch out top. If you lose the momentum, that means you're out the game. And guess what? We have found out a new little kind of, what do we call it? Exploit that players do? Use an emote on top of a car and you're not going to be falling off.
I mean, I do not know. I still have to test it out personally. But, this is more than just emotes. It's just stop trying to YOLO around, right? And
okay.
Yeah, he's just trying to YOLO around. And now, Starwood, I mean, they're on top. They're untouchable. Regardless, whoever wins, no one's going to reach where they are. But here we have the Africans. Now, this is one of my, wishes right from the bottom of my heart. I really wanted this team to get a chicken dinner because, being associated with the African region, I've seen, the grind, how things are. And despite the fact, making it up to a stage like this. And, well, that being said, one of their players has been taken down. But now, well, the zone taking a shift with the eastern side. Now, this is where T2K are really going to start feeling comfortable for themselves. But I8, Nasir, they're all closing in. Everyone contending for the center.
are trying to contend for the center, including team like TDK, and a fight between SUDOR and KHK. SUDOR now did manage to find a knockout on the KHK, but it seems like the fallen man is back up on his feet. Pennywise making bold peak, still not falling back from that peak. Pennywise, though, a bold move being shown from his side, did quite a decent amount of damage on the players of SUDOR. And guess what? KHK now, they're fighting back. Lewis is the man who finds the opening. That's a huge opening as well. That's going to be putting SUDOR in such an uncomfortable place as they're on top, as they're in the 16th place of the overall rankings. This game is really important for SUDOR. They can't just let it slip away. But other than SUDOR, this game is the most important for KHK. So at least the kind of start they've gotten for themselves, I would say it's a decent start.
Like you said, has to be the most important game for SUDOR. No caps, because considering the fact that it's survival on the line, and you do not want to leave things for the last game, right? Going up against KHK, they definitely have gotten that res up onto its Al Shamri, but they've got to do better than this. As Biscay, he's going to pick up that grenade, he's going to lob it, and Clever, well, he's taken some damage, but not enough to knock him out. And SUDOR, they understand the gravity of the situation. They understand the fact that if they even get a single casualty for themselves, it's going to be so tough for them in those final situations. But finally, Clever finding a knock onto its Biscay. Now he's going to follow it up with a grenade of his own. But Luis, I believe he's going to survive this onslaught. As Al Shamri, he's going to look to retreat or maybe find a different angle. But Pennywise, I really felt, he's going to make some moves. He's going to try to come in a little bit of a closer vicinity to just help his friends. But that does not seem like it.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't really seem the case. Instead, Pennywise was all the way in the back lines. I feel like he was trying to scout the areas out and at least deliver some info, but it did seem like he had nothing to report. But yeah, SUDOR, they're on a run. They do realize they're already one man short and do not want any other man to at least fall down. On the other hand, though, we're seeing a battle of bolts action between I8 and Fate. I also do want to see them. I'm pretty sure the Productions is going to be making sure, or at least taking care of that one in the replay system. But Nasser now going against TDK. TDK, we do know they're the team that is right in the smack center of the zone. So Nasser trying to challenge them. Nasser as well is one of those teams that have been pretty consistent throughout. And TDK, Sadesh exposing himself a bit. Nasser spots him out. He has taken a few shots onto TDK. The damage was being dealt, but TDK doesn't really seem like they're worrying about it. Fate, they get the kill on Rico Infinity and the confirmation as well.
All these teams in the top 8, they're just playing for fun, right? Considering it as a classic. All they want to do is get a few good kills here and there. We did see Miramar, a game of Miramar did end after the 6th circle got finished off, right? So you can imagine the kind of aggression, because prior to that, when we even had the Southeast Asian teams, that's where, they take those Miramar games really seriously. It tends to go down to the 9th circle. So that is as hot as it gets now. But now, take a look at this particular circuit, going on towards the eastern side. Now, this is one of those similar circles I did cast in the Pakistani region, I believe, that went to the islands on the right-hand side, those little islands. But this time, however, we're not going to witness that happen. But imagine, Necro, a shoreline circle in a map like Miramar.
Still, I mean, right now, it does seem like quite a unique circle, and I am loving it. And this is the bolt action shot. Well, the production heard me. Thank you so much. And I really want to see this one. Raw, again, this was the kind of fight that broke down between KHK and Raw. And Raw is a hard-hitting team. As soon as they find the opportunity, they are going to be taking it without any doubt. And Rico Infinity, a team that is doing quite good on the overall rankings this time. They got eliminated as well pretty early. So a lot of things, a lot of unexpected things happening. As you mentioned, the top 8 teams are just playing it for fun, and it is clearly visible. And now Deadeye's guys going up against Fate. Fate as well is quite low. Deadeye's guys, on the other hand, they're looking pretty healthy inside this one, jiggling around. Fraxter doing a good job, dealing an insane amount of damage out of the players of Fate. Ragnarok down quite low, and Fraxter single-handedly taking the boat down.
Well, considering Deadeyes, they've deleted the word fear from the dictionary, the way they've been playing. And now I think they're just gonna find out all the squads that they possibly can and just go after them unless and until the point that someone takes them down. But right now they've got another fight breaking amongst this. That's gonna be Starwood going up against Nasir. Each of the team having one of their players down as action. He's gonna be taking the higher route over here and he's trying to spot out as many players as he can. Miracle, however, with some intense reflexes, does manage to take him down just to get traded off. It's Batika against Pika, and Batika does clutch it out in a 1v1. And Nasir, they do take down the Giants, the Starwood. That is Starwood Esports themselves.
Oh my god, the gaming golems being taken down. Stalwart Esports with only 1 kill. Fixes, I thought they are going to be getting that 100 kill marker inside this game, but no is going to be the answer. Instead, they're left with only 98 kills. They need 2 more kills for that 100 marker. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they're going to be able to make it in the next game. I think so. They probably will be able to at least surpass that 100 kill marker barrier. But now we have Raw in front of us, and TDK is looking to challenge them. Take a look at the separation being shown in the lads of TDK. Legend all the way on the left side, and then Jane is all the way on the right side. That's a huge separation, and I personally don't like it, but sometimes it can pan out.
In the map of Miramar, it certainly can, but right now DRS is on the hunt and going up against Galaxy Races. There you have it, Nima being just taken down over there, just taken down one of those players, Lord from Nigma, and now we've got 2 of their players, Rauf and Freak Alive, and DRS. They've got a lot of beating to do. Look at the movements that they're making. You've got Kjalton starting to slowly but surely close in onto its Freak. He's completely aware of where he actually is. Now, what DRS they're going to try is to get the revive on Mafia Ninja instead. Freak gets one for himself and taking down Nima. This is where, you know, Kjalton has to reconsider this sort of a push that he has done right now, as DRS seem to be in a little bit of a situation. There you go, Kjalton getting spotted off from the backlines. It's going to be Hixie who does manage to secure the knock and finish him off.
DRS looking pretty shaky inside this one. Started off this fight pretty well, but then it's not ending good for them. Nima in the clotheslines, he's knocked out. Shouldn't really be that tough for Enigma Galaxy to at least try and confirm the kill. They probably will do so. Enigma Galaxy do realize one man slipping away from them. The AJ is going to be the man. Mafia Ninja is in the clotheslines, and DRS want to make sure Mafia Ninja stays alive. He is the IGL of the team. If he goes down, a lot of things can go south. I don't really know why he did not really escape with his teammate, but he's also taking a lot of damage from the zone. DRS still not really looking to get out of this fight. They are still going to be taking a few shots on Enigma Galaxy, or at least looking to. And yes, they do. They find an incredible knock with the Mini 14, and that's going to be at least rewarding them with a bit of more time to try and make it inside the zone.
Yeah, and Enigma Galaxy, you know, sort of being complacent and being punished for that. And Mafia Ninja, he's gonna try and get inside the circle. I think he's not gonna have any trouble doing that. But DRS, you know, 2 casualties that weren't ever supposed to happen had they not been careless in that particular fight, right? There was so much tunnel vision on towards finding Freak that they forgot about Hixie's and Rao's position. Now, Freak has been left to die, you know, just bleed out of his injuries, as the other players of Enigma Galaxy, they are going to be trying to get inside the circle. But, you know, taking a look at the center, it's going to be the boys from IA, the boys from Pakistan, who have a really promising position. Now, the big question arises, are they good enough to defend their fortress?
That's what I'm wondering as well, because they are surrounded with a lot of teams. It's like a zombie apocalypse in the map of Miramar, and the only survivals over here are I8, and the rest are trying to take him down. A lot of eyes are going to be on them, but instead these zombies also fight each other. But hold on. Fate, they have gone a casualty on their name, but it's fine. Still a little bit of glimmer of hope is alive for them, because one man is still on his feet, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be getting the res back up on the fallen comrade. Shouldn't really be that big of a deal for them. Deadeye's guys getting eliminated on 11th position. That's a huge elimination, or at least a huge knockout off this game. TDK looking pretty strong with all 4 players alive, and guess what fixes? The run for top 3 is still alive.
You know what? Guess who's going to be the happiest right now that DRS is eliminated and SUDOR has already lost out on 2 members?
KHK?
well, I expected better. It's going to be YALLA because they're sitting this one out.
Okay.
And considering the fact that it really in close contentions, but we'll talk about that just a little bit later as Cryptics find themselves in a bit of a situation, and they're definitely going to pop the res for their teammates, right? As Nick McGalaxy in a bit of a situation. They've dropped a few smokes here and there, and SUDOR and Nick McGalaxy just being separated from that little road, but the only common thing that I can find is both of them have to get inside the zone.
As soon as I said KHK got eliminated. Sad life. Caster's Curse coming in. But now Fate, Venom, also showing himself on the boards of kills. And now you have Cryptics right on the edge line. So Chapo's down quite low, but take a look at the separation being shown between Marshall and the boys. Lazy Boy and El Chapo are pretty much separated away from Marshall, and I don't know if I like it, because Cryptics will still need to make it inside the zone, and they're taking quite a wide rotation.
Oh, they certainly are, and well played. Has for the better good spotted out the players, but he's got a lot on his hand, right? He's got to keep care of every single possible direction. There's Nick McGalaxy, they're trying to rotate him around, but it's going to be El Chapo and Lazy Boy just spraying down all the bullets, and wow, he's just gonna get finished, but the kill has been stolen from I8, and now things are starting to look really annoying for Cryptics. But either ways, it's not gonna, bother them a lot, because their primary concern was to be making it to the top 16. Now they're in a really good position. Now Vixie is somehow surviving by the whiskers, but for how long?
Still surviving, the only man from NGX. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's going to be sweating in these kind of final moments. And Cryptics as well, it seems like they've lost out on one man. That's going to be helping them quite a lot, at least if they were looking for to win this game. But as you mentioned, in the overall rankings, they're looking pretty good. So I feel like they have nothing really to worry about, at least the top 8 teams, as we were talking about it. And SUDOR on eliminating on 9th position with 0 eliminations fixes. That's going to be helping them out quite a lot. They've only gotten themselves that 1 point. That means it's not really going to be helping them quite a lot in the overall rankings. And on the other hand, Fate and Nasser right next to each other. Things are getting so intense, including TDK as well. They have lost out on one man. It's going to be Legend, their IGL. He is falling down, but getting him back up on the feet is going to be one of the most toughest choice for them. And as I mentioned, this was the final game of Group A. That means teams like KHK, they're also not really going to be making it in the top 16.
That is something that I believe had been established earlier on, right? Now the only contention, like we did even talk about it, it's all going to be about whether or not YALLA can pull off a surprise for us over here, as we've got another really redonkulous zone shift heading off towards Triple Accord. Now a few final games for them, and they're going to be happy. At least the zone did favor them. But I do see the numbers, falling. So the chances are definitely dwindling down for them. But right now, a lot of teams have to contend and get inside the circle. Good news for TDK, the RTL has been brought up, and they're going to be racing inside the circle. And Legend instantly managed to get that knock onto his helmet, as well as Lazy Boy rattling down all those bullets and doing some hefty amount of damage onto its reviews, but instead gets some heavy trade-offs from Reviews' teammates, and will have to find cover.
Exactly, and just like that, Triple Accord as well eliminated from this game. Again, those were the team that were on a pretty miserable position in the overall rankings, but it's fine. They still have another game coming up for them. I8, they have spotted Raw out right in the front lines. Here comes the nade. Is it going to be connecting? That's the main question. If it does, that's going to be putting Raw in such an uncomfortable position that they definitely don't want to be in that kind of a position for themselves. Cryptics right next to Fate. If Cryptics decide to move out, Fate is going to be having a clear line of sight onto them. And Fate are going to be punishing Cryptics for moving out like that. And yes, that's what exactly is happening. The fight between Cryptics and Fate is erupting right now. On the other hand, another fight panning out. It's going to be between 20Kill and Raw.
Oh, it certainly will be. And Legend, look at him. He's just eyeing out every possible direction, even making sure that his teammates get into safety and do not have to deal with a lot of casualties or any damage or any threat from elsewhere. As Legend, he's going to spray onto the players of Team Raw, as I do believe Assault is on low HP. patch himself up. And now T2K, considering they've got a really good position inside the zone, this is their game to lose.
This definitely is, or this definitely can be their game to lose. And yeah, they're looking to get in the top 3 position as well. So TDK, I mean, I wouldn't really say they're going to be sweaty, but again, it's the play for the pride over here, kind of a moment for TDK, and they are going to be trying to get at least that top 3 place in the overall rankings. Raw moving in forward, slowly and steadily, but keep this in mind, the circle's out in the open, and there are a lot of teams in the center including a team like TDK. They have the max center of themselves. A little bit of Shaq covering them, but Raw assaults. That's quite a bold move from inside. Peeks out in the open like that. Didn't really flinch twice, but guess what? They get wiped out because of that thing.
Oh, well, they definitely do. And T2K in such a bad spot. Yesterday, the scenario was the same as well. And this time, Nasser, they are so close. And Miracle instead, he's getting the better out of the boys from I8. And he's going to get those kills secured, already sitting at 8 kills. And Suyok just aloof from his pack. Somehow he's gonna try and get inside. Now the big question remains, in this 3v3 battle that we have in front of us, who comes out as the champion?
Exactly. Open fields of Miramar in the front lines. Not a lot of cover left. I only see 2 kind of trees in the front lines and just an airdrop. They do have a few vehicles. They can try and utilize that as cover, and TDK is doing the exact same thing. Moving in forward with the buggy and moving in forward with the vehicles. Suyok from the back lines doing a lot of job done, or at least getting a lot of job done as soon as they peek their heads out. And I like what they're trying to do, distracting them with the sounds of vehicle and also getting as much as area control as possible. Nasser, though, not really falling behind. They're trying their best to fight back, and Nabo is the only man left to do all this work with. He has a lot of burden on the shoulder. That nade is quite good. Nabo, though, still looking quite healthy. He's looking to get the rest back up on the Miracle. Is he going to be able to do so?
Well, that's a big question, and if he does it, that is going to be one of the best plays in the tournament so far. But instead, he's just going to stick the res up. Same goes for the players of T2K, and Nabu instantly just tries to create a good flank position. Got that little bit of a ridge to play around with, but can he outsmart the players of T2K? Because they definitely have been outnumbered by them. And, well, NAS are in a really dicey situation. They've got to back off. And Miracle and Nabo, their only 2 hopes for survival over here. Both the teams, they've played phenomenally well. Really good at the Miramar game. But the bullets have finally been traded off from both the sides. The position is compromised. But who's going to get the knock? There you go. Sandesh opening it up. And Miracle, not having the best of HP, reveals himself only just to get taken down as T2K finally get the chicken dinner in the bag.
Oh man, an expected one as well. The way they kind of went inside, took down Triple E Curd with the position they had for themselves. Triple E Curd couldn't really follow back with that because they only had 2 men left alive, and that also was left with only 1 man alive because the other teammate got knocked out. So TDK got easy position for themselves right in the smack center, and then even the another zone favored them. And then just in the end, it just came down to that man advantage they had. They found the knockout on the enemy team, and well, just like that, they got themselves the advantage. And this is where they also got a little bit of confidence, and that's why they got the chicken dinner. And I'm pretty sure they have to push themselves by quite a lot in the overall rankings.
We've been emphasizing, we've been rather focusing so much, on the teams on the bottom half, because that is what matters, right? The top 16 teams, that we sort of have ignored that little race for the top 3, right? We did have Dead Eyes contending, we did have IA, T2K also, making sure getting a chicken dinner, securing themselves a 3rd position. Well, it's all about, your glory, and the teams are doing that. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing for a short little break, because coming right after it is the Death to break fights down.
keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. This is the league play days, where we're at. Final day, final one game remaining. This is just absolutely, well, teeth-biting moments because, again, few of those teams, well, it is looking like their journey has probably come to an end.
Yeah.
Tough.
From Group A itself, two of them.
Group A.
Exactly.
Well, we'll definitely talk about that if we just, we'll be having a look at Group A and all, because as of now, it's just, it's just one thing, and that is, well, whatever they could do, whatever we were speculating when the day started, well, for them, the time has stopped. Time is relative for a few teams, right? It's working out for a few teams, but for them, the time has stopped now to do anything, so.
Absolutely. But on the other front, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game that was just placed, and that is going to be from Nasser Esports, Miracle.
And again, Nasser Esports today have been incredible on this particular map. I mean, Miramar has been a good performance from their side, and I believe this game, since K7 were sitting this one out, and T2K, they have already bounced off to the third position. I think Nasser with this one have brought themselves on the into the top 5, in fact, of the overall ranking. So it's quite a wonderful performance and quite a wonderful run for the entire team in the league play days.
Definitely. That's just how it is. But obviously, let's have a look at what the two teams that they were, obviously one was T2K and one was Nasser, what they were doing. Because look at this, T2K's survival time. Obviously, they had their lads for themselves, and they have 1800 plus damage, but not that much kills. I mean, as compared to 1800, like most of the times we see 1800 damage, we see double digits. That shows they did take fights, but they never over-aggressed. They were in that limit of just, being with the controlled aggression, and that just worked out pretty well for them. They aggressed in the last moment to take down the last place of Nasser, and, well, it paid them off. Good.
Yeah, it was definitely quite a wonderful performance, but I want to see this. I mean, what is the stands going to look like once the overall standings are going to be in front of us? But this match was definitely a wonderful game for both T2K and Nasser Esports. Both the teams are looking really, really strong heading into the finals. I mean, Nasser on one side have been really consistent. T2K as well have showed consistent performance from day one itself. So the finals are definitely going to be very, very exciting with these teams being involved.
Oh, that is for sure. As we move on to the match ranking, we do know who got the chicken dinner, but the other teams, have been participating really neatly. I mean, I8 was certainly there. Cryptics definitely not letting go, and just, I mean, from yesterday to today, Cryptics is a completely different team. The 2 days have been real good for them.
Yeah, they have been. Cryptics, I mean, this game as well, they did perform incredible. DRS, all right, 2 points for this team. If we talk about the points that they accumulated. SUDOR, 1 point. And, well, a team that did not play in this one, YALLA.
Yeah, YALLA is going to be happy with that. YALLA, they are going to be thrilled that SUDOR took an exit on 1 point. Because that means the difference is not that big. I believe it was 6 points before this game started.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be 7 points. So, if YALLA Esports can manage a top 3 finish, if they get 10 points one way or the other, they might be able to make it. And when I say might, that is because, why I use that word is because SUDOR Esports are going to be playing the last game as well, so...
Well, it all falls down to that final game. It all falls down to just that 1 point difference, perhaps, is what we've seen in the past as well. But right now, it is time to talk about the rotations that were made from these teams as we move on towards the zone analysis.
Yeah, and in this one, look at this, right? We saw the circle just shifting around the areas of I8 most of the times, right? This is where the circle was. And more or less, T2K was around this area as well. Look at this, right? T2K just, trying to find up a good area for themselves, and Nasser as well. Well, I8 was there as well. So it's the impact that these teams created overall, like all these 3 teams created overall, that just changed the pace of the game, all thanks to the center of the circle just, aligning with them I would say, zone in, zone out, obviously. And DRS this time again, well, we've seen them in the Sanhok as well. We saw them just staying in the blue for the first few zones and then just coming in. That's I get it, right? That's important. But after that, they kind of just lose out their spot because the circle shifts. This shift. This one was something that just crucialized themselves as well. Like, look at this. Now the circle just moves around, and well, this team is again kind of not in the zone. So again, this strategy is kind of not exactly working out for them. I don't know how is it, but I guess again, this might just be an experiment that they're doing. That's what I can say, Johnny.
I just want to say GC teams going at it together, so I'm just happy for that. A sneak peek, a preview before the Global Championship.
And then Cryptics, this team has just been, look at this. So till this circle, obviously not making that big of a mark, but then they know that obviously they'll have to survive, they'll have to fight and all those things. So this team just making up a really good marker for themselves after this one. So Cryptics has been doing really good, obviously, just like Lotta said, in the past 2 days. So yeah, pretty good, pretty impressed though, pretty impressed.
And I believe, our colleagues who have been following the Arabia region quite closely, the MENA region quite closely, did actually inform us that, as we say for I8, that they always like to be more aggressive than they get placement points. This is classic Cryptic, by the way, according to them. So they have a slow start where for the first few matches, they're just going to be watching everyone very closely, just seeing what other teams are doing. And then all of a sudden, they just start getting those points for themselves, and it is just impressive the way this team has been playing in the last 2 days.
Definitely a rampage being created from the side of Cryptics, but right now, as the rampage was created from their side, well, there were so many other teams who were taking on the fights and the kills as well. So, move on to the Oppo F19 performance.
Oh, this M249 just early on. Look at this again. The M249 carnage was just quite a lot at this moment, and when we were just looking forward to it. And oh my God, this weapon is just out there to deliver results. This weapon is just changing everything as for how players used to just use SMGs.
Yeah, at a certain point, I remember, I think this was more than a year ago that at this point when there were changes made to the game, me and Ocean were like, all right, 0.45 on the UMP, and things were looking interesting. But now the gun is actually really amazing to use. It's quite fun. But it depends on which end you are of the weapon.
Exactly.
It was an interesting game, and as we talked about the rotations as well, it is always going to be quite interesting on Miramar to be careful, extremely careful of those compounds.
Absolutely, and as we move through the gameplay being showcased right here from the side of I8 as well as Raw, these teams, they are just, racking up those points for themselves. The teams on the first page of the leaderboard specifically, they are just getting so many kills from every single game, not allowing the opportunity for the team on the second page to really falter out much.
Oh, well, things just happen sometimes, But also, me and Ocean were watching this game, and we were looking at I8 the whole time, and they were looking really, really good. Until the later stages. They did manage the top 3 finish. They did manage to walk away with 18 points. Overall, it was a really good performance from their side as well. But I have to talk about this. NASA Esports on Miramar, you have to make sure you're not in their crosshairs or in their pathways as well, because the rotations are pretty phenomenal as well. They always find their way to the end circles, to the end zones.
Yeah, the rotations, and obviously, obviously this is not Sanhok, so Number was in the zone as well fighting. Otherwise, the strategies with each and every map kind of just change, and that's again a really good thing. Every different map, they have a different mindset for them.
That is true and can be said again. On the other front, look at Stalwart Esports walking away with just 1 kill.
Do we talk about it?
Doesn't really matter. They've moved up into a completely different ladder and storyline that they've created.
The best part is even they realize it, because within the game, shout out to the observers for showing us the amazing moment when the lads from Star Wars were just dancing on top of moving vehicles. So, quite impressive. Nice move.
I don't know how do I put this up. That dance did not last long in the game, but the dance is definitely, last long in the boot camp for sure.
Points for style, Ocean. points for style. We need to add a section to the overall standings. Points for style and Stalwart Esports, they get a 10.
If you add points for style, then I'm pretty sure every team would be just doing emotes and no one would be taking anyone down just to get those points for themselves. But yeah.
Well, that would definitely turn the game into a dance-off battleground. But right now it is time to move into the head-to-head between SUDOR and YALLA, because again, you talk about those top 16, those are the key teams. And right here, we have the two.
79, 86 points.
7
That's
points.
the difference right now for YALLA to convert it for themselves. Just think about it. And for SUDOR as well, I mean, they are at 16. They would want to stay in 16. So for them, it might just be their next competition. I guess that's DRS. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, imagine the pressure. Last game, and I mean, YALLA Esports weren't pressured. They weren't playing this match, but they were still feeling the pressure. Just fingers crossed. SUDOR Esports getting eliminated early. Yeah.
For both the teams, there's just one mistake that they are doing. The damage taken, damage received, that's just off the charts, right?
Yeah.
That showcases that they are at the wrong place at the wrong time and not paying the right attention to that place.
Yeah.
This game, they'll have to. This game, they'll have to.
Completely agree with that. They keep on running into unfavorable situations. YALLA Esports on the first day itself, when they played majority of the matches with a 3-man roster. I guess because of the fact that they did not have all their players, they were being extremely cautious, and that is why they were able to secure the points.
Yeah.
But since then, a lot has changed, and now the team, as Ocean also pointed this out, keep running into unfavorable situations. The damage keeps on befalling upon them, and we do see them taking those early exits. But again, one last game to go. These two teams will have to go all out, and I would love it if it all ends with a chicken dinner finish.
Absolutely. YOLO approach. YOLO strats is what is required from both of these teams, as they are going to be hunkering down their position in the top 16, or rather trying to perhaps. On the other front, as we talk about the storyboard and storyline that we can anticipate from these teams, let's perhaps have a look at the overall rankings as well, as we shall see when it comes to the first. Well, they are in a league of their own, no problems at all.
T2K in top 3, they did manage to get in with this game, definitely. Nasser in top 5, that's brilliant. DE, well, they did falter on. So this is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if there were 16 teams only. Imagine if this would have been the game for your, PMG something. They were in top 3 at this moment. Again, mistakes, making mistakes, and actually, like, they'll have to just capitalize on that one. Definitely, I mean, when they'll be playing all the games, that's the thing, right? Top 4 will be the goal at that moment. But on the other side.
On the other front, as we move on to the next page.
Alrighty. Okay.
So A1 Esports, they're not as safe as we thought. They're on the 15th with 89 points.
I mean, we never pay attention to one thing. That team is here in the entire lobby with the lowest skill numbers.
Oh yeah, both of us, like all of us, completely.
And in the second chart with the highest placement point numbers.
True.
Yeah. That's A1 Esports for you. I mean, they're always going to be doing something out of the norm and surprising us with interesting performances. So 27 kills, 62 points, and again, A1 Esports 89, SUDOR Esports 86, and YALLA Esports with 79 points. So there is a possibility that A1 Esports might be out of the top 16 as well. They have to be extremely careful.
They have to do though. YALLA Esports has to do that, and SUDOR, of course, Esports are definitely going to be trying. But for that, let's move on along and have a look at the schedule, where one final game is what is going to be differentiating with which team is going to participate into the finals, and that is where we move on to Erangel.
Lotter, don't ask us. Don't ask us. Don't ask us. There are 4 teams that are just, at a bad situation. Don't ask us. Don't ask us at all.
Right now, at this moment, there is no point even asking, because I do believe both of you guys are also hopefully keeping your fingers crossed for the teams that we just mentioned, right? I mean,
we want to take one name, but we want to take all 4 names as well.
Exactly.
That's where it is.
It's going to be heartbreak one way or the other, because all these teams are pretty amazing. They've put up memorable performances, and no matter who gets, which team's journey ends after this game, it is definitely going to be a heartbreaking moment. It's going to be a bittersweet situation. Yeah,
we'll miss that team starting tomorrow. That's the thing. It's
Definitely not what was anticipated because, again, as was mentioned by Varun just a couple of minutes ago, the points are so very close. The YOLO strat or whatever strat that YALLA Esports is going to be bringing in is definitely going to be favoring them. But on the other front, SUDOR Esports and A1 Esports, I mean, there's only, 2.3 point difference between the two. And that, again, definitely does not work in the team's favor. So, well, as of now, it's only fingers crossed from the desk, I guess.
Yeah, fingers crossed and best of luck.
And best of luck. Yep, with that, let's move on along with the final game of the day. It is time to cue in the Panda Bros, who are going to be taking you through this. It is, of course, Main Fixes and Necro.
Well, Necro, what a situation are we in finally? You know, the last game, the last hurrah. 4 teams in contention and only 3 walk ahead. 1 gets remained over and, well, what a situation are we in right now. And even I did not see A1 Esports also there. And it's going to be exciting than ever, right? Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Today, we're going to finally get our top 16 teams that go on and play against each other in those final games that do span over for the next 2 days. But today, tell me, which are those teams that are going to be targeting these 4? I'm sure we're in for some surprise.
I mean, do you even know at this point? I mean, it's like, I don't even know. I don't feel like anyone's going to be targeting anyone in the final game as well. Maybe on the top of a few teams, like maybe like TDK, I8, maybe something will be happening between the... But I don't know. I don't really know what's going to be happening. I personally don't really anticipate any targeting coming in inside the final game. But yeah, this is the final game, ladies and gentlemen, of the league play. And this is where everything comes down to. Even A1 Esports, with only 27 kill points, they are still on the 15th place, and SUDOR on 16th place, and well, YALLA as well right below them. So this game is going to be so important for these teams.
Yeah, 100%, and has to be the most important game for the players of Team YALLA, right? Considering the storyline, considering the circumstances, the situations that they're going through, you know, if they pull this one off, this is going to be iconic, this is going to be historic. But right now, taking a look at the final right path trajectory for the evening and also the league stages, well, it had to start off from Zoki and end with Melta Power. But the big question still remains, where is the circle gonna form?
Exactly, that's the question I'm wondering as well, because that's going to be deciding these teams' fate. As I mentioned, game's going to be really important for teams like A1 Esports, SUDOR, and especially YALLA. They're sitting in 17th position. This means SUDOR now, they are going to be having to at least try and perform as well as possible. YALLA, we already do some proceeding towards George Pool area, which is where they are going to be going towards. So at least I'm expecting YALLA to at least try and stay out of any kind of fights, any kind of harms, but it doesn't really seem like it because teams are next to them. Teams are quite close to them, so YALLA will have to try and make sure at least they're being safe off the bat.
Oh, they certainly are. You know, not really changing the drop location, just heading off towards the Western George Paul city over there. But look at who's come to greet them. It's going to be Wizzes with Vibes. Now we've got Starward. All right, they're off on their plan B, right? Because at this basic point, we do know that they've already, you know, are the toppers. There's no chance on earth that anyone could just topple them over. So they can do what they want. And they've decided they're going to go after Team Fate. But, you know, once we have the map feed in front of our screens, we've got some interesting zones being formed right in front of us. We're completely going towards the eastern side. Now, this sort of a circle is definitely going to favor teams like DRS. We have seen time and again that, you know, in circles like this, they certainly tend to thrive. You know, they drop off Artisnai at the moment. Then the next thing we notice is they try to go down a little bit towards the southern side. Then again, revert back to they were. And little that time that place already gets taken. But action in a kerfuffle against the players of Team Fate, and Ragnarok, well, he's going to take his chance.
The funny part over here is that even DRS, they're not really far behind from A1 Esports, but we're still not really talking about it. Is because we just have so much trust in DRS, right? We just have so much faith in them, is that no matter what, they're always going to be delivering, especially they also realize this is the final game, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing on their nerves. But guess what? bad start for TDK. Previous game was pretty good, but this time, I mean, it's not really panning out for them. I8 is the one trying to confirm the kill, but guess what? Instead, Reviews falls down. A little bit too greedy there, but you gotta hold your horses.
Oh, you certainly have to. And at this point, T2K, I8, this is what we had anticipated, right? What is going to happen in the final game? Teams are not going to shy away from taking fights. Now, had this been for the first spot, they would have taken maybe a third guess, maybe a fourth, thought, before trying to head in. But there you have, Blade trying to confirm the knock onto Witsuyog, and will make it happen with a PP Bison, though. But Reviews, he's not in deep water. He's not in safety either. But because Legend, he's closing up on him. Blade, of course, is going to try some movement, try and make sure that he survives. But the question still remains. Considering we've seen IA time and again just heading off towards military base every single time. They're delaying so much, and Reviews he's just profusely bleeding over there.
The funny part is, I anticipated this coming. Like, I literally knew that I8 and TDK might just fight against each other because they are right next to each other on the overall rankings, and this is exactly happening. I8's pretty much dropping right on TDK. TDK, though, they're making sure I8s are feeling those 30 bullets of pain. They're making sure I8s are not really going to be challenging anytime in the future lines. And I8, they're bleeding. They only have 2 players alive, including Yugen and Crypto. But guess what? Jane also falls down. That's an incredible headshot onto Jane. He did not anticipate that coming. And guess what? He also falls down. And now TDK as well. They're in an uncomfortable place, including Sandesh.
Yeah, the numbers, they've been equalized, and Legend, he's in such a bad spot like you just mentioned, because if Uzum, he's going to make some movements from the left-hand side, then, well, Legend, he's basically done for. And if he has a few grenades to go around with, then that's even better. But now, from what we can really see is the players of Team IA, they're trying to retreat as Sandesh. He's made a move onto the Crypto, who does not apparently have a helmet. Now, peeking out from the window, that's going to be a risky affair, but still, Crypto does come out on top and makes no mistakes in finishing Sandesh off, and there you go, instantly turns over, and Crypto just doing his thing, right? And I'm not surprised that that's just him on a normal day in the office.
Yeah, exactly. That's just him on a normal sunny day. And here we go. His stats card is well in front of you guys. Good job, production, right there. With 28 kills and total damage of 6,045, Crypto has been dominating these league plays. And this just shows how he's able to do so. And I saw this coming. I knew that TDK has always been a threat for IA to at least try and contest their position. And IA's now instantly dropping on them and showing that, okay, guys, you're not a threat for us. We can take you out in a jiffy.
But, it certainly has been Uzum this time who indeed has overshadowed Crypto. Because, let's be honest, every single time we raise this topic about I8 has always been somewhere, around Crypto, right? But this time, the IGL, the man himself, I've seen this lad right from the days that he was playing from Oxy, if I'm not wrong. He's just been that good. And this time, his stats do reflect. And for the first time, I mean, I must say that, Uzum has outperformed even himself, the way this lad is playing, the confidence that he has instilled, not just within himself, but, that's sort of passing on to Wizzes squad. Everyone sort of is feeling better. And, sometimes, we really feel that, the burden on Crypto was just too much. Now it's getting divided, and as a result of which, I8, they're looking so good. But this is what I was talking about, right? I8 always tends to go down south. They need to make sure that they're getting the loot down. But considering the first circle is already, starting to close in, and can they find a good spot later on? Because all the teams, look at them. Everyone is sort of trying to get the better of the zone. That everyone is contending for the center.
I do understand why I8 is going this late in the melee base, is that now they know that TDK is not really there to block their way off. They have easy route to at least get out of the melee base and also try and get in. So I8 now are looking pretty comfortable, at least for now, but the wall of death is closing in right on them. And just to add on a little bit more on the Uzum point, he's also the IGL of the team. So imagine how much pressure he has on himself. Also, he has to be the one to make those calls to at least try and keep, or at least try and set Crypto up, and also his team up for success. Uzum has been delivering pretty well in these league plays, but hopefully he's able to deliver just like these even in the even in the finals.
Oh yeah, definitely. But now considering the situation in hand, NASA, I mean, they've also been playing amazing. Did have a rather slower start. As the days progress, did redeem themselves, and we know how good this team can be. And in the last game, we did see how they completely outperformed the leaders over there, that Starwood. And there you have a nasty shot coming in from Nabo's DP28, and this is the cue where they're going to go in for the push. Now, this is what I was talking about, Teams are not going to shy away from taking a lot of fights, and Batika just drives over as if it's, a drive at the park, and Nabo!
What's going
just
on?
What? Still, this lad manages to find a knock. What on earth is happening over here, Necro?
Oh my god, Nasser are silencing the rookies, even though they're not. They're making them look like one. Deadeye Skies left with only 2 players alive. And what's going on? This is some grand theft going on. They're just running behind each other. It's a chase. It's the chase of Gangster to take each other down and to find out which one's going to be on top. On top is the one who has his life pretty much in danger. But here we go. Finally, Deadeye Skies, they're like, all right, enough of running. This is our time to try and fight back. And they're doing so pretty well. Things are going south for Nasser. Oh my god, Turulov, the only man left, and guess what? Nasser being eliminated! What?
The hunters have been hunted! What are we in for, Necro? I mean, we did sign up for some excitement, but at this level, I never did anticipate in the wildest of my dreams, as things are starting to get even more exciting as we do witness another zone shift. And it's not something out of the ordinary, right? It's something that we did anticipate, and through love, the recent addition in Deadeye's roster, and well, he's completely justifying as to why he's been picked. But the woes for Deadeyes are not over yet, right? Because they've got so many squads surrounding them, and there you have the team vibes rather going after Starwood, and well, getting the better of them.
Well, this is a clear sign of teams that are all the way on top there don't care about this final game. They're just here to put on a show, and that's just what we like to see. A final game. And well, it's showing its true colors. A1 Esports, this game is really important for their squad, especially hell breaking loose all around them. They're going to be sweating quite a lot. They want to make sure they're not catching any kind of bullets onto themselves. Wizzes wipes as well, bleeding. One player fell down. Delta's still alive, though. I feel like there shouldn't really be that big of a problem. No, Delta's also falling down. Yusuf is single-handedly taking them all down. What's going on, Yalla? Stepping up at the right moment when they need to. But no, they also get shut down by Mulling, the final man standing. And here comes a little bit of salt on the injury.
Oh, Wizzes with vibes, just delivering for what they did come there for. I mean, I've not really seen them taking that western side, I'm not complaining that they did not drop at Yalla, but I'm pretty sure we all did notice that, they had a similar rotation path. And, well, after those finishes, they were happy about it. And, well, this is what we're in for. And, well, dreams have been shattered, and yeah, we indeed do have our top 16. It does seem like that because Yalla being out of contention, well, they did put up a valiant fight, but here we have the fight resuming. Starwood going up against Team Wipes, and well, we fall on bonkers as Pika does manage to take down Praveen in the process. Will get greedy and thirsty to just finish him off, but Team Wipes are not really happy about this fact as Pika still trying to contest, but not enough as Team Wipes finally get the better out of Starwood. But still, the big news out here, ladies and gentlemen, the big news, what we all were hoping for, that is Yalla to be pulling off an upset, and well, the complete opposite just happened.
A massive letdown for a team like Yalla and their fans. I feel kind of sad for them. Unfortunately, Yalla are not really going to be moving forward in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We already have our top 16, including SUDOR is all the way on the 16th place. There's no way III Kurt are going to be able to make it up to the 16th place, or at least if they have the game of their life with like 15 kills or something. That the chance of that happening are pretty minimal. But take a look at this. SUDOR now taking a dig onto III Kurt. They find the kill, and the kill gets stolen. Did it get stolen?
I believe so. I believe so. I mean, at this point, anything is really possible. But there you go, the curveball that we were all waiting for, hitting towards the eastern side. Now, Triple could. I mean, the last final game, and they would want to go home with their heads held high. And what a way to end things with getting a chicken dinner. And SUDOR, they do have a huge sigh of relief. Considering they must have seen YALLA being eliminated, and now they can have a hearty game. They do not the pressure that they were feeling before this game started has finally been lifted off. And look at this beautiful Sanhok and with all its beauty. Wow.
Indeed, a wow moment right there. But hold on, SUDOR. Oh, they're challenging fights in all direction. K7, though, taking a little bit of blood onto themselves. One man falling down, but they also have blood on their hands, and it's the blood of YALLA. And these are the YALLA woes right there, hitting Hoshuan. He gets knocked out. And Enigma Galaxy looking to compromise onto it, looking to capitalize onto this situation. Lord is the one in the clotheslines. Enigma Galaxy looking pretty healthy inside this one. Have all four of their players alive. Everyone has full HP almost. But here we do have K7. He has a bolt action in his hands, looking for that little peak, a little glimmer of his helmet, and he's gonna be popping it. He's gonna be cracking it open. But Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, they're also challenging a fight against SUDOR.
Oh, they certainly are, and Wano handling that most in the gun. I haven't really seen a lot out of this bolt action, right? We've seen MP4s, we've seen Car 98s, we have even seen the freaking big green cannon, but not this. And Wano, if he manages to get a knock, and I bet you the sound is so soothing, as A1 Esports are going to contend against Team Fate over here. Sinister is already bleeding, 6-9, not at the best of the HPs. Fate, they do not care. They just want to go in and annihilate the better out of A1 Esports, as nades are just being logged over left, right, and center inside the panic room. But Sinister just being smart, and I believe he will definitely get the revive. But this is bombardment. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they're being bombarded. This is like a artillery strike being called onto them on this house.
Just
Fine,
inside.
A1 Esports. Yeah, just inside of the house. Yeah, it's not really falling from the sky. Instead, it's like just inside the house. They're being kind of thrown in there. But A1 Esports, yeah, they're doing quite a great job swallowing all those days. Still, they have made it out alive. One casualty was there, but it's not really something to worry about. Fate, though, making that charge happen inside that house. And look at this, A1 Esports still trying their best to stand on those 2 feet. Sinister has fallen down. The pressure is on A1 Esports. These two men, they will have to hold the fort down.
Oh, they certainly have to, because right now Team Fate, they're all riled up and ready, just coiled, waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike, and will definitely want to follow it up with one more grenade as Ragnarok tries to head in, but Dante gets the better out of him. That 6-9 boy, he gets raided off as battle begins, and well, it's back and forth going on as Dante, the last survivor, just going up against Venom in a really interesting battle over here.
Yeah, it's a one-on-one situation now. Look at Fate. They're being quite sneaky about this one. Going for the res, and Dante realizes the exact thing. But guess what? Who's in the party? Wizzes and Wipes join this one. They're like, all right, guys, you're having a party without us. We come in here with some hot air balloons, and they just chucking those nades right in the house again. Another artillery strike being called in the house. And guess what? That's going to be it for Fate. A1 Esports, though, still alive with that one last man alive. It's going to be Dante in the panic room. Wizzes and Wipes, they're charging in forward.
Oh, they certainly are, but Dante is a lot of drop on his shoulder. Doesn't try to jiggle around, takes a little bit of shots, but Dante does manage to find one. Can he get the other? Yes, he does, as he needs to get the reload on, as Root also has to charge in. Dante not really having the best of HP. Finally falls down, but what a valiant effort, and did get really thirsty, just taking down 2 of the players over there. But now I8 in a little bit of trouble right there, because Uzami's been taken down. Now Crypto just being the last final survivor, considering the fact that the other 2 players of I8 had already been taken down. It's going to be so risky, as Rob does have a really good angle at them.
He does that, but no, the nade misplaced me coming in. No, he didn't really go on the mark that he wanted to. Rogue, a little bit of mistake, but it's fine. He can try and retrieve back from it. I8, though, getting eliminated off that compound wall, and that's a fantastic nade to catch those kills. Enigma Galaxy find themselves, or at least get the blood of I8 on their hand for now. Enigma Galaxy looking pretty strong in the final game. Each and every single team is just a complete hell break loose Triple I Kurt, they're right in the smack center. They do realize how important this game is. They're all the way in the bottom lines fixes. They're all the way in the bottom of the leaderboards, but they also need a few more kills to at least make it up top there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance, right? Even if they get the chicken dinner, they're basically done. But what they can do is, like I said, walk off with their heads held high. And what a better way to get the chicken dinner. And Triple Liquid, we did see a few roster shuffles, after their PMPL was over, right? We did see some players from the Iqad squad joining Triple Liquid, and this is what we're talking about. Some beautiful shots being displayed again, and Wizzes with vibes. That was a mad dash, but sometimes you need to know when to have the leash on your players, because they just went in like mad people, and well, Dante did punish them. And either ways, good news for A1 Esports, good news for DRS. They've all qualified. They're all in the safe zone. They've all gonna have a hearty sleep and come in back stronger tomorrow, because starting tomorrow is where it all matters. Every single game does count.
Exactly. Tomorrow is where the leaderboards are going to be reset for these top 16 teams. And yeah, Triple A Kurt, I mean, they're still trying to give it a run, but I feel like it's next to impossible to make it in the top 16. And guess who gets caught off guard? A player of K7. It's Vibes Jiggle who puts him 6 feet under. And now K7 again on move. They do realize there's no way out of this situation. If you're either going to be making it out alive from Jiggle, or you're just going to be completely eaten alive by the zone. Vibes, though, missing a couple of shots onto the final man. K7 not really able to connect any shots onto him. Nigma Galaxy right in the back lines. They're also taking a lot of shots onto themselves. This is a complete blunder. And finally, K7 get eliminated.
Oh, yeah, they certainly do. And every single player of Team Vibes did take their chances, right? Now we've got the players of Nigma Galaxy spotting out Alchandra in a really bad spot. And Freaky's just going to drive over, but that's not necessary, as Lord just blows up the vehicle and Alchandra goes falling down. And SUDOR, well, they did get eliminated at the 7th spot, just getting that 1 kill over there, but does not matter. They still have managed to qualify, as Rico Infinity, well, Prestige, he's right out in the open, just having cover from the hay bale. The question remains, is that a wise idea? Is that a wise choice? I think what he's just doing is he's trying to mark the territory, right? Let's just assume if the circle shifts towards that, at least that spot is, reserved for them. But considering Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes being in real close vicinities, I really want to see these brothers go up against each other.
Top 6 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the league play, just to find out who's going to be sealing this chicken dinner in their backs this time. And one of them are Rico Infinity, of course. They have been delivering phenomenally throughout, and including DRS as well. It seems like DRS finally are taking things a little serious over here, Fixes. The final game, they realize it's a complete bloodshed, it's a complete bloodbath, and they also want to get their hands dirty.
Oh, they certainly do. As Assassin, I believe he did have a slight idea as to where the players of Rico Infinity are. He did manage to take some blind shots, but had he had a bolt action and that connected, that would have been ridiculous, right? But considering how the circle has really shifted, it's right out in the open, not a lot of cover for a lot of teams. Wizzes with Vibes are really trying to contend for the center over there, as DRS, they're finally making the move, and Enigma Galaxy, they're not going to back out as well. Already having all their 4 players intact, and with 6 kills, they're looking good this game.
They definitely are looking pretty good. Visit Vibes in the front lines. One more team in the left side. It's going to be just Vibes. And look at this. Rules is the only man in the front lines. If he catches the nade on himself, if he swallows it, it's not going to be good news for Visit Vibes. They won't really be able to withstand the pressure that Enigma Galaxy will put up on them. But I also do like what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get as much area on the map as possible. But this is where the charging comes through from the side of Visit Vibes. They're also taking little shots. Enigma Galaxy Rauf barely makes it out alive from that situation. And look at this. Rules as well. He's taking a couple of shots on himself. Yeah. Oh, where is he getting shot from? That's a huge question.
What a revelation this lad has been. Rules, when we were talking about Wizzes with Vibes, it was always about Delta or Malik. But this time, he's made it about himself. He's stolen the limelight, and he completely deserves that. The way this lad has been playing, not just how good with his assault rifle skills, but also with the bolt action. And, yesterday we did see him single-handedly dealing with the players of T2K, as if it was a walk in the park. And this lad has a really bright future. Now, this is something that I really love about the Nepali region. Every single time we do see them, there's someone new that comes and tends to impress us, and it's going to happen every single time. But considering how the circle has panned out, Wizzes with Vibes still, this time around the edges of the zone, do have to deal with, threats happening from every single side, because you've got Vibes on your west, you've got Nigma Galaxy on your side, south, you've got Triple Kurd on your east, so they've got to be very picky in choosing their fights.
Oh, look at this. Kazan. This man has some bolt action in his hand. Looking to connect to that headshot, but still not really finding that connection. I'm pretty sure he has a little itch. And there we go! Finds that one. DRS. Oh, they're going to be feeling that one pretty intensely. And looking to get another one, though. Fidan, but finally has realized, okay, a little bit too exposed here, buddy. Maybe it's time to get it back in the zone. And this is what Rico Infinity are exactly doing. But they still need to worry about their backs. Nigma Galaxy being charged on by Prison and Vibes. They're taking a lot of shots. One man falls down. Nigma Galaxy are falling down. 3 players down from their side. Visit Vibes putting up an insane fight against them.
Yeah, amazing fortress defense being showed off. Of course, there's no fortress over here. Just playing around, few buggies and just rocky cover. As Shiggle, well, he's being spotted off. He's taking quite some damage. As Malik, he's going to lob a few grenades at Assassin's direction. But Wizzes with Vibes still, just playing by the whiskers. They are giving it all. They started off with taking the revenge for that golden hand that YALLA did incur at them, but the nades are going to come in, but the trades are also going to follow up. As Malik, he's fallen down. It all comes down to rules. He does have his DP holstered up, and he's just waiting for the right moment. He needs to lob a few smoke. He needs to get that res back up, but the question is, can he actually pull it off?
Reiko Infinity have the majority of the circle covered for themselves. That means they also have that comfort level, and they can try and expand themselves up a bit more. They definitely can, but Vibes is in the front lines. Vibes, they are completely distracted on a visit with Vibes. Rico Infinity might just try and take a little bit of dig on the Vibes over here, but they're not really doing so. The main thing they're worried about, or the main villain over here for them, is going to be DRS. They are exchanging a few bullets, but still no trade-offs being found, no connections being found yet. Rico Infinity pretty lucky with those smokes, but as soon as they fade away, Rico Infinity might just find themselves in an uncomfortable situation. But DRS though, finally Gelson goes down. Nima and AJ have all the burden on their shoulders on this final game.
Oh, they certainly do. And Prestige just getting a little bit overwhelmed over there, will definitely get traded off by AJ, who makes no mistake in connecting those shots. And well, this time, considering the fact that, even if you hit a player, you do not get his marker, that sort of was the difference maker in that fight. Otherwise, Prestige surely did have that knock secured on the player of DRS. But considering the fact that we've got the final 4 teams alive, 11 players, still in contention, Rico Infinity still out in the open, but the battle is out here between Team Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes, a 2v2 situation. It's a rectangle that has been formed over here. The only question is, who is the one walking out alive?
Rectangle with 4 corners. It's kind of weird. Not really a rectangle, it's a square. But yeah, 4 teams alive inside this one. But for sure, DRS is in the front line. Nima still so hard. Oh, finally patches himself back up. Quite lucky. Literally, that nade was kind of underhand coming through. AJ, though, is catching a little bit of bullets on his skull. He's not going down, though. He's still up. He's still a threat for teams that are alive in the zone. But finally, AJ falls down. DRS now left with just 2 men. There's no way on earth they're going to be able to get the red back upon the AJ. This is what exactly I was saying. This is why Malik being spotted. Vibes, Killer looking to take him down. Killer has no other choice rather than expose himself. He does the exact same, but he's also getting shot at by Rules. He will be taken down. Vibes now he's left with only 1 man alive.
Oh my god. Now Rules just does not really have that DP, but has an MG3 and he goes all blazing. And I believe that is it. Gets the final kill and Assassin goes falling down to the final 3. Down in front of us, and Rules is still not keeping up, but indeed has been spotted out by Gjolzen, who apparently is going to miss out on a few shots, but gets finished off from behind. It's going to be Rico Infinity team that have managed to secure the final chicken dinner, and all smiles, the hearts being displayed, and there you have it. They know, they've chill about it, they've qualified, they've done the heavy lever, the heavy lifting all throughout, and finishing at the top 4th spot, But the highlight, the biggest reel about it is going to be, of course, Wizzes with Vibes seeking their good old revenge on YALLA Esports. Because, if I take you a few days back, well, YALLA did take their chances in panning them down. And, for YALLA, they did try, they did put up a good show. But, still, had they had, 4 players playing most of the games instead of 3, things could have been completely different. But, wow, what a final game, man. I mean, considering how ludicrously insane this has been, I cannot just wait for the next day to come. Because starting tomorrow, we do have the finals in store for you guys.
Exactly, that's for sure. Before now, Rico Infinity, they make it out alive in that complete bloodshed, in that complete bloodbath. They are the real Apex Predators, and that's why they got that chicken dinner, and they completely deserved it. I mean, there we go. We already have our top 16 teams fixes. We don't really need to take a look at anything anymore.
Well, that is it. That is it,
That is it,
At least from our side, because we are finally done with all the games of the league stage. But what? Right now, we're going to take a little bit of breather because the desk does have some interesting points to share.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. League play days are done. We've found our top 16 teams moving into the finals. But talk about this previous game. I mean, Rico, they definitely did stand their ground with all 4 players. With that, let's move on along. Have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game.
Oh, there's a reason we are the numbers guy. Well, talking about this one, right? Malik comes in with 6 kills for himself. Damage 683, that's decent. 25 plus minutes of survival time and 3 assists by this lad. That's just so incredible. And 232 healing done. Well, it shows, right? You're taking a lot of fights for yourself and on yourself as well. I mean, Wizzes with vibes. The casters did talk about Rules' performance, the way he has had his impact. But, well, Malik was just outshining.
I mean, definitely. Wizzes Vibes having a wonderful time in this game. And I want to say this. So, the moment YALLA Esports were forced, I repeat, forced to take an exit from this game, A1 Esports, they realized, all right, guys, we're going to get to the other side. Get quick kills for themselves. And, well, then they were sort of kicked out as well by the other teams put together. But it was an amazing run from all the teams. And we were just talking about a few of them going YOLO. I guess this was the last game, so everyone just decided to just go all out guns blazing.
Talk about being YOLO, right? This game was more or less about the correct positioning, because if you were at the wrong place, you would be taken down. Team like DRS had 4 kills only. Team like Rico Infinity, a team that got chicken dinner, had 3 kills only. That shows that they were just playing for good position for themselves. Once they got it, well, they got the game as well.
Exactly, and the terrain also plays a really important part in this. I mean, the western side of Mansion is quite exposed, so have to be extremely careful. And hence, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, we do see that kills sort of being quite nicely divided between all the teams and all the players. But look at this, Wizzes Vibes 14.
Yeah,
And then
this
we have
team
Recon.
got killed as well,
Yeah.
if we talk about it,
Yeah.
right? 12, out of which 12 were just being distributed by two lads, 6 and 6, right? So, yeah.
exactly.
And then Rico Infinity, DRS, we have Vibes, Nigma Galaxy, Dead Eyes Guys, K7, I8, but...
Classic I8, by the way.
Yeah, but...
As
I
always.
wanted to stop for suspense, but come on.
Yeah.
YALLA.
Ouch. The game that mattered the most. And
Yeah.
Well,
Hard
that's where
to-
you have rivalries, right? I mean, it's just something that casters kind of did touch upon a little bit as well. We were talking about how important the gameplay is going to be for YALLA Esports, but of course that was not allowed even for a second. But right now, we're going to go and have a look at the zone analysis being showcased from these teams, and it
You know what?
well, let's never mind the
Let's
zone analysis,
move
actually.
forward, because I mean,
Yeah.
zone we talked about, right? It was just about the ups and downs and all those things. So let's have a look at this one. I love these ones. I mean, this means less work for me. But yeah, I love these ones if we just talk about it, right? And the way the fight started, where YALLA went down, you saw that happening. And hey, DE, True Love just surviving at that moment. That was just such a bold move by the lad. The chase happening, and this was chaotic.
I mean, again, open area fights are always going to be chaotic, and that's what we love to watch inside the game, right?
Yeah,
but
definitely.
it was definitely a fun match to
Hey,
watch.
Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, for today, for this tournament, as soon as this tournament started, we never talked about this. What Fixers likes to call it, the masala.
Oh yeah.
The chaos brings masala as well, right? And this is where it happened. Oh my god, I loved it so much.
Again, as I like to say, a still out of a good movie. It was incredible, and True Love was definitely the protagonist of this movie, doing a wonderful job, as Ocean said, surviving over there, and even the way the fight was engaged was quite perfect.
Definitely it was, but then this one, this is where, just think about it, right? The pressure builds up, you know survival's at stake.
The masala, Ocean, masala. You wanted masala, right? There it is.
Well, I never wanted this much masala. It becomes too spicy,
Oh,
right?
it's spicy, yeah. But
well.
need some water after that. Do you know where the water is, Ocean? Throw back to day number 2.
Yeah. Well, moving forward, let's move on. You know, A1 Esports' survival skills were on point as well. Remember around this one around mentioned area. I mean, Wizzes did come in. It looked like Wizzes, they the most YOLO team in this one. It was just Wizzes, the most YOLO team. And then this happened.
Dante, even before taking exit, make sure he got an extra point. So kudos to him for that. Yeah, every single point mattered, and definitely, I mean, it was a worthwhile point for him to secure. But Wizard Vibes, again, incredible run in this game. And Rico Infinity as well. I mean, Fidan has been incredible in the last few days, the last 2 days in particular. I mean, he's been hitting those shots time and again, and doing a wonderful job, just making sure one way or the other Rico Infinity has those openings. Him and Anas with his magical utility usage. I just have to say it's phenomenal to watch Rico Infinity play at this point.
Yeah, and then there will be a nade on Malik at this moment, you know, in a few seconds. So that was also just quite unfortunate, though. I mean, the
we
players
did see the trajectory right there.
Yeah, the players did think that you know they have a good place for themselves, but then again, just as we were saying, it's all about the terrains in these kind of circles and all. So that's where it just went down. But again, YALLA, they started good, but
but just not allowed, definitely. As we move on towards the damage graph now, this is where, again, I mean, the teams that did really well, we can clearly point them out in the first half itself, but as we progress on along, things are, well, again, I mean, this, we knew that, right? I mean, 16 teams were supposed to go on fourth. And
Lotta, this is kind of a game in which we can see the damage graph, but we don't want to talk about it, right? Because, again, all the ups and downs, the emotions that were with this last game.
Yeah.
That thing,
for so many of the teams, but of course that does create a storyline, and that storyline is going to be showcased on the storyboard. So let's move on along, have a look at the overall ranking, where indeed when it comes to the first page, we know what to anticipate, because the teams that have been phenomenally doing perfectly well for themselves, well, they are all here in the top half of the leaderboard, but the second half is where things kind of got a little dicey.
I mean,
Yeah.
definitely. And also, I have to say, Cryptics have been playing with the emotions of a lot of people at this point. I mean, imagine
yes.
the team is sitting out of the top 16 for 2 days and then they end up finishing in the top 10. So, incredible performance, incredible sprint, as I have been calling this tournament. It's not a marathon, it's a sprint. Well, this team knows how to run fast and quick.
Well, six
That's
teams.
the same thing. Yeah.
6 teams in top 10 have multiple chicken dinners for themselves as of now. And tomorrow, when the points will be resetting, they'll have to get more and more in just 10 games, and obviously it'll be, the first impression will last longer. So yes, so for tomorrow, yes, the first 5 games will kind of decide quite a lot of things mentally for the day after tomorrow to just come forward. But yeah.
Ocean, do you remember before the match started, we got to see a little glimpse before the match started, by the way, I'm saying this,
Yeah.
during the schedule and the map chance percentage, we saw Stalwart at 100 kills right there. Well, they are at 100 now. They've done it.
That's
the
where
production giving spoilers now.
production was giving predictions and the spoilers and all. So
They're
yeah.
better than you. They're better than us.
As we move on to page number
Yeah.
2, before raising hands against the producers themselves, we are
Yeah,
going
let's
to be
not do
looking
that.
at the top 16, and SUDOR are certainly going to be keeping that spirit alive for themselves. YALLA Esports, of course, as we did talk about it, the gameplay was just not allowed for them.
Oh, yeah.
YALLA, Lit, ICRIS, and KHK, those teams. These were the teams just here. If you just look forward to it, and
And,
well,
Lit Esports, look at that, with the chicken
With the
dinner
chicken,
as well.
right?
Yeah.
Not anticipated at all.
yeah.
But you
So-
win some, you lose some.
Just think about it.
and
All right.
That is the story.
Blotter. One game gave them 15 points. 15 games gave them just 5 extra placement points.
Placement points, yep.
Wow.
No bueno. That is what it has turned out to be for YALLA Esports, Lit Esports, ICRIS Triple Esports, and KHK Esports as well. With that, as we move on forth, we've got the top 16 teams, but today, the highest performing team, that is going to be T2K, Train to Kill, and there we go, the details on our screens.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an incredible day for T2K. I mean, even the last 2 days, if I have to say, have been quite good for them. But this is something not out of the norm, I have to say, for them. Because T2K, again, when we talk about South Asia, they're one of the best teams over here. And this was sort of expected. The surprise was the slow start that we witnessed from them. But I
Johnny.
guess they were just trying to get into the groove with the MENA teams now.
Johnny, in this 4-day saga, this
Yep.
is the second time that this team has appeared.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just think about the impact that they have been able to create. That's consistency
Okay.
with the
And-
stats overall. Yeah.
Ocean, think about how chaotic this day has been, that the average
17
oil
minutes or
times
so.
after 4
Yeah,
games
I-
are like 17
yeah.
minutes. Yeah. Oh, what a wonderful day.
What a wonderful day indeed. Not for all of them, but certainly for the top 16. As we move on through from T2K, let's have a look at the team that was up on top of the leaderboard, creating a league of their own with 204 points. It's going to be Stalwart Esports.
32 kills in 16 matches with a KPM of .2 with an average survival 1824 and damage 8106. That's just so good by Action. I love it. Like every digit is even number. So that's really brilliant. And well, he
And
is.
it worked out for Stalwart Esports overall, but now they're going to have to do it
Yeah.
all over again with just 10 games. With just 10 games, they're going to have to do this entire process all over again to get that lead for themselves, to be a part of the $150,000 prize pool, and maybe even walk away with 40 grand. We shall see if that will be the case, or will we looking at a completely different team. As we move on through, let's have a look at the league summary from days 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the league plays.
IA,
Alright.
Stalwart, T2K. Hey, here's again. It's like 2 days for T2K. We
Yeah.
used to talk about it, right? Take 2,000.
K2K, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there was no $1,000 for chicken dinners over here. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure they would have been getting 2 chicken dinners every single day again, because that's sort of a habit for them. But incredible performance by Train to Kill, and I have to say, I mean, the finals are going to be fun. I mean, because think about this, right, guys? I mean, usually when you talk about championships and leagues, we've seen, I mean, the tournament goes on for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but this time it's just 2 days, 10 games. Talk about pressure on these 16 teams at this point.
Exactly.
You, as Ocean has been saying, has been mentioning again and again, you mess up that first day and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it will be because as soon as those 5 games are done, if you're not in top 10, right, because 4 teams will be moving forward. If you're not in top 10, let's say top 12, because obviously DRS and Enigma Galaxy, they would want to be in top 4 as well because of the prize money that they would want to just have their eyes on. So if you're not in top 12, next year starting onwards, it might just not look good. It might not look good. So
we'll see. We shall see which team will it be. But right now, as we move through from the league play days, let's have a look at the kill leaders. Where
whoa.
Did not see that one coming.
Exactly. The anticipation was from I8 to be able to capitalize upon, but it is looking like, well, Wizzes with vibes.
He had 27 kills before the match, so no one was thinking about it, and he was at second actually. And with this game, he got 6 kills, 33 in total. Action just got 2. I remember he was at 30. And well, Uzum's out. This wow. So Wizzes with vibes always has a surprise.
Exactly.
Oh boy. I love this team at this point. They are always bringing the excitement. Also, going into the finals, I believe Action, Crypto, Uzum, all of these are going to be, these 3 players are just going to be absolutely mad as to how they missed out on the first position. They're going to be fighting for the $2,000. Let's not forget that's the prize for the MVP of the tournament. So,
yeah, indeed. But that answer we shall find 2 days later. For now, if any of these stats are supposed to indicate anything, well, these are probably going to be the contenders for that prize pool, for that $2,000.
Yeah. And Bhatika in the last few days has just been phenomenal. He has been amazing to watch.
Oh yes, but again, we've got our top 16 teams. We're going to be moving into the weekend for the finals with $150,000 on the line with these teams, and only 10 matches. 10 matches is the opportunity that they will be provided, but alongside all of that, the league plays do come to an end, and so does our stream for the day. Do not forget to subscribe and follow to our official PUBG Mobile channels, and of course the social media, all the networks. It is going to be sensational for you because there are giveaways that keep on taking place throughout the entirety of the year, and again, streams like these you do not want to miss, and as you keep on doing that, you will certainly be rewarded with in-game items and so on, so much more. But yep, like I said, we do reach the end of our day thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag book up your fun. I've been your host Gaurav, joined in with these 2 incredible dudes. We'll be back again tomorrow with the finals. Until then, take care. Bye bye.